Another one, and there you go, Kuya Yaoi. They're stopping this man with the plants, and it's two already going down to the ground. Great, look at this reflectorino! Thinking it, Ethan's gonna go for it, and Naslick crawls his way to the clutch.
bracket and looking at our roster, Aryu, Disrupt, Eugene S, Kelly S, and Rabbit, hindi naman natin sila hindi kilala, di ba? Kilala na sila sa VCTPH noong unang taon pa lang natin. At ngayon, itong roster na to, it looks promising actually.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Ito yung ito yung previously Power Rangers na talagang nakita natin in VXB. They played it in a very smooth way, pero nakita natin na parang may kulang. This is the time na pwede nilang i-prove sa atin na pwede na nila ditong i-fill yung kulang na yon at magkaroon na sila ng napaka-solid na magiging plays and then yung magiging flexibility nila between each other. Dagdagan pa natin na, you mentioned it, talagang hindi na natin ito na masasabing unfamiliar yung mga players na ito. So, will it be the same na veteran nga yung kanilang mga naging experience, pero magiging same ba yung kanilang magiging playstyle when it comes to magkakasama na sila in a team?
I agree with you there. Pero wag nating kakalimutan na yung open qualifiers run nila to this point, napakaganda eh. So,
Grabe.
oo, may times na kino-question natin kung okay yung synergy nila, pero in the end, nagpapakita pa rin sila ng results. Hopefully lang, ngayon na nandito na tayo sa regular season, kakayanin nilang maka-keep up with the rest of the teams here. Ngayon naman, ipakilala natin yung team na makakalaban nila. Na-mention na natin sila kanina, nabigyan na ng spotlight, and for a very good reason. Guys, since day 1 pa lang, andito na sila. Ito ang Oasis Gaming.
Perfect.
We have mentioned earlier that we saw Sky Empire na nakakuha sila ng magandang playstyle nung nakaraang mga tournaments here in the local scene. Pero Oasis Gaming, they also stayed in the upper bracket ng VCT or ng VXB, and it has been really phenomenal for them to start that kind of momentum for their team. Dahil nakita naman natin dito on their lineup, we have sina Nexi, we even have your Kelly S. So, nakakatuwang isipin na they have a good momentum when it comes to their playstyle. Tsaka yung nakikita nating na nagiging fluidity ng mga teams na ito, ng mga players na ito, talaga masasabi mong end the connection sila eh. Since magkakaedad yung mga players na to from Oasis Gaming.
At ito pa, in addition, di ba, nakita nga natin tong Oasis Gaming, they went into a lot of re-rosters. Ang dami talaga. Trial and error, may mga umalis, may mga lumipas. Pero I think this one is already a good foundation kung saan natin sila mas makikitang mas stronger, maybe on how they can be able to manifest more sa kanilang skills. Kasi yung mga players na yan, nandyan na eh. Pero paano kaya sila mag-work together? Ano ba yung magiging bind nila together? Especially, di ba, may coach nga sila, Robotics, who came from RRQ, and now he's here in Oasis Gaming. That's a big, maybe what he can do on this roster. Kasi puro young prodigy yung iba sa kanila, puro magagaling talaga, di ba, individually. So maganda talaga kung ano yung magiging exposure palalo ng mismong roster na to.
Oh, I agree. I think yan yung parang theme of the day natin for the first couple of days. Kasi ang dami talagang re-rosters and shuffles na nangyari noong off-season. So, pagpasok natin dito sa regular season, syempre lagi natin ang question dyan, okay kaya? Meron tayong mga malalaking pangalan dito, mga veterano, pinagsama-sama natin sila sa iisang team, magiging effective kaya? Yan yung magiging natural na question talaga pagdating sa atin eh, no? Pero siguro ang idadagdag ko dyan, with the information that we have from both of these teams, etong Oasis Gaming, ang dami nilang back-end support eh. Marami silang coaching staff, alam mo na, yung isa sa mga VCT talents natin dito, si Fluffy02, tumutulong din dyan bilang assistant coach. Tapos, on the other hand, yung Sky Empire naman, wala eh. 'Di ba? Parang sila-sila lang din. So ano kaya yung magiging pros and cons na ganito yung naging setup nitong dalawang teams?
For me, talagang pagdating sa Oasis Gaming, it's still a new roster para saan. Halos lahat naman ng teams di ba? Fresh talaga. But then, we can definitely say na meron silang, syempre, mga downfalls din at the same time for Oasis. So that's something that they need to work at for. Pero for Sky Empire, I think ito din yung kailangan. Kasi itong mga players na to, di ba, nakita naman natin na veteran sila. We have the help of Kelly S, we have the help of RU, but then, makakasabay ba yung iba nilang mga teammates? Although they have the VCTPH experience, but then going up against larger teams such as NAOS Esports, such as SR Nacague, paano ba makakasabay ang Sky Empire? Especially na, as of now, wala silang coach. So, ano kaya yung magiging face nila towards that?
Yeah, I really like the points na minention dito ni Ray, no? Dahil ang laking bagay na talagang you have the individual skills ng mga players na ito from Sky Empire, pero as a team, will it be the same kung makakakuha sila dito ng magandang highlights from the other player, pero paano naman yung iba when it comes to their utility? Mahalaga yung synergy ng bawat teams dito para makakome on top and be relentless pagdating sa kanilang mga nagiging positionings and stuff. So I'm really excited to see kung kakayanin ba ng Sky Empire dito yung Oasis, kasi Oasis parang intact na sila ever since day one.
Since day one talaga. Ngayon naman gusto ko pag-usapan yung roles. Makikita mo kasi talaga yung differences nitong dalawa. Itong isa, ang dami nilang back and support. Itong isa, wala masyado. Sila-sila lang din talaga as a team. And then, yung roles naman, kung pag-uusapan natin, itong Oasis Gaming, nakikita mo yung flexibility and roles eh. Samantalang dito naman sa Sky Empire, parang mas rigid. So, ano kaya yung kalalabasan yan? Kasi katulad na lang ni Eugene S. Saan pa lang natin siya nakikita, di ba? Duelist pa lang, Honey Glaze. So, tingin mo ba, is it gonna be a factor for them in this series that's coming up?
We mentioned earlier na may individual skills dito. May pagka-veteran na talaga in the scene dito ang players ng Sky Empire. So, most likely, parang hindi ito yung tamang point na i-worry ng Sky Empire, kundi talaga yung being as a team. Kasi you can have your best role in a team kung kakayanin mo bang gamitin itong controller or yung kanyang jet. Pero pag nakuha mo naman yung team play nyo, doon na talaga magiging maganda yung timpla para sa side ng Sky Empire.
Alam mo, gusto ko yung point mo, ni Glaze, about Sky Empire. Na talagang, as a team, yung kailangan nila. But then, kailangan din ng team ito is flexibility. Diba? Pagdating sa mga duelists, we can't just have Jet. We still have other duelists as well na very workable. Like Raze, Reyna, Neon. Syempre, sobrang it depends on the map. So, sana, diba? With these guys naman with their experience and si Kelly S ang kanilang IGL, which is really, I'm actually surprised. Akala ko si RU. But then, when it comes to Kelly S, usually, diba, ang ganda kapag initiator ka, you're that KO, you're that Sky, you also have that IGL. Syempre, ang ganda na magiging calls mo. It's very perfect and very synchronized.
Actually, I love that you mentioned Kelly S. I-expound mo pa nga yan. Kasi sanay tayo na siya tong, yung first contact na duelist. Pero this time, dahil IGL na siya, tapos andyan si Eugene S, more on secondary na siya. So, ano yung nangyayari? Paano nagte-take effect yun sa team?
Well, kita naman natin, diba? Si Kelly S, saan ba muna siya nanggaling? Nanggaling siya sa RRQ, diba? As their duelist. But right now, nagulat tayong lahat. We already parang thinking na maybe Kelly S yung magiging kanilang duelist. Pero actually, he gave that to Eugene S. And right now, ano ba yung malaking impact niya? Well, you have that KO. Knife pa lang, flashes pa lang, maganda na kagad yung magiging call ni Kelly S. Kung paano nga ba sila lulusob or paano ba sila actually sa defending side naman, di ba? So, it takes a lot. But then at the same time, yung experience kasi ni Kelly S, pagdating sa magiging IGL, yun din yung magiging malaking question mark. Gaano ba ka-effective yun? Lalo na kapag mas malaking teams na.
Malaking question mark din kung saang mapa nga ba tayo maglalaro. Alamin natin in just a bit. Nako po, wala pa kasing data masyado no? Especially ngayon. So, hindi natin ma-predict na, siguro ito yung ibaba ni ganito, ito yung ipipick. Especially since, alam mo yun, sa patch na to, anything can happen talaga. Wala pa tayong Lotus ngayon, tama ba? Wala pa. Paki-verify, ladies.
Yes, wala pa. Okay. Safe
tayo. Ayan. Off the bat, we're banning Fracture over here, Honey Glaze. Sa tingin mo, ito na, first map reveal. Ayan na, ready ka na?
Ready na? Kahit pa paano. Kasi parang ang nina-expect ko na dito kaagad for Sky Empire to get that Pearl. Ever since I've seen Sky Empire play, parang Pearl lagi yung nagiging nila. Yung Pearl lagi yung nagiging hidden strat nila nung nakita nilang kaya pala nilang ipanalo ito from a series na umabot ng Game 3 at yung map na yon ay Pearl. Nakita nila doon na yun nag-start na kumuha sila ng magandang strat. They were able to win out on a lot of defense side, lalo na kapag yun yung sinisimulan nila, they can immediately gather a lot of rounds. And yun na nga, Pearl ang unang kinuha dito for Sky Empire.
Basang-basa mo na.
Galing, no?
May marunong namang mind read. Kung may mind freak, merong mind glaze, 'di ba? Pero yun ang hihula ko eh. Yung Sky Empire magpa-Pearl sila, tapos Oasis Icebox. Pero ako, gusto ko decider map para dito, like, alam mo kung ano, Haven. Kasi parehas silang magaling sa Haven.
Actually.
Alam mo, I've watched the Sky Empire games sa Pearl. Even though ang ganda nung ginawa nila doon, meron lang akong slight comments dito na may mga bagay silang na-overlook, which hopefully this time around, hindi na nila gagawin. Mga small mistakes of not fully checking corners, ganyan. Eh, ang dami pa namang angulo dito sa Pearl, diba? So, mag-ingat talaga sila dito. Pero pagdating naman sa Icebox, nako po, Oasis pick pa nga. Isa sa mga mapa na natutuwa akong makita sila dito. But something interesting that I spotted yesterday was Georgie was on the Reyna and double duelist composition sila. So, ano masasabi nyo doon?
Ako, para sa ganung galaw ng Oasis, it's still where they are far more comfortable with it. Kasi nakita naman na natin that Icebox has been like an Oasis map ever since sa APAC nga, hindi lang dito sa PH region. Pero looking at it, it looks promising based on their games yesterday. So hopefully we'll be able to see it more sa Icebox.
Yeah.
Pero Aniglis, Haven. Sabi sa
Kaya
inyo,
nga eh.
Haven yung decider map.
Yeah, na-mention mo nga ito kanina, both of our teams are just really good in Haven. Parang ito kasi talaga yung isa sa mga main maps ng mga teams, especially Sky Empire. Nandito kasi si Rabbit, nandito kasi si Kelly S. Ever since RRQ, they have played so significantly well sa Haven. So I'm very excited kung kakayanin ba nila ito for Oasis. Kasi Oasis, they're in the same page. They have Abby 8K. At yun pa yung gusto kong i-point out dito. Kasi Abby 8K has been really a good addition na player dito for Oasis, and they even have Georgie. So what more can they do with two explosive players pa lang on their team?
I completely agree. And speaking of Georgie, di ko alam kung familiar kayo sa anime na Blue Lock. A bit, familiar ba kayo? Napanood nyo na ba? Diba? Ang ganda. Yan, hype tayo. So sa Blue Lock kasi, di ba, yung kwento niya is finding the perfect striker or the best striker sa larangan ng soccer. And ang lagi nila sinasabi doon is yung ego, di ba? Yun yung sinasabi nila. Lagi ko naiisip na, alam mo, pagdating sa Valorant, yung striker, ang equivalent siguro niyan yung duelist kasi sila yung nag-i-eco. Ego peak, ganyan. Tapos inisip ko ngayon sa comparison, siguro si Georgie parang blue lock din kasi ang laki nung improvement niya bilang isang duelist from the previous split na nakita natin. So excited akong makita kung anong klaseng striker na siya this time around sa ating split na to. Pero with that said, girls, ito na yung madugong part para naman sa ating panel. Ang aalamin ang ating mga predictions. Ako na magsisimula, I'll be the first blood. And sasabihin ko sa inyo, ang prediction ko for this series is Oasis Gaming.
I went for Oasis Gaming din kasi dito eh. Kasi I have a really good na idea on what is going to happen for Oasis. Lalo na simulan po pa, again, it is Georgie na pwede niya na makuha yung tamang timpla dito with Oasis. He has been in a lot of teams. And back then, diba, last year pa lang din here in VCT.
Ako, Sky Empire.
Ba't may tawa?
Siyempre, hindi kayo pagkakait yung experience ni RU and Kelly's. RU is one of the best controllers here out sa Philippines, and I'm a big fan ever since. But then, this team might calibrate pa more and more as we can see them in the regular season. At looking at the map, Vito naman, hindi imposible na manalo ang Sky Empire rather.
Oo nga, pag umabot tayo sa game number 3, 50-50 talaga siya. Anybody can win. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let us open the floor to our casters para makapagsimula na tayo.
Here we go, guys. Familiar grounds and familiar territory. Welcome yet again to another year of VCTPH 2023 coming your way. My name is Dexter of Black and Blue, and man oh man, I'm so excited. We're finally here at our regular season. 8 amazing teams looking to do battle to see who will be at the very top here, Nico.
Yeah, it's day one, baby. It's been a long time coming. We're back here once more. We're starting earlier. Every time we go and start a new year of the VCTPH decks, it seems like we start earlier in the year, and I'm glad we do because now we get to see some great teams coming on. Oasis Gaming, the team that's looking to be one of the biggest titans in this stage, coming up against this newly reformed Sky Encore Esports squad.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna even change up the name. Exactly. In the days leading up to VCTPH, Sky Encore becoming Sky Empire, pretty much an esports division there, and an interesting map pool to kick things off. But in all honesty, these are already some of the top names that we've known throughout the Philippine scene here at Black and Blue. If you look at the rosters, right, these are familiar faces. This is a territory that they're accustomed to. VCT has been their home ground ever since its inception, really, in the local scene, and I wouldn't be surprised to see these two teams make a case for themselves through this first series alone.
Definitely so. I mean, you're looking at these two teams in very stark contrast when it comes to the journey that they took to get here, right? Oasis Gaming, they're a staple ever since day one in the VCT, and they were invited into this. While Sky Encore, a roster named with familiar faces, familiar names, and players that we've seen much exemplary talent from, but under a very new I guess, kind of composition in terms of where they are, under a new banner as well, and hopefully for their sake that this new coat of paint will give them a new guiding light as well in this year.
Hey, that's a Sky ability. But before we get into the agents, I guess that's a good thing to talk about history. Look at Sky Empire and this roster. Pretty much a core of this squad was from that very old VR Esports squadron. You look, of course, Rabbit, as well as Kelly S, who hopped over to RQ for a good while, making a good case also for themselves to be that top PH team before the org went into franchising. And of course, picking up RU, coming back into competition from Action PH and Eugene S, pretty much of the 5 theme there. So Sky Empire, really names that you should have known already if you've been watching VCT all throughout these past few stages. But on the other side here, Black and Blue, I think you want to maybe talk about this one a little bit too, because this Oasis Gaming roster this time around, it's more of a hybrid of what we've seen before in the Philippine history.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this Oasis Gaming roster, and they're practically kind of like an all-star team, Dax. From front to back, side to side, you can see just completely incredible players who maybe formerly in their past teams were touted as the standout player on that team, and now they're all come into under one banner, and especially against the Oasis, with the Oasis banner, knowing the backing that they have in terms of, you know, the coaching staff. There's a lot going behind this team. This is definitely a super team to look out for by the end of this stage. You look at players here, incredible players that are added to this roster during the offseason, players like Savvy AK. Obviously we have Nexi and Draxi, who we saw under a different banner coming at the end of last year, and now coming into this VCT squad. We always touted them as some of the best, youngest talent we have, and now they're under this team, which could be the biggest one to beat.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think there's so much familiarity. We go back to the players we mentioned before. Nexi Draxi coming in from RQ as well from a few months back, and of course SV Empire for so long having that stifling rivalry versus Oasis Game. You still have some of their core components though. Wild Oreo and Marky still there. The young guns looking very hot, looking very flexible even. And then you add in even more talent. Georgie, Action PH fame. He's really the Boracay Jet, one of the best duelists you can get in the Philippine scene. And of course, the collegiate standout himself, Savvy 8K. You were talking about all-stars. You were talking about how stacked this roster is. Oasis Gaming, this is an all-in for 2023. And they have decided to get the best talents and looked to add as much supplementary material, supplementary tools, and of course, a coaching staff behind them to help this out. So, first game alone, I can already feel the weight of this matchup here, Black and Blue, because there's so much up for grabs right now here in 2023, and I think the biggest title right now is who will be the next best Philippine team.
I mean, it's pretty safe to say that one of these teams could definitely be it here in our first opening game. You're looking at Sky Encore, right? A team that as we talked about, compromised of some of the best players that we've seen pretty much be LFT throughout the offseason, especially some of that from that former RQ roster. You have Kelly S, especially very standout player, RU, very creative player in that case as well. And this team has always been, actually the players in this team has always been in teams that have been a threat to whoever is at the top. We talked about Rabbit being on that DR Esports squad, which was always being deadly. Kelly S, obviously we know where he came from, again from the RIQ squad, always a threat. And so we go to look at Oasis Gaming right now. They have so much going for them. They have by far the biggest coaching staff behind them. They have by far one of the most stacked rosters in their favor. Everything going for them. So the question remains, what could go wrong? And one could wonder, could there be too many chefs in this kitchen? Could there be too many stars in the sky? It remains to be seen. They've had great performances in the offseason for their national stage as well, but it comes to the VCT where everything matters. This is the real true stage for things to be proven, and we've seen Oasis in the past not make it to the number 1. They've been perennially number 2, number 3, granted, but can they finally surpass that this stage and become VCTPH champions?
Dude, this is the official circuit. This is where it all happens, and I'm absolutely excited to see what we're gonna get. So let's move on now to Agent Select and check out what we're gonna get for our first map, which is Pearl. From what I remember, though, this is gonna be Sky Empire's pick, and to no surprise, it's one of their most successful maps in the open qualifier alone. Something that they can rely on the other side. Honestly, Oasis Gaming have struggled despite showing a lot of creativity in the compositions. And case in point, Oasis bringing out double duelists, but it's not the usual kind of suspects you expect. You got the Neon and the Phoenix together here for Oasis.
Well, Dax, we did kind of have a bit of a preview outside the official circuit a few days ago, actually very recently. And this was kind of, yeah, like yesterday. And this was exactly what they were running in that moment, right? And we saw them played against NAOS and to great effect as well here on Pearl. Sky Esports not deviating from what we know already. This is the composition they've been running throughout the open qualifiers, and nothing seems to change here as of the moment. It's been effective for them, and this map number 1 on Pearl could be where Sky Encore maybe try and do something, especially knowing they have information of what happened locally.
Yeah, exactly that. And I'm looking at the Sky Empire roster right now. This is something they've been so accustomed to over and over and over again. Run the double initiator, look to play off that KO as much as possible, and try and get some suppressed value, which is to be very interesting. It seems like now, in this matchup alone, it's going to be a big matter of timing for Oasis. There's so much potential to be speedy. You have that Phoenix so strong in close quarters. You can get that orb control, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Oasis vie for some hot zones here all around the map. But one big suppress from Sky Encore, one big garner of intel, and they can really adjust on the fly on how to adapt against the Oasis onslaught.
Well, I mean, luckily for Oasis, Dax, it doesn't matter if these guys have utility or not. They are insane mechanically. You look at that from the start to the finish. Every person on this roster is gifted with his aim. And that is something that I think will be a big part of the game here of Oasis Gaming. You have a Phoenix, and when you see that Phoenix and Neon to be the front line here on your composition, that just means to go all in, all ham. They don't have a Sentinel, though. So, flanks potentially could be abused here and could be punished by the Sky Empire Esports squad if they can keep their wits about them.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Sky Empire itself. When you run double initiator together on a map like Pearl, this is going to be a lot of intel, as I mentioned a while ago. Interesting enough, you have that Sova, must be a bit more of a comfort pick. It has also been something picked up in other regions as well to run this kind of setup in Pearl in the first place. But then again, you look on the opposite side, the Fade can get some more value in those closer quarters. Things like the Prowler especially, just to clear things out. And for Oasis, again, if they hit their marks at the right time, this can just surprise Sky Empire before even they can work on the utility that they let out in the first place.
Yeah, but that is not to say, even though there is a double duelist, right, composition on the Oasis side, they're not dry for utility. That Neon can surprise you in many ways, more so than one. We're opening up here. First game of the VCTPH with Oasis Gaming versus Sky Empire.
Let's get down to it. Sky Empire on the attacking side, Oasis on the defense, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to VCTPH. Welcome to the top 8 the regular season. Truly, it will be a long time for us in the upcoming weeks. But hey, always good to get kicked off here. As we are moving over to B side here, black and blue immediately. It's Sky Empire trying to get the more of that contact going on. Back, jump, gets the intel, and careful now to put Astra. What's the right? On the board, Georgie will fight back.
Spike down, B.
Makes it 3v3. A good recovery from Oasis as they have to give up the site.
Great entry take here from
Placing swamp
this
grenade.
attacking squad. Georgie as well, fending them off, making sure that this doesn't go unanswered, untraded. Play the post plant on the long position.
One
The Destruct
enemy
connects
remaining.
earlier, and so does RU. Leaving Georgie. The Brockeye Phoenix in this case could not make this happen. Sky Encore, they take the opening pistol.
Guy on car, good execute, and a good find, especially onto the Astra. Oasis, they need to be very careful if they put themselves in committed positions. How do you get away from a suppress like that? You just don't. And you're seeing it here already. Oasis being one thing they can rely on has to be heroics. Heroics from the roster, to no surprise, Mr. Consistency, who was able to deliver first and foremost. Sky Empire, though, a good start, and look at them go. Early investment. 4 Bulldogs and even a Phantom. These guys want to play a bit of range moving into the second round.
Yeah, I mean, they're not even a single SMG bought into this case, Stacks, right? You typically maybe would see one guy buy up a Bulldog, perhaps a Phantom Vandal. In this case, everybody's making sure that nothing is wasted. No bonuses after as well. Savvy AK, he still wins that half with a classic, and that's where the utility of the Neon can come in big. Aryu keeps him at bay, but for how long, though?
There, Herbal is into play. Still though, the gun disparity too huge to ignore. And it'll be Sky Empire trying to hold the line. A good gamble from Oasis. Just playing towards the mid if ever. Wild Oreo prepared also. I broke your mirror here, but are you prepared?
One enemy remaining.
Ready on the side. Already getting 3 for his troubles through spawn. Only one left gonna be Savvy 8K. Really goes to show though, if you have a bit of that patience, Sky Empire, they found that reward to basically get the second round done dusted.
There.
Well, it should be a clean round for them, Savvy.
Go, go, go.
Hope in this. Maybe he can retrieve the Bulldog, and that he does. Tries to go towards the B site, but the A plan
30
is what's going to
seconds left.
happen here.
Go, go, go.
Sky Encore, decisive opening start here on
Spike
Pearl, on
planted.
the
Almost
favored
out.
attacking side. And that's a good thing to have, especially when you're touted as the underdogs in this case.
Yeah, well, I only call them the underdogs right now for Sky Empire because they are relatively the new team here as a unit. They came online, I believe, called Power Rangers a few months ago. Got picked up by Sky Encore, became Sky Empire, and they're here in the top 8. But again, we talked about this on the pre-panel basically, or on the pre-game. These guys have been in VCT. These guys have gone to the region. They know what they're doing. It's just all about making sure that this team works. And are you making work of Savvy 8 Kid at the end? 4 for the Astra. And look at him go, already prepared with his ultimate moving into the third round.
Oh yeah, totally. Make no mistake, even though this might not be a clear team organization in terms of VCT space, each individual player are by far one of the most important that we do
remaining.
have in this region and in this stage, especially in a stage full of unknowns. By far the most unknowns that we've ever had since year 1, day 1, stage 1. So lots of good stuff done here on the opening rounds by Sky Encore, but how do they continue that Dax into their bonus?
Yeah, we'll see now. I believe the Cosmic Divide, that can be such a good tool they can use here. Just cut the battleground in half or even into a slice itself. We'll see now. Quick little suppress as the knife gets thrown towards mid.
Here.
Oasis trying to find a bit of that insult, double initiator for both sides. Only really point of comparison has to be that fade there. But beyond that, Oasis Gaming, they have the guns. They're just trying to figure out where Sky Empire wants to go. And as of now, Disrupt maybe trying to line things up towards that B site. You also see a dart coming their way. So they're showing a bit of that utility to at least figure out if anyone's pushing towards B. Drax again committed positions in the back of holes. But beyond that, a bit of a standoff right now as Sky Empire looks to run down the clock.
Yeah, slowing things down here. Making sure they don't overpeak, don't give up their hand too early, Oasis. I think it's pretty smart. Sky Encore, who are getting bled for time. 35 seconds left on the clock. They're going to fake this B push. The Cosmic Divide comes on up with a spike. It's going to walk its way towards that A side here. Guided as well with Draxi. So I'm not too sure how well this fake is going to work. They do pull off the defense off of the A site, and the plant should be safe to go down on Alpha.
Yeah, Quick little kerfuffle coming their way. And immediately now, Sky Empire putting down that spike towards A. Just cutting the noise with the Cosmic Divide. Oasis scrambling to make it to the opposite end. But look already who's directing traffic. It's Kelly, yes. Still though, they have to deal with the run and back. Gordy already letting it rip, and immediately he gets one for his trouble. From play line, fast lane, puts his headshot towards the Temple of Marquee. But Oasis, they have the advantage now, 4v2, as Oasis will cut one approach from the other members of Sky Empire. Eugene S falls flat on his face, and Rapids is too far off by Arts to make an impact for that spike. Oasis recover and get the round back.
Good round, I think, for both sides. Even with Sky losing that, I think they got so much value from that round, able to at least burn a few and able to make some of their own bank for a full gun round now. And considering they had a bunch of Bulldogs in that round, only a single true rifle, that was pretty well done here, coming in from this fake on the Sky. I like that they did burn the Cosmic Divide for it, just to sell the fake even more so. Ultimately, doesn't work out in their favor. But hey, I think there's some consolations to be taken out from that. They got a suppress coming going here on this B side that should connect a bit there towards that pillar. Just to specifically clear it, do you really need a lineup for that? I don't know, you can just chuck one from B long, I think.
Well, I mean, they got it early. Ryu is really one of those low-key impressive players, and it really is just a testament of him taking his own time away from the game, coming back when he was needed or wanted the most, and especially in a roster that he has familiarity with all throughout the Philippine scene. So, already here for Sky Empire. Yet again, the slow play that you can see. And here, Black and Blue, I think we can go back to what we talk about for the past few years when these players come in from tactical FPS background. They can play a slower pace of the game. Right now for Sky Empire, look to see where the positions are for Oasis. They now know the fades towards Art. Besides that, though, George might be looking to make a play with Oreo. He does get hit quite well by Art. Beyond that, now.
Yeah, he gets clipped up quite a bit. Eugene S taking that back ball control. Conceded here. The B-side control coming from Oasis, but Disrupt with the flank! Pushes through the fragment, finds a double, while Oreo gets it, post-martyrdom, but it's ultimately done. Marty gets a kill. The trade-in coming from Kelly S, and now they have a 3v2.
Who expects the cross-through fragment? They don't, but Savvy AK now from long running into the highest gears of them all. Still a bit of that setup. Immediately, the stun shoot come online. Savvy AK already with one enemy halfway. It's Raxo with contact, finds the first over at the rapid, and Savvy AK peaks in time to help out his buddy, his pal, to tie up the scoreline. Oasis again. When the going gets tough, they get tougher here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, that looked pretty deadly at some moment there for Oasis, but the great recovery. Savvy AK coming in on the flank right on time, hits a great shot, and follows up with a crossfire here coming from Draxi. And that is really a big part of Draxi's game, isn't it? Always making sure that he's got his teammates supported, plugging up the holes in the defense, or in this case, the defense for the defuse. And that's where you find value from a player like him. So great job done here by Oasis on the recovery coming into round 4. Now round 5, they got the advantage.
He's the protector, man. He's always been the stable one in any roster he's been in. The voice of reason and the reason why they have tied up the scoreline. But flank for flanks, this Pearl map looking quite hefty in the traffic. The Sky Empire will decide to just run down the lanes of B-side. Drax will immediately retreat. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome, but Eugene S deciding to try and force contact as he updrafts towards the second floor, but he doesn't know. Drax is right beside him. Finally, though, the Stinger gets into a good range to get that takedown. Savvy AK, though, finding two yet again the longest lines for Oasis to utilize. They're happy to take it away from Sky here. Savvy AK now at least find a few more frags while George can get the takedowns. The jump peek comes. Kelly S still gets at least one more with the Stinger. But Oasis, again, these are their roads, and all of these rounds are leading to the Oasis so far.
Well, all things considered, I think that worked out for Sky. I mean, Eugene S, he pushes out. Shouldn't have found the kill, but he does so anyways. They get the plant, get a second one with the Stinger. Not too bad for an eco especially, but they're going to have to start winning some of these rounds because Oasis, they have been looking steadfast in the face of adversity. Nothing really shaking them up here yet so far. If you're Sky Encore, you're going to need a bit more plays in your book to try and fake him out once more.
Yeah, it seems like Oasis is getting the good reads now. Sky Empire more and more claustrophobic
Quick
as they
peeks
go
now.
through B main there. But now, they have a lot of ultimates to utilize here. There's the lockdown, there's the null command, so they can't try to go for the suppress. And Oasis, they want to force the hands early. Here comes Savvy AK, but down he goes as he slides a little too close to the sun. And Disrupt will take him down right now. Force Oasis to change the pace of the game yet again. Look at them go retreats back into the lines. Intel though from Rabbit. Eugene S will
Blocking
use
sight.
that to get closer towards the site. Oasis yet again seeding the location for the retake if ever, but Sky Empire surviving the first onslaught there.
That's a good catch there towards that shot position. Now they lose a big part of their retake potential. We saw Savvy be a big piece of that when it comes to the retakes time on over in the earlier rounds, but that's not going to happen this more. Eugene S, he stays here, doesn't overstay his welcome too long. Make sure that the lockdown finds its full value and captures anyone trying to sneak on in. He's positioned himself pretty deep here. Could bail out, but Wild Oreo gets the catch.
Yeah, Wild Oreo could have been a victim there, but decides to be the murderer instead. Nano Swarm thrown though for the stall. Here comes the flashes now, even the blaze. But Rabbit put Wild Oreo now down to the ground.
Oh.
Oasis running out of time with a spike. It's Sky Empire having, of
player
course,
standing.
all the sightlines that they need to work with. Aryu with another kill, and that should be enough to get the round for Sky. 3-3. This game looked close.
Once more here, Sky Encore showing that they've got a lot to use and a lot to utilize. That single gravity well pulled by Aryu to pull Georgie off of the defuse pretty much saved them that round because they couldn't find where Georgie was within that, sorry, Sky Empire. My bad, Dax.
Last player standing.
You don't need to call me out, me calling you out.
No, I'm
That was just
calling
like-
you out for calling me out because I made a
Just like,
mistake.
No, don't worry. They just made the page like 3 days ago. We talked about it yesterday.
difficult
I was
for
like,
me.
it was funny because we were talking about it yesterday, and I was like, so guys, they kind of made a new page. They put a new
Yeah.
E. It's not Encore anymore. It's Empire, but like cool
That's
Esports.
the most
Yeah.
difficult part about this game.
You know who's he also Eugene S. Well, he's getting out there. Sky Empire again, just holding down the line, and they're
Not
so
ready yet.
prepared for these Oasis pushes. And look at them go.
Well, no real problem, surprisingly, here. Being put upon by Oasis towards Sky Empire. Got that one right.
Spike
In
planted.
2v5. I like the idea. Go for an early push. I mean, you're on the eco. You don't have the best weapons. Try and make something happen. Try and catch him off guard. Change the pace. But, yeah, as you said, Dax, they're just way too ready. Anticipating that, if anything, here by Sky.
They know it's coming. That's the thing. They have so much intel gatherers here, and anything that they don't clear out with utility, they're gonna clear out by keeping an eye out on it as much as
enemy
possible.
remaining.
Time now ticking, and Eugene S finds Marky even. That should be enough for Sky to get another round. Draxi, the responsible one, will at least keep a gun for the next round. It seems like the pace of this game here, Black and Blue, was Sky was getting read by Oasis. That's why they got on a streak. And now Oasis, their pages have been spotted by Sky, and, well, the momentum shifts the other way.
Oh, when Dax is on the rhyme, I'm sure we're in for a good time. Sky, they take the lead once more ever since, what, that 4th round? Coming on in, things flip around. Oasis timeout. Tell me, Dax, since you know them the most,
Huh?
which coach probably called this timeout?
Not the one that's streaming, that's for sure.
That's for sure. Is he really?
I don't
No.
know. Is he? Oh, wait, I'm gonna check. Oh, he's still live right now.
He is live.
My analyst, Fluffy02 for both VCT and Oasis. Shoutouts to him, by the way. If you guys check out what we do before the broadcast,
Yeah.
you should. We're terrible people.
You can
Don't-
probably
don't
find
worry.
out on Twitter. Yeah.
It was really funny. So we had that time. It's like, hey, Fluffy, you know we need someone for the broadcast, and he's like, I'm not on, bro. I'm streaming here. But hey, before all of that, he was, of course, part of setting up Oasis for success. And speaking of, that's what this timeout's all about. We kind of mentioned it a while ago, and I think this is the perfect time to talk about it. How many coaches does Oasis have again?
3, officially, realistically 4.
Yeah, so many voices, so many, I'd say, nuances that Oasis can utilize in those timeouts. And, well, when they see that Sky Empire has adjusted, then it's the perfect time now to readjust and to try and reclaim a round here.
Well.
Only problem with Black and Blue, Sheriff's only here for Oasis. The only
Yep.
one with a rifle now is Drax.
This is something you don't see in Valorant every day. Kind of a double broken by, unless you're in silver. But in this case, well, I'm curious that Marky actually bought full armor. He won't have much to buy with next, but I think they got some ults to utilize. Eugene S, great catch here on a Savvy. Not that he's going to have ultimate anytime soon anyways. Bail on out, knowing that they found value, and maybe in the information, and they're going to try and play a full retake instead with what they've got.
Yeah, well, Oasis, they're just trying to be cheeky with this. Anyone they can stick up to. Well, that might be the chance, but here we have it now. Run it back is the call, and RU can't find the shot. Absolute chaos with the presence of Georgie, but eventually order made by Kelly S and Disrupt. Sky Empire, just some great sight lines yet again to utilize towards main, but as I say that, the smoke's gonna be in the way.
Wow.
Georgie will find two for his troubles one more time. Georgie, can he get more? Disrupt, though, will be the one to bring in the chaos. And 5-3 now for Sky Empire.
That's always, I guess, the potency of Georgie, right? Whenever you give him a gun, even in an eco state like that, you give him the run it back. He has no fear in his heart. Always so dangerous in Sky Encore. They almost paid the price for it. But luckily here for Oasis, able to get their value that they need. Marky on that Bulldog. The rest of them finally in a full buy. This should be a round where Oasis can try and give us a bigger stop, because so far, their defense early on, great. Later on, it seems like Sky Encore, rather Empire, are the ones who have adjusted.
And I think I like this from Sky Empire in a way, that they do try and find a way to calm everything down in these kind of fights. You see Neon and Phoenix together on the opposite end. You're expecting the full whole double. You're expecting these guys to throw all caution to the wind. And while Sky Empire has taken casualties because of the run-it-backs, it's still not as destructive as the full potential of what Georgie can do. But of course, Georgie again close to the ultimate, playing for the orb, by the orb, and ready with a curveball. But UGS trying to at least go for the clear face first into adversity, and Georgie instead will win the face-off. The smoke will be in the way. Seems like Oasis, they're prepared for the disengage here. Same thing for Sky Empire. They don't want to overcommit against Georgie and Savvy so far.
That was pretty good isolation here coming from the two duelists of Oasis. They catch Eugene F, isolate him from the rest of the team. No flashes needed now. Georgie, Savvy on the trade immediately. Not to let this go unchecked. He finds a second on a Kelly S. Both duelists doing a double. And now it's all on the Disrupt. I think he saw where Wild Oreo was going. Can double back around, catch Drax off. And now he has himself a potential winnable position. Still, it's difficult.
Yeah, Disruptor in the last round, perhaps an infiltrator here. Problem is, the parcel, the spike itself in the hands of Oasis Gaming. It's gonna be such a problem with Wild Oreo, as well as Marky, the ones with the full HP.
10
Getting
seconds
prepared for
left.
the crossfire if ever. Jump peaks though to get that intel. Now Wild Oreo knows that Disrupt is coming their way. 4 seconds, no time to win the round. Maybe a few exits along the way. The Nano Swarm though to try and isolate this duel, but he turns around just to not look into the eyes of Marky as he is slain where he stands.
Shot in the back instead, Oasis. That's exactly what we kind of expect sometimes from such a star-studded team. Just having individual players go in big, go in huge. And Savvy, he has always been such a great kind of second duelist or second in sometimes, especially when you have Georgie helming that forefront that they are just so potent to try and dismantle when they have a setup like that. Flash is prepared. They've got those relay bolts to stun anybody and isolate once again fights. And we saw that exactly here happen.
Yeah, you can just feel it's a vibe check right now between Georgie and Savvy 8K, and they pass it so well. There's synergy right now in this Oasis roster. A mindset, perhaps, between all these individuals coming together as one. But still, one is the gap. And Sky Empire, with the lead and with the ultimates to utilize, this is a medley ready to try and take this B side. Yet again, though, slow play. Keep an eye out on Aryu as well. He's watching the flank, can of course manipulate the battlefield from afar on that Astra and with the Cosmic Divide if ever.
But how do Oasis try and repel this defense? They got the stars set up. They have full utility here. They do have a Molly lineup as well, just to make that even more problematic. That's when the gravity well pops. You expect that Molly to drop right on it as well. So the suppress, it connects. They do pop the smoke, but only the smoke now. Here comes the Cosmic Divide with Drax on the shutdown as well. Shooting out the recon. They've taken back Hall's control. Another catch from Drax. Georgie follows up as well here, Dax.
You may build the wall, but he's the stones that were making that foundation. And now Drax trying to get back into the hull. Silence in the battlefield. Now noise made by Georgie. And Oasis fight back immediately there. Tie up the scoreline. Well done by Draxi yet again.
That was perfect here. So much pressure applied by that Sky Empire attack, and yet somehow Draxi within the chaos, the kerfuffle, the conundrum, no problem for him. Able to dodge and weave through the utility, find himself 2 kills, shuts down the opening spear of Eugene S, shuts down the peek through from Rabbit, and the rest of Oasis follow suit and take his lead as well, with Georgie leading that charge. Great defensive side already from Oasis.
It wasn't even his wall, that's the thing. And speaking of, now he's ready to go for it. But this is Oasis Gaming going full ham. They get the intel that they need. The Hunter's Fury, though, is the answer courtesy of Rabbit. And Eugene S trying to fly in the skies, but he's grounded by Marky there. Oasis getting 2 now as they retreat, scurry on away to safety. And look at this go. The discipline now from Oasis. They don't want to overcommit. But as I say that, no! We go against S. Georgie. A fisticuffs brought down by Marky. Kelly S fighting on back. Chaos here by A-Main. But Georgie will finally find the last member of Sky Empire. Celebrate with a few crouches even. And Oasis take the lead back.
And isn't that the most Georgie thing ever, Dax? You found value. It's a 5v3, but let's secure this round right here, right now. Let's go at it. Incredible stuff. Once more from incredibly hot-handed players on the Oasis' side. And there's very, very difficult, there's a very difficult, I guess, explanation to be made about this team, or I guess argument, if anything, that are there really any team that can outduel these guys as a full 5-man roster? Probably not.
Yeah. Well, that's something we're going to answer towards the regular season. But so far, well, the Oasis success speaks for itself. Championship just yesterday. Basically represent the Philippines in national competition. Of course, some success also at the end of last year, making it all the way to some grand finals of LAN. And really this goes to show this Oasis roster prepared to go for quite a roller coaster ride. And here we go yet again. This time though, Sky Empire, they got the fast pass to get through A-Main. Not as chaotic this time around. And the lockdown is there too, but look at Wild Oreo. He still feels like he can fight with this. Tries to get towards dugout, towards secrets. To get away from the detain rages. Kelly S also pushing. You don't see him too often now leading the charge. And Georgie will just push him back. Oasis come in clutch and come in strong. And they will take the half 7-5.
You see how Georgie was barely out of the radius of that null command to throw in his hot hands, his molly, right in the proper position to isolate Kelly S, who was basically kind of conditioned in that case to have to push forward because he could not pull back, and Georgie anticipates it. Perfectly played. Georgie is just such a stellar talent, and his run-through from when he started early on as being known as the Baraka Jet, the teams he's gone through and where he is now, this looks like his home.
It's the reason why he's the one on main duelist here for Oasis Gaming. You look at this roster, who can play duelist? Savvy 8K, Marky, Wild Oreo. These guys have had a lot of history in the front line, but lo and behold, it's Georgie who has just honed the craft of being the best duelist that he can be. And this is something we've mentioned about him. While everyone else has decided to learn the flex, Georgie has decided to learn the duelist even more so. And there you have it now. 2 rounds the gap as Oasis took some heavy momentum near the tail end. But Sky Empire, of course, I feel like they're going to be a bit more comfortable now on the defense, as at least they can see where Oasis is coming from, if ever.
Well, if you're not the man who has practiced 1,000 punches one time, but who's practiced one punch 1,000 times, and that's exactly what he has proven to be here so effective at.
Marky though, at least finding you get to start things off, and while Oasis Gaming, this time a single execute is all they need. They don't need all those rotations, they just need to get the frags. But are you yet again? So so cheeky with the smokes. Even finds a second on the wall. The Oreo Kelly's is there for a reprieve. And the spike now smack dab in the middle, but Georgie still the one to watch out for. It's a 1v2 situation. Young Guns ready to fight yet again. Kelly is on one side, Georgie on the other. This is going to be a duel to the death while we have Disrupt on the flank, but eventually someone's going to get in the way of this tussle, and Kelly S will take advantage and take the round for Sky Empire.
Great recovery here from Sky Empire. Could have gone either way really that round, but the rat plays within the smoke, working out eventually in the end for the Sky Empire squad. Here now, though, this defense, we've seen them win both pistols. We see them win the round right after that, but can they continue that trend even further? Their bonuses have been a problem. Their anti-ecos, we know this team is pretty diligent to make sure they convert those, unless Oasis has got something up their sleeve.
Yeah, there's a lot of future-proofing right now that needs to be made, but I'm going to make this case here for Sky Empire. RU has to be one of the best controllers you can have at the start of a half, and case in point, catches out Savvy 8K. He was just so wily there with the smoke play towards that B main, and we saw it a while ago. He got a Cosmic Divide by the third round of the first half. He's 3 away now from doing the same thing again. Never mind, scratch that, 1 away from his ultimate, and there you go. The Cosmic Divide is ready for Sky Empire and is built on the bones of Oasis Gaming. A flawless hold to tie it up one more time.
Great work here coming from Sky Encore, rather Empire. Yeah, I keep on wanting to sing their encore, but they're just getting started, it seems. Really good stuff, and no Bulldog buys this time coming on around. I guess it's a bit more, it makes more sense to do it on the attack.
They know they're coming.
Yeah.
They know they're coming their ways. Like, might as well play SMG, but look, Nico, you gotta remember. You gotta remember, Encore, Empire, they're kind of the same word in all honesty. It
Really?
starts with an E, ends with an E.
Yeah.
You know, maybe are you that kind of person where you see something is like 1995 and you think it's 19 instead of 20 instead?
I guess. To me, it's more like when I think of Empire, I associate it with the old SB Empire squad.
Yeah,
So it hasn't locked in with me just yet. But Disrupt, it's a good shutdown. All things considered, they get space, the site, and the plant. So it works.
Yeah. Oasis gets the site. Sky Empire gets rid of the run it back. And here we go again. Time now ticking. Oasis Gaming getting prepared. Even back holes controlled by Savvy 8K. You can see is the usual plan to get a bit more of that radius. That line of sight towards main, but Cross and Divide, of course, will cut off those sight lines and force a close encounter instead of the Sky Empire kind. 2-for-1 trade, though. Sky Empire will take advantage now of the CQC. Look at them go. And this is why someone like RU is so important. At least to manipulate the battlefield. Draxto bumping into Disrupt. There you go. Peek, why don't you? As Sky Empire, they have run. Will they run out of time? No, they got this. 8-7 now. They win out the bonus, and this defense looking strong.
Yeah, great job there here done by Sky, making sure that, you know, they still have their full strength when they do go for that retake. Let the utility pass. Let Georgie come his way, and let them really find Nay at the end of it. Now they've taken the lead once more. This is a back-and-forth game, Dax, and I'm really impressed at how well and how quick the Sky Empire team has gelled considering the infancy of their conception.
Yeah, well, to be fair, these guys know each other.
Yeah.
Again, 3 of them played in the same team for a while. We know them in VCT, but I guess that is something to watch out for. Sometimes when you have veterans like this, chemistry just comes out clutch when they need to the most, and especially here at VCTPH. But Oasis, they are just looking for picks right now. Over towards the mid, there's just such a long maze made there by Disrupt as Eugene S has brought out the operator for the first time in this series. Oasis respecting that. Moving towards Art perhaps instead, trying to get a bit of that presence. Prowler though, catches out Disrupt, and Nano Swarm is the answer, and Wild Oreo, well, his cookie crumbles early on.
You know, funny thing is, arguably here in the second half, these are the sides that their compositions suggest they should be a bit favored on. Sky on defense and Oasis on the attack, so with Sky really performing quite well in the opening half, as Georgie lands a great shot and Rabbit trades that out, one has to wonder, how do they do now that they're on their potentially more preferred half in this case?
And you're seeing it here, just pulling back when they need to the most. Get into cover in time and try to make sure they have the range to utilize and to keep safe. So case in point, Sky Empire, well, That's another round to make a case for them to be one of the greats. 9-7 here.
You know, you're talking about, this pick, Sova, maybe being a bit of a comfort pick. And yeah, perhaps Rabbit has always shown an exemplary, case to be made for that Sova. But we also did see, as you said, in international scenes, kind of like, Paper Rex played in the champs. And it's been a pick that I think is kind of underrated here on Pearl, because almost everybody defaults to the Fade as being your main initiator, if not a Breach, right? And people expect it at this point, but you don't always expect the Hunter's Fury to come in. You don't always expect those recon bolts to be thrown out of the blue. And Oasis, they're finding the full effects of that. The information gathering here by Sky, so much more potent than what Oasis has got.
Yeah, it's just like that old school Sova pick on bind, basically. You still can find value anyway. Yes, it gets pretty clustered. Yes, of course, smokes can get in the way of the recon bolt, but Shock Darts and the Hunter's Fury, as you mentioned, very suppressing tools. We've seen it utilized, honestly, by Sky Empire to give them a chance in that first half. I remember that whole scuffle towards A main. If Rabbit didn't throw out that ultimate, it would have been Sky Empire immediately wiped out instead of the trades. And there you go. Well, Sky Empire looking pretty comfortable here on Pearl. I mentioned it a while ago before we started this game. Open qualifier success, 100%. Oasis on the other side, they haven't really won out on Pearl in recent history. And it begs the question, this composition looking very interesting, very suited for the Oasis brand. But does it actually work to give them the map win? Hasn't been the case so far.
Well, we're going to have to find out for ourselves, aren't we? Oasis, this is a round they absolutely have to win. They lose this. This is not going to be looking too good for them. You're approaching match point very soon with Sky here on the flank. They could trap him within their own spawn. Oasis, are they ready to repel this? Luckily, they do get the double going their way. Prowler almost getting the catch on the swing here. Both going for a trade. Either way, down to the 1v3. Eugene S, it's all on him.
Yeah, well, the Operator is not the right tool for the job here, and he's 2 away from the Blade Storm. I feel like for Sky Empire, a bit of a gamble to actually push out that deep. We've seen them just pull back, play defensively, and play it well, more on the passive stance. Aggression suits Oasis Gaming so much more. See it there that their talent is able to bring out the win. 8-9 as Oasis punishes Sky from crossing too many borders this time around.
Well, it's a great job done here by Oasis to shut down something they really weren't expecting to happen. You're playing passive, yes, but have the full 5-man roster show up at their door. I'm not sure that's what was in the game plan, but part of it is being able to adjust. And when you have a team like this, filled with such exemplary talent, you only expect some of the best to come out of this. Now, we talked about the Sova value, but that Fade, there's a reason why it is a preferred pick here on this map, and part of that is because, well, the ultimate here that Marky's got is such a great tool in clearing out so many of the really committed corners that you can see here, and that Prowler is no joke.
Yeah, agent roll call, basically. You got that Fade, you got that Prowler, you got everything you need. Haunts even. If you know the lineup, the rooftops here of Pearl can give you so much vision rather than anyone else's in the agent pool. But Oasis, to no surprise, playing towards Plaza. We've seen success for them, splitting up the forces of Sky Empire, making sure that someone like Disrupt or someone like Rabbit has to keep an eye out of the halls past the doorways. And immediately the gravity well is there. Utilities is clear. Disrupt though prepared for Georgie, and his first life now gone to the wayside. Kelly Esto ready for contact, gets one for his troubles before he's traded. Savvy 8K retrieving the spike, but look at Disrupt go! How many times have we seen subterfuge from the Killjoy? He does it yet again. Cheeky stuff from Sky Empire. Oasis did not see that coming, and well, Georgie is the only one left now.
He rats that out too, and Eugene S, he gets a catch on the Georgie, trying to go for the retreat, and this is the value of that Killjoy. Little do maybe could have been noticed, but he had the turret behind him, indicating that there's no one coming from connector, no one as well coming in behind or has pushed through the smoke already without him knowing, and that gives him the confidence to try and push in deeper and be able to maybe find a position like that to get a kill or two, and that he does. So you're really seeing the biggest difference here, I think, composition-wise, aside from obviously the duelists, is that passive information gathering, in which case Oasis have nothing in that regard.
Well, Oasis, their only answer really is just to clear things out as much as possible. But then again, you mentioned it, the presence has already been verified. And Eugene S, trying to play the off, brings it out and just finds the face of Savvy 8K, smothering it to the ground. Still though, press comes from Wild Oreo. Rabbit doesn't care, peeks Riley and finds Marky along the way. Sky Empire feeling now the momentum in their favor. Ill-timed though by Eugene S to scope out rather. Oasis given a chance now to creep in closer. But we have to watch the flank here, black and blue. We've seen this before. We might see it again, this time for Sky's favor.
Yeah, this could really work on out here. I mean, there's not much of a chance now for Oasis. Blind, dead, and that they would dread. 8-11. Sky Encore, a single round away from taking match point here.
Getting closer and closer. And the woes of Oasis on Pearl honestly continue. Yes, they've had success over the past few days.
24
in
hours.
National team tournaments. Yes, 24 hours. But if you have been watching the Philippine scene, these guys faced off against NAOS Esports just yesterday. And they lost on Pearl, in all honesty. And Sky Empire, they're feeling that momentum from the open qualifiers, something we've said time and time again. And they've also been watching that. They were in the same tournament, so they're like, guys, they lost Pearl? Maybe they'll lose it yet again. And Eugene S, he doesn't lose the operator whatsoever. Another chance and another shot to hit Savvy 8K before the round even goes green. Immediately, it's an advantage here for the defense.
And not only that, not only do they have very recent information on how Oasis would want to play, but they also themselves are a great Pearl team. We've seen them since their inception as the Power Rangers be quite effective on Pearl. One would argue it might even be their best map, aside from Haven so far, at least in this past month. So, great stuff already shown here by Sky Empire, and there's a reason why, Dax, that when you look at the open qualifier teams, this is the team that stands out the most to potentially make it very, very deep.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. They're the familiar faces. But the Cosmic Divide now online and ready to go. Oasis yet again forcing CQC with this giant wall. It's Kelly Yes who finds Marky. Art now going to be contested, and on to the links we go. Georgie though fighting on back. Kelly Yes finds Wild Oreo bringing out the nade in a gunfight, and the run it back now is the answer here for Georgie. Look at him go. There's no command now to the floor, and Georgie, oh my god! He's gone wild and he's gotten the ace! 9-11 as Oasis will fight back!
Well, let's run that back, Dax. What a round! What a play, and what a player, man. Georgie, big-time players making darn big-time plays in the opening day, the opening game of the opening stage of the air. Incredible stuff. Georgie with an ace to cap off the round, to keep them alive. 9-11. Call the cops, because Georgie just pulled off a crime.
Bro, they just swarmed. That's a big blunder, unfortunately. For Sky Empire, they swarmed the other side of dugout, basically. They swarmed the site, trying to clear out the corner, and Georgie's like, oh, for me? One transfer, and we are done with the round there. It's always been a possibility. We've always seen that run it back get at least 2 kills in these rounds. But now, for now, that was just the ace to bring Oasis back to the fold, and this is perfect for Oasis Gaming because now they feel that this is winnable. The Gravity Well to protect Marky even apparently just uses that to crouch on down, but RU doesn't care. He's still ready to hold on the other side of Art. Eventually, Oasis will find RU trying to retreat towards that ace site where Drax is waiting, and in the chaos thrives the Oasis. This is their paradise and this is their site now. It's all up to Rabbit in the 1v2.
This is starting to feel like a huge momentum shift here, Dax, for the Oasis's favor. Rabbit in the 1v2 though, all is not lost just yet, but when it's Drax, they're at the ready to support his teammate. Marky's safe, no problems, no woes to be found. Oasis Gaming, they cut the lead down to a single round, and the confidence, it's soothing, it's seething, it's dripping at the teeth, and they're looking pretty proud at it too.
You can feel the hype, you can feel it for Oasis and Sky Empire. Decent effort. I'd give it to Rabbit. That Hunter's Fury was chef's kiss, but unfortunately it wasn't the main course. Instead, service up for Oasis. Now they're ready to go again. And this buy looking perilous for Sky Empire. They bring out the operator one more time. They do expect it though from Oasis. And the flash comes over the wall from Wild Oreo to give Savvy 8K a chance to come in close.
The question is the op the right choice? Sometimes, even if you can afford it, it might be better to have your duelist, to have your jet, pull out the rifle instead and have a bit more fighting capacity in terms of a brawl. But that op obviously is going to be a big hurdle here for Oasis to climb still. They rotate him off to the B site, but little do they know, Oasis, they're looking to recommit here towards A. They maybe have a good read on what to do.
Oasis already getting close to main just because of that first contact, and especially the operator transferring towards B. The Nightfall gonna be the answer. Are you though? The spray is perfect, and Savvy 8K yet again the first casualty to the round. Oasis though, they still need to push forward. They're already committed to Nightfall. They need to go in deeper. Killjoy ultimate though, the lockdown protected well by Disrupt as well as Kelly S. And now they push towards the side to try and clear things out here by Secret. It's gonna be Oasis, but of course the Secret is out. They are found, they are spotted, and Marky's the only one left to try and fight back. The flash comes though, and the Sky Empire protecting the land and protecting each other. No momentum swings, they say. They stay alive as a unit.
Great timing here for Sky Empire. You see how they placed that lockdown before the plant even went down, but late enough to know that Oasis were going to commit. That is just incredible intuition here coming from Sky Empire. One that can only be found with experience, such as the likes that they have. So great stuff being shown here by Sky Empire still. And even with the momentum, you can feel it shifting towards Oasis. They bring the op, force it, rather fake it, to rotate towards the B site. No problems had here for Sky Empire as they find a way to stop the momentum and stop the bleeding as well. They're now at match point.
There's just so many voices of reasons right now for the Sky Empire roster. Veterans like Aryu, Disrupt, Rabbits. These guys have made, well, their stances heard time and time again on the teams that they have led. And from what I know also, it's a different leader right now for Sky Empire. If our sources are correct, it's Kelly S on that IGL as well. That's why he's not on that duelist role. I'm not too sure if that's true or not, but you can see it here. They've shifted accordingly, and they're being rewarded by putting themselves on map point right now here, Black and Blue.
Well, if that's true, it makes sense. We're commonly used to seeing Rabbit being, in that shot calling position whenever he's on a team, especially as a Sova, but Kelly S, he is very experienced as a player, and Eugene S can definitely be capable of making sure this op is going to be quite effective. They burn the gravity well early on. All he's got is a Bucky to try and push on in. He's got the fingers as well to try and open up this site, but Drax on the flank, he gets a catch. He does almost get catched himself though. Disrupt in the 1v1. They're in a duel right now. Either side, they have to win this. Disrupt finally gets a kill.
And while all that was happening towards the plaza, it's already A side taken by Oasis. Here we go again with Secret being taken. Fortunately, they're in franchise, but the Owl Drone now spotted out by Savage and Wild Oreo. Sky Empire, they know though that contact is close. Throws out the flash over the wall, out into the skies. At least a little bit vision blockaded here by Oasis, but Georgie caught out by Disrupt at the right time. Rabbito will fall, and it's Marky now stepping up to the plate. Here in Dugato, he's dug his own grave, and Disrupt comes in clutch again, comes in close, and it will be Sky Empire to take the first map in the first series of VCTPH. 13-10. What a hold by Sky Empire again.
And what a map, a case in point that even a team like this, very, very new in their inception, can be so formidable when backed by veterans of the scene. Sky Empire take map number 1, their own map pick on Pearl, which is a map we have seen, to be fair, Oasis be mortal at, and them be very exemplary at playing. Look at that new boot camp as well. It's certainly looking like a buff.
Yeah, they're ready to go as a unit. This is their land, this is their home, and Pearl, of course, gonna be hometown here for Sky Empire. So big shoutouts to the Filipino side there on the opposite end, and here we are, we're back. This is you, this is me, that's Black and Blue. But what a game we just witnessed there between Sky Empire as well as Oasis Gaming. In all honesty though, it was Sky Empire's pick, and to no surprise, that defense just held together like super glue. Disrupt, man, time and time again, playing to his namesake. Every single time you think you are safe, nope, Disrupt is there ready to shoot you down.
Yeah, making sure that everything is, under wraps, making sure that there is always something for Oasis to be looking over their shoulder, to be checking on out, and especially knowing that they don't have a Sentinel, as we talked about, coming into this composition. No passive information gathering, which means no traps, no Cypher, no Killjoy, no Chamber, no nothing. They're always going to have to be aware of where Disrupt is, and he made sure that he absolutely abused the fact that they had no traps.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming is usually a full send, but unfortunately, there's just no recipient there on the opposite end. You can see time and time again, yes, Georgie would have the heroics, but it's Sky Empire who would make sure that they'd have the advantage. I keep keeping an eye out on those first kills, and when Sky Empire catches out Savvy 8K early on, unfortunately for Oasis, they don't actually get to use the space that the Neon makes to their advantage. There are times, sure, that if they can protect Savvy, that's at least one part of the map that they can take, but they lost the Duelist so early on for free, and I think that's a big reason why Sky was just so confident in that second half, because they knew that they could just keep getting picks away from Oasis without answering back.
And really, that's the biggest point, right? Making sure that things go unanswered are punished heftily. Now Oasis still, though, great showing from them throughout this opening map. And Georgie's just such an exemplary talent, but it's not the most, I guess, consistent way to continuously win rounds like that. Even if it's exhilarating, exciting, yes, comes down to star power sometimes, and that can't be, not against a team, playing as a team like they are here. Still, though, one cannot doubt the veterancy of either squad, and one cannot ever doubt how effective Georgie can be as a duelist. But they're going to need a bit more of what we know this Oasis core to be, especially coming at the end of last year, to be a team that plays as a team, and that's what we're going to need to have going into map number 2.
To show, though, the discipline of Sky Empire is coming out in spades here. There are questions, of course, between their chemistry. There are questions of how flexible their roster can be down the line. But one thing they have is experience playing with and against one another in the highest echelons of not just VALORANT, in all honesty, but also previous titles. And case in point, names already in VCT 2021, 2022, welcome back under a new banner here in 2023. What I'd honestly say here, Black and Blue, what better way to start their regular season off with this first map win, and especially if they can take down Oasis in the series overall.
Yeah, and we're going over to map number 2 here, Icebox. To be fair, a map we haven't seen from this new iteration of Oasis with Georgie in it. We saw some kind of shades of it without Georgie in the past during, like December, another tournament, but how does that really compare, especially in this case when you know that this now, Empire squad have just been so consistent in almost any map they play. Icebox a bit more mortal, yes, but curious to see how their Icebox pans on out, because historically, never been such a great map here for Oasis. Disrupt, he is delivering the win here with Grab Unlimited. Such an incredible player in map number 1.
He did so well, it made me hungry, in all honesty. And
same.
It was just a perfect ending for Sky Empire. All in all, it's exactly what Disrupt does and what he does best. Just gets in the way in the most opportunistic angles, and it's really made by the rest of Sky Empire. This Killjoy can't really get in without the intel that the likes of Rabbit and Kelly S are able to gather, and case in points, just the ending there for Sky Empire, just a cherry on top, truly, in the Pearl, with the meal that they made here in Pearl. So good stuff from Sky Empire all around. It's still Oasis Gaming, though, shouldn't be faltering. There's still more to come, and their map pick is up next. But all in all, it's already a good start here, my friend. This is just the first series on the first day of the first week of the regular season. It's still January. We are going all the way till next month. So you guys can already expect some of the best games here from PH scene so far here at VCTPH.
No, definitely so. I can't just be too excited to see what else is going to happen. Our regular season's a bit longer this time around, Dax, so we're going to see a lot more action, a lot more weekends to be played on out, and I'm just wondering who can make that playoffs in the end, because these teams are already just so incredible. Early on, day number 1, game number 1, what a game to start off this incredible split, Dax.
I'm pretty hyped on, in all honesty. We get the scrap, sure, we get the tactics also, and already from Oasis and Sky Empire, you can see that you're getting every little bit of what makes Valorant, and especially Philippine Valorant, as great as possible. But up next, that's gonna be Icebox, and it'll be pretty interesting to see how we're gonna be going about this. Will we get some more creativity from Oasis Gaming? Will we get something a little bit more standard for Sky Empire? Will it be the other way? And whose legacy will be able to move on? And of course, third map, Haven. That's gonna be fun also if we make it there, because Sky Empire has had some great success on it. Oasis historically has been one of the best teams of Haven also when they got back in their footing. So it really just goes to show this best of 3 is something you cannot miss. So for now though, we'll take a break, give the players a bit of a chance to rest, and when we return, it will be that second map, Dax in Black and Blue, here for you at VCTPH. We'll see you guys in just a bit. It's all fun and games until someone gets a tan, but welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our second map in our first series, Oasis Gaming versus Sky Empire, and the Sky Empire with a 1-0 lead as they took Pearl. I don't know, man, my complexion's been a little bit dim lately, but the future is bright for Philippine esports. You're looking pretty bright as well, my friend, that's for sure. There's the yin-yang connection we got right now, but all in all, we are in for an amazing series, and I can't wait to see what we're gonna get on Icebox next.
I mean, with our map number 1 delivering the hype and just incredible Valorant that we already just saw, one could expect an even more touted series here moving on forward. Icebox, a very curious map, I think, for Oasis to pick. One of the most intriguing to me for them to go with. not necessarily historically their best map, especially for their core, and we've also never seen them play this as of recent, so we don't know what to expect. Sky Empire probably don't even know what much to expect, and we have seen some woes on this map happen sometimes, where moments, rounds where they almost were assuredly to win, thrown on over by the opposition. So Oasis Gaming, to put things on the line here, map number 2, their own pick on Icebox. It's a very intriguing thought on why they chose this.
Do you want the spoilers or do we wait for Agent Select?
I mean, we can look at it right now.
Well, I
That's
got
what
the
you wanna
data.
do?
I got the data for you here, my friend. In all honesty, Oasis and Sky Empire have played this in recent history. Sky Empire, of course, playing a bit more on the standard side of things, what you usually expect on Icebox. But Oasis Gaming, they've been very creative with 4 coaches.
They have never
And
played this with Georgie.
They have. They played yesterday.
Yesterday, you're right. Not
Yes.
officially. That doesn't count.
Look, sometimes I get the info from things that aren't VCT. Sometimes I get the info by showing up at the bootcamp and saying, "Hey guys, what you doing? Oh, that's a nice composition. Let me take down notes for that." But I wouldn't be too surprised to see Oasis Gaming run a double duelist setup yet again, because we mentioned it a while ago in the first map, right? This roster is full of talented duelist players that have learned to adapt throughout their careers into other roles, but there's still gonna be that same kind of mindset, the same kind of synergy, and I wouldn't be surprised to see something between Georgie and Savvy 8K yet again coming into the second map. If Sky Empire is able to replicate the same kind of, I'd say, style that they brought out in Pearl a while ago, the same kind of resistance, especially when they knew when to pull back, when to actually push and fight Oasis, then Sky Empire is in for a good show. But on the other side, if they're not prepared for this, Oasis this time might be able to cause the chaos that they wanted to do in the first map.
Well, seemingly, as I have once again very recent information on how to play it, then Dax, well, my opinion changes. Maybe, just maybe, Sky Empire do have a much better chance now of potentially winning this, knowing that they know what to expect. And Icebox, now that I think about it, yeah, they did win this yesterday anyways against that NAOS squad, a very formidable squad, although also new in its inception. Yet, Oasis looked pretty exemplary on their Icebox yesterday, now that I think about it once more. And looking at how map number 1 started out for them, sometimes we do see kind of this woe from Oasis where they do start slow, kind of build upon things later on throughout the series, and hopefully for their sake, especially knowing that they're one of the powerhouse teams we have here in this stage, that they can build upon what was working during map number 1 and what wasn't. And, having maybe a Sentinel composition, that wouldn't hurt either.
Now, we'll see what's new here. But of course, guys, let's not forget to give thanks to our incredible sponsors so far. We got Grab Unlimited, who's been helping us out all throughout the VCT stands. And you can celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. And I'm not gonna mince words here. I might have ordered something in between these games, thanks to Grand Unlimited. So subscribe now. Thank you to everyone who's supporting VCTPH so far. But back on topic here, man. I'm gonna say it outright. I'm expecting something that isn't usual here for Oasis. I wouldn't be surprised to see a Phoenix and a Reyna, in all honesty, moving forward. And we've seen how successful a Phoenix has been in the hands of Georgie. Will be the same case as we move into Icebox, and especially the Agent Select that will be broadcasting to you right now. So there you have it. Oasis, I believe, will be on the one side. You got Sky Empire on the other. And, well, I'm already seeing a bit of a spoiler here, my friend. On the right-hand side, I see a Phoenix and a Reyna. I do wonder, though, if that's labeled appropriately, because it's Georgie bringing out that signature Reyna after everything is said and done.
Well, it's Savvy this time, swapping on over to the Phoenix, so still the double duelist. They keep the Killjoy on, well, Nexi this case, and that's kind of been the meta so far here on Icebox with all the changes to Chamber. Reyna as well on Eugene S. Practically a mirror composition, actually, on both sides. It really is. Question is, who can perform the best with this? They forgo the Jet, which has typically been the favored duelist to entry in this case, and go with that Phoenix. I'm curious to see how it happens and how it works. Dax, we got Kelly S back in the duelist.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised by this because last time I saw them play Icebox, they ran something standard. They put Kelly S on that Sage, they had Eugene S on the usual Jet, and it was pretty much the expected Icebox composition of having Sova, Viper, and Killjoy together. But if they're gonna answer Oasis with the same kind of comp, with the same kind of double duelist, well, that's not just research. It's like, hey, can I have a little inspiration of what you guys did? And let's see. Let's maybe do even better here as we're getting ready into the game. But I gotta hear your thoughts here, Nico. What do you think about running Phoenix and Reyna together on a map like Icebox? Because, well, how do you even make this Phoenix work in the first place?
I think it could be quite effective. That Phoenix could be a big tool, especially for dismantling a lot of the very tight corners that Icebox can sometimes provide, like when you're trying to take Maze, and a lot of people are used to only having to deal with a Lear, a single flash on the team. If they don't have a Reyna, they might have a KO, and that's all teams are kind of used to at this point. You've got pretty similar kind of players as well playing those roles. You got Eugene S, the young gun, same with Xavier K on the opposing side for Oasis, and then on the Reyna, you got Georgie, and on the opposing side, you got Kelly S, another young gun, but with a bit more experience in the international scene. So there's a lot going in here. The question remains, can you out-duelist one of the most potent duelists that we have in the game right now in Georgie?
Dude, I'm excited for this matchup immensely. You got Kelly S versus Georgie. You got Savvy 8K versus Eugene S. This is gonna be spicy right now. And we do get confirmation. It is a mirror moving forward. But before we get started, I think one thing we have to mention right now, Draxy's out. It's Nexi in. Wild Oreo, of course, has a lot of experience playing that Viper for Oasis for such a long time. No surprise he slots in there. And maybe that Sentinel here for Oasis can help them out in a pinch as we get immediately started towards A sites.
Well, here we go. Map number 2 of the first opening series of the year. Eugene S taking damage early, and he's been taken out. Actually, the barracks giving us away. Georgie finds the Reyna matchup going his favor.
A bit of a spoiler there, but now we do see the setup of the spike. A site taken, no stages aboard, so you're not going to be expecting barrier orbs or whatnot. Instead, full contact expected here between Sky Empire as well as Oasis Gaming. Raptor still for Rabbit as he stays on the second floor, but Oasis already such a good position past the pipes there in the first place. Marky lobbing a shock dart. Are you already on defuse duty? He's halfway done, and he's going to get all the way there as Sky Empire under the noses of Oasis Gaming. They take the round away from them despite getting slain on the site.
Yeah, no Sage barrier needed. All he had to do was be a bit off position on that defuse, and he got the job done. Great work here coming in from Sky Empire. Oasis, they start off the round with a pick, but they end themselves finding it not going their way instead. So Sky Empire, even though they don't get at least the gunfights going their way early on, it's the closing out part that does go in their way, and that's the important factor. So Oasis on the attacking side, you need to start converting rounds soon, especially after this.
Yeah, a bit of sloppy there from Oasis. That time, they honestly won the pistol, but they lost because of the objective itself. So, basically perfect first rounds here so far for Sky Empire. Do pick up the Bulldog yet again for Eugene S. Spectres, they realize that Oasis loves to play close, and they're just happy to use that faster fire rate in a pinch. Speaking of, though, Eugene S already catching out Savvy 8K. Georgie also going to be the next victim here of the Reyna. And just some, I'd say some stable Valorant right now from Sky Empire. Yet again, discipline as, oh, are you? Just getting cover in time.
There's been some tasty Valorant for sure.
What kind of recipe is it?
I don't know, I'll check Grab.
Yeah, I was waiting for the ingredients, you know, a dash of Nexi, a little bit of Wild Oreo coming in. And speaking of the first ingredient, and the first frag for Oasis Gaming comes in for Nexi. But unfortunately, his list ends there. Kelly S will find him back. Are you now in a bit of trouble here by Snowman? Marky, who does get the takedown. Eugene S though rampaging with 3. And Sky Empire will get now the second round. Only problem though is they lost 3 members there, Black and Blue, so not the worst round for Oasis whatsoever.
Well, great job done here by Sky Empire, I guess. Good. at most, but it's more pat on the back, if anything, for Oasis, because, as you said, they get 3 players down, they get the spike planted, give them so much more value on this bonus, a lot less potential for them to be one-on, knowing that they're going to not have as many weapons, really, to be brought in.
Oh, Oasis, they realize, though, that they can actually navigate a bit more than they'd expect in the past 2 rounds. First round, A site was all theirs, and they just lost to the objective. That second round, they got pretty deep towards B, and I wouldn't be surprised to see now Oasis have that confidence as they have their buys here. Sky, though, backing on the way. It's not even the big investment whatsoever. You got Ghost, you got a class really in the hands of Disrupt, and they're basically a distraction for Kelly S to try and do some damage from Yellow. Georgie here, prepared though to try and play the entry. Oasis is looking for the timing. Sky Empire on the other side rotating. Georgie though with the first, Marky with the second, and B site now ripe for Oasis taking.
Great entries here from Oasis. Pretty clean so far. Nothing to be given up just yet. Sky not finding anything going their way. The layer going to be too difficult. Georgie just gets back up to speed. That's exactly what you expect from a player like him. So Eugene S all in his lonesome. Trying to find if there's a flanker here. There's a flank watch. He gives himself away. It should be a free kill from Nexi. That does. So, all things considered, clean round from Oasis. The type of round that they need to get back into the game.
Yeah, caught in the act right there. Small apologies though for a little bit of the advance on the overlay. But beyond that, Oasis Gaming, now they're ready to rampage with Georgie having the Empress. And look, Black Blue, this game will be decided by frags. Let's be real. You run double duelists, it's which of these 2 arenas ready with their ult will do better. It's time for the slap fight. It's time for the rumble in Icebox. And get ready with the fisticuffs yet again. There you go, Georgie and Eugene S having the face-off that they needed. The scan comes in, and Oasis Gaming able to dissuade Sky Empire from overcommitting there. Oasis now on the retreat, but that was just a taste of what's to come this round.
You know, Dax, if the double duelist composition was something like a Neon and a Raze, or a Yoru and a Neon, or something like that, then maybe one could argue this isn't about kills, but you pick 2 duelists who are all about getting those frags, and you see it opening up here. Eugene S, he gets a kill on the Xavier K, quick trade out, doesn't let it go unanswered. They make sure that they get control immediately. They're going for that default plant once more. They had topside control, they're receding it though. Eugene S, low HP, but if he gets a single kill, he's gonna get back up to speed for this retake.
Both Empresses already crowned, but only one can rule this kingdom. And here comes Georgie now with the takedown. Eugene is desperate to find his adversity, but to no avail. A ghost of a chance as that dismiss puts him in the right position. And his Oasis Gaming now with another round, courtesy of Georgie. 3 for him, and he's the one true Reina to rule them all.
I mean, as I said, Dax, coming into this game, how do you out-duelist the man who has been almost primed to be the master of dueling in this case? He has just been such a talent that we've seen from the very beginning, from year one. You could tell there was something special about this man. And whatever maybe kind of discipline woes he might have had on other teams, it seems like he's kind of finally progressed further than that, refined his game more importantly, and now is always just so on point, and more importantly, so consistent in making sure he's always potent.
Yeah, his gameplay has matured, in all honesty. Being a journeyman that he is. He joined that SPU roster before it completely folded. Condolences to you, by the way. And gave them a championship, basically. But now, Savvy 8K, that running back gets nothing. Eugene S also big surprise over at the Wild Oreo and Oasis Gaming. Oh, Georgie! Oh, he's G to G. He's ready again. And it's 4 already. Oh my Georgie, he's not done.
Is this Valorant? Or is this Farming Simulator? Because Georgie is just completely sowing all he's planted all that time. Blood, sweat, and tears. Time in the practice room paying off because this dude, he is the Aim Labs master himself, it seems. Not missing a single shot so far. Incredible stuff. Yes, it was against an eco, but you can already see those type of rounds, they give a man like him confidence like no other.
He's hot. He's hot right now. And, well, maybe perhaps Forge by the Beach, the Boracay Jet, or in this case, the Boracay Arena, ready to go yet again for the Oasis Gaming banner this time. This is Orb Control also. I'm liking this a lot from Oasis. They have the confidence to just keep feeding Savvy 8K that B side orb as much as possible. Nexi though dealing with Kelly S, and this is just what Oasis wants to do. One on the flank or one on the other sides. The other four just pushing as heavy-handed as possible. The Hunter's Fury also the answer here for Oasis. And B side now gonna be theirs. RU tries to be cheeky. Savvy 8K will find him in mid-flights. It's Rabbit who does find Georgie though. But so many angles here towards B.
At what point does Sky Esports, adjust? Sky Empire, if they're not looking to win this round potentially, I'm going to expect them to call a timeout right after this. Eugene S finally wins a duel there, especially against Savvy, which gives them a fighting chance. 3v2. Not much utility, though, to help their case on out, as neither side have a Sage. This defuse is going to have to come completely naked. They maybe have a Lear to throw out, but that's about on it. Marky finds a quick tap on the Eugene S. It's now all a disrupt, and whatever plans they might have, that's going to stick true, because Oasis, they get the 4th round.
That's some style points from Marky. That was so smooth with the strafe tap, basically. But beyond that, you mentioned it, Oasis will take another round, and Nexi, oh, that was close for Disrupt. At least he's able to run away with his life and the rifle. And while Dario can't catch him in time, this is just the heavy-handed approach that we expect from Oasis Gaming, and we're getting it here. All in all, the game plan looks really sound for Oasis right now. They get one orb, and they basically give up the other, knowing the fact that Sky Empire wants to feed it to their Phoenix or whoever wants to get an ultimate. They still have Nexi in position, and while that happens, it's just Georgie opening it up anyway with everyone else. So, lo and behold, left and right, it's Oasis with control.
Well, we also see them play a lot of these positions which are very, very potent to being exposed by a flash, especially by a Phoenix or a Lear in this case. Like we saw there, the cross from RU caught off guard. Sometimes you need to play that extra corner behind when you know you got a double flash composition on the opposing side. Great anticipation to place that Nanoswarm. That's a adjustment here being shown by Sky Empire, knowing that they like to take that second floor nest. They place one to force him off of it. The Hunter's Fury finds another kill as well, and here comes in the retreat.
Who needs the gunfight when you can play long-range artillery? And Georgie's down to well executed on the defense by Sky Empire. It's all up to Nexi now. Finds Disrupt. Also fends off Kelly S, putting him back to the other side. But it doesn't matter because Eugene S has the Stinger, has the range, and is able to come in close to get that takedown. I just want to point out how they punished Wild Oreo so immensely. He didn't stand a chance whatsoever between the snake bite and that shock dart coming his way.
Yeah, they just had every tool that they had at the ready pretty much here. They knew that there was a trap to be set on up. Wild Oreo completely flushed out. That is practice. That is pristine. As you said, it was calculated too. They know the fact that they like taking the top site control. They had the Nanoswarm there now specifically to deny it. And they also knew that Oasis, they've been planning default. We can dismantle that. We can destroy that with the utility we've got. Plus a Hunter's Fury to top it off.
We've seen this before on Pearl. We're seeing yet again the momentum shifting now onto the wayside. As I say that, well, Oasis, they get that first kill onto Eugene S. A second one, Rabbits is gone! Erased from existence! But Kelly S still ready to fight back. At the moment's notice, over though onto the A site, Disrupt and Georgie having a bit of parkour action here. But Georgie had the high ground and had the advantage to open up the site at the very end. Kelly S, he tried at least to anticipate the mid push, but instead, we did have the A commit by Savvy 8K 2v1. All up to Kelly S now.
Spike planted.
Well, still doable, especially with a talent that is Kelly S. No run it back to utilize, unlike Savvy. No flash even. All he's got is a hot hands. Won't even come into effect. No, it won't. Savvy AK shuts down the round, and Oasis, they swing right back after getting hit.
Oasis Gaming, if they get this entry working, then they are good to go. It feels like for Sky Empire, there is a bit of an impasse right now here, Black and Blue. Do they actually just cede the site and stay away from the sightlines of Georgie and Savvy 8K? Or do they fight since they have the mirror matchup? You can make a case here because especially I loved how Disrupt was able to navigate around that A site. He was able to find those isolated duels. It worked well a while ago on Pearl. Might work the same way here on Icebox. But Oasis, the map control, immense all throughout the round. And we're seeing it here yet again. But Eugene S, nice crossfire, built together with Kelly S. Nexi, though, at least the rock here for Oasis. And then Eugene S, this time around, he has a 3K of his own. Nexi, though, a triple kill too. Who can get the highlights really here between Oasis and Sky? We'll find out as the Viper Spit will give them a break for now.
Oh, wrong drop. I think he meant to drop the spike in that case. Nexi catches out Disrupt instead. Nexi being the glue, the silent superstar that we've come to know in these past years. He's another player who likes to hide within whatever may give him cover. In this case, he's using that toxic cloud to really rat their way out of this round, which could have been deadly. They drop it, which is a really good case, actually a really good decision here, because we've seen that be a liability many times here on this Icebox B-side plant.
I bet, oh, he can't find it. And Nexi instead will find the ace along the way. Pick that up. Oh, so smooth. Oh, so sexy. That's Nexi for you.
Great job here done by Nexi. An ace. He gets one for himself. Not the only Oasis player now be able to get an ace in this game. Georgie, the first. Now you got Nexi. So, great job done. When you look at this roster from Oasis, that's exactly what they've got in spades. Stack superstars who can come up big and really make something happen. And Nexi, we've been touting him as one of the, if not maybe potentially the best Sentinel in the Philippines, from the Philippines. That's a big, big title to hold.
Yeah, just a good adjustment from Oasis. They don't need Nexi on the flank. Instead, be that second gunner. If you lose Georgie and Savvy 8K early, you have someone as reliable as Nexi right there with a quick refrag. But this is now going to be the close encounters of the Sky Empire side. The run back, though, brought out by Savvy 8K and RU, already shot in the back, spine broken, and his life forfeit. Savvy 8K, though, second life, second kill. Oasis now over B site again.
Yeah, 3v5, going to be difficult. Eugene S, he's got the Empress online if he wants to utilize it. They do have the lockdown as well. Could he get a catch? They know where he is. Rabbit finds one. Could not get a kill before dismissing on out. And now Disrupt. Oh, he lands a shot still. 1v2. Marky incredibly low. Has a lockdown, but I don't think it's the time to commit it. Not just yet. He has to do this the old-fashioned way. They have a crossfire. One on the snow, one towards yellow.
They're buying space for Marky, especially that Hunter's Fury going to be the answer if ever. Lockdown, though, is the call. And this has to be a game of cat and mouse. Try and listen to that audio cue here for Oasis Gaming. A single shot to the Hunter's Fury will do him in. The Now Swarm, though, is the stall. The detein's not going to reach anyone. And while Marky's there on the other side, building a snowman and building another round for Oasis.
Oh, that's a problem right there. Now they lose such a high-impact ultimate for a realistically losing round. I get it. He's feeling it. This is the moment that you need a voice of reason to tell you, hey, it's not the time to use that. Let's keep it at bay and save it for another round. They could have maybe used it to win the final round of this. And as I said, they had to do it the old-fashioned way. This is something I see a lot of players get by mistake. They use an ultimate as a band-aid instead of as a more of a, I guess, confirmation of a one round.
Yeah, unfortunately, a little too desperate there for Sky Empire. And Oasis Gaming now. We've seen this before. Momentum in their favor. It's time to keep stacking these rounds. We need to see here from Sky Empire the order, the calmness that we had a while ago on Pearl if they want to bring it back. But unfortunately for Eugene S, he's already down for the count. Waldorio finds him there. The lockdown buying space here for Oasis Gaming. The lineups, they're not going to be able to catch Waldorio this time around. Lear for cover. And yet again, Oasis now moving away. But, oh! The roller coaster ride is back here, black and blue. It's Georgie already at the forefront.
Oh yeah, you know he wants to take this, and Sky Empire, they're surely taking their time. Not really too steadfast to try and get the round over with. Georgie, he wants to stay within this. He wants to take this fight. He can dismiss out any time if he so chooses so, and they line up for him easily anyways. Feeds Georgie the third. Things just going Oasis's way once more. Great round on the anti-eco, 8-3, and who knows, maybe if they had the lockdown, Dax, something could have been different.
Maybe they had the lockdown, it could have been different. Maybe if it wasn't a mirror matchup, might have been better for Sky Empire. That's the case that Oasis is trying to say so far. But I wouldn't be surprised to see some more success there from Sky Empire on the second half. It just feels like that this is a lot of pressure being applied on the defense, and the economy is falling the same way for Sky Empire. But later on, you gotta trust what Kelly S and Eugene S has in spades for us. There's always that possibility for him to pop off a quiet game so far, actually, from Kelly and RU. And yet again, another fatality for the Phoenix. Eugene S, though, at least answers back. The crossfire has been slightly successful here for Sky Empire, at least to try and make those trades happen, but Oasis is not done. Georgie has no fear and wants to push. The timing is perfect between the Hunter's Fury and the Reyna's Peak. It becomes 3v3 after everything is said and done, though.
Well, job pretty well done so far by Sky Empire, and you notice how pretty much all of the rounds that they've won so far are when they use utility to its fullest. They are very incredible in taking duels, but not better perhaps than Oasis, because that's what Oasis wants. They want these raw duels, and Nexi, he wins them every time. It's all on RU now in a difficult spot here for another B-site retake on his shoulders this time.
RU, what can he even do as of this moment? Oasis active on the map control over and over again, going as deep and as far as they can get. Over into that B side, take Snowman, take Kitchen, go all the way, and while RU, while he navigates into what will be familiar territory into the second half, he's already spotted by the Shock Dart and by the Sova. Not really the best options here. Tries to play against second floor, but well, Nexi's there, and it's 9-3 now as Oasis Gaming will command the first half.
And this is kind of what I was dreadfully expecting. If you're a Sky Empire fan, you see this mirror matchup from that agent select, and you already kind of know that this doesn't look too well for that Sky Empire. They are by far a great team when it comes to utilizing, you know, chemistry and especially a lot of your utility together as a whole, but when you have a composition like this, it's all about taking those fights, and that is what Oasis are exemplary at. You can't outduel a team made of star-studded names from front to back, and I'm just curious to see if Sky can utilize what little the utility they've brought into this game into a bit more of a, I guess, exemplary fact, but at least now they're in the attacking side where the double duelist should be a bit more favored.
Yeah, well, just seems like now that for Sky Empire, this pistol round is something that they can be hopeful for. They haven't lost a pistol round as of yet in all technicalities, and we'll see now if their execute can go the same way and give them momentum. Kelly S starts things off with a curveball there. Eugene Nesto finding Nexi towards Yellow Wild. Oreo is able to at least recompense and through those walls finds a pickoff of his own. Makes it 4v4. Scan comes in, I believe, towards the back of the site. And it's Georgie now who finds to Oasis Gaming. This time swinging left and right to get the takedowns. They felt like that pistol a while ago was stolen from them, but Rabbit will steal a life of Georgie. That's all he gets though, because Wild Oreo is there to make the trade and to make it a 3K. 10-3, finally Oasis with a pistol win. But of course, they're just feeling so confident right now in this map here.
And it starts once more there with Georgie getting the catch on Eugene S, who tried to push towards the back site. The 4v4 gives up the advantage potentially in the post plant, and now everything just collapses after that. So Sky Empire, difficult spot for them to be in. Luckily for them, they have the series advantage, a map, but this trend continues, Dax. I think we're going into map number 3. I think Haven is where we're going to end.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised at this rate unless we get the heroics here from Sky Empire. Eugene S was able to keep up with Georgie near the start of the first half, but tapered off by the end of it. Someone needs to give here for Sky Empire, and well, they are looking to go towards that B site this time around. A few shares for a small investment, but Oasis Gaming, they're prepared by pretty much their best anchors so far with Wild Oreo and Nexi together immediately. Georgie, though, doesn't want to be upstaged by his own teammates. Already prepared to get the takedown. Nexi burning UGS's life. It's 5v3. It's 3 for Georgie. And by this point, this round is pretty much over. What else can Disrupt do? He's usually behind enemy lines. Right now, he's stuck by their side.
Yeah, no problemo at all here for Oasis. No real fight put up by Sky Empire in the round. That's a flawless one as well with a 4K from Georgie. Gets his Empress up online, coming into this next bonus from them. 11-3. A daunting scoreline to try and dismantle, to try and overcome. And Sky Empire, they lose this round, this game is done.
Yeah, this is the penultimate peril for them. Must win here for Sky Empire. Only problem is the man with 25 kills has the Empress online just to make his talents even stronger. Priority target right now for Sky Empire. Get rid of Georgie or get away from him. This is it for this game, basically.
Well, they're really playing to their hand, aren't they, Dax? We talked about it during map number 1's end, where they're so good at winning duels here, Oasis, at fights. But it's Sky Empire who are better when it comes to utility usage as a core, as a team. But they're playing to their hand. They go for these duels. Marky finds a trade-off here on the Kelly S. And now they're in a 4v4, which typically does favor the attacking side as the defense is split. 3 players both on either side here at the A side. That gives them a space. Still, though, the trade-in coming from Nexi is right on time. Rabbit finds a follow-up as well. 3v2. And they have a much better chance of winning the round now.
Yeah, big kills there from Rabbit, shutting down Georgie before he could start his rampage, and especially Eugene S navigating the maze there, but Nexi looking to do the same old thing, comes in close, finds RU, wanted to at least bridge the gap versus Rabbit, but the scan is perfect. Rabbit really one of the leaders here for Sky Empire, but now it will be Nexi leading it for Oasis on the other side. Rappel game though,
my goodness.
peekaboo! Nexi and Rabbit see each other, but from up top, it's Rabbit who looks down on the opposition, and it's Sky Empire who stays alive when they need it to the most.
Wow, wasn't that a shuffle? Rabbit calls the bluff in the end, and he comes out on top. Nexi, not realizing that he could commit to it, and that he did. 11-4, but look at Nexi, man. Spectre, 1v3. How potent he can be at these type of situations in a clutch moment. Almost getting the job done to secure match point in the end, though. That was a bonus round here coming from Oasis, and they almost just darn won it.
Nexi made it expensive. I still gotta give big props to Rabbit. He got that first kill. He got that kill on Georgie. He got that last kill. He said, I'm gonna do everything for the squad just to keep us alive. And a big reason why he's still, honestly, in these, I'd say, star-studded rosters. Always a voice of leadership, but still talent can come out when they need to the most. It's like a Rabbit coming out of a magician's hat, basically. Oh. Sky Empire, they need a bit more than magic to try and win this out. They need consistency, and they need to make this B side take happen. But Wild Oreo, yet again, stable on the approach. Savvy 8K, though, navigating towards Kitchen, or perhaps RU might find them alongside Disrupt, but Savvy 8K, he's ready for one. Is he ready for a second? Yes, he is. Wild Oreo's there yet again. Rabbit fights on back. It's Rabbit again in a 1v5 or a 1v3 situation after those kills are counted. And can he do it one more time for Sky Empire here? Black and blue, the answer is no. Map point now for Oasis.
Yeah, no way he's dismantling that. And Oasis, Whoa, that bounced?
What?
Okay.
Okay.
I think it hit like
It hit the corner.
The cable. Yeah, the corner of the cable or something.
Okay, so apparently we will see now hot hands line up courtesy of Savvy 8K. Double bounce. Boop, boop. There you go. Okay,
I checked out on Fluffy's TikTok. I bet he's got some. Yeah.
So what are you saying about Sky Empire trying to get back in this game or whatnot?
They're not. Yeah, that's about it.
I kind of...
Eco, 4-12.
Yo, you gotta believe. Okay. I'm gonna
It was
give
more
you...
to me Oasis coming back. You know, you see map number 1 happen.
Oh, no.
Map number 2, it's done. It's dusted. Wild Oreo finds a free kill here, but Eugene S quick on the trade. Okay, that's good at the very least. Hunter's Fury could potentially confirm Nexi, and he's done for as well. Rabbit, okay, coming in big. That's huge. Absolutely. Gives them so much more to play with now. There's still a lot on the site. Savvy has his own ultimate to pop. RU and Eugene, they shut everything down, and Oasis still brings it down to the 1v2. Marky coming in big. We've seen this guy pop off to exhilarating heights. And can he bring it now here once more?
Oh, the rotation's just gonna get cut and Disrupt is there, but Marky! One more time! Makes his mark here for Oasis Gaming. Has been a cornerstone of this roster. And now leads to a 1v1. It's RU on one side, ready with the Viper Spit. Marky on the other. The optimism from Sky Empire. They had the ultimates to utilize. They did so. And got a reward out of it. But now, RU needs to play this perfectly. Marky, though, is repaired on the other side. And it's RU who finds him first. We're not done. That got as close as can be for Sky Empire.
Great job done here by Sky Empire. And you saw Eugene S finding an opportunity there to punish Georgie, just completely nullifying that, rather Wild Oreo completely nullifying Kelly's push there, making sure that they couldn't find too much value from it, but still gives up a pick. Due to that, Marky put in a difficult spot, and RU eventually closes out the round. So still a huge lead for them to come back into 7 straight rounds. Sky Empire have to win just to be able to come back into this. Doable, but not too likely just yet.
It's possible right now, but they did invest a lot in that last round just because of the ultimates that they utilize, and especially many casualties, light armor, and Georgie, a single shot will already do his counterpart in. So good start here for Oasis. This does leave the Sky Empire, though, trying to navigate through mid and using the Poison Cloud for cover. The taps, though, don't get anything. They have crossed towards Kitchen, where Nexi is waiting. This 6-shooter prepared right now to try and tap some heads. It's going to be Georgie, though, trying to force that close contact, but Kelly S is better at that range. The curveball already the straight shot here for Sky Esports. Rabbit also, yet again, staying to the momentum that he's brought for the squad. And while Wild Oreo tries to navigate, that's the first. It's not enough to get a second. 3 for Kelly S, and 6 now for Sky Empire, as survival will still stand.
Pretty decisive round here coming from Sky. And to be able to take those type of rounds really does bring some wind back under their wings. Now a 6-round lead here. Still, half of that is going to come in a very difficult position. They have no mistakes that could be made. But look at that, Kelly S, perfect timing on the flank. Gets a bunch of catches here against this Oasis buy. Now Oasis kind of in a mixed situation. A Guardian on Georgie. He's potent with anything in his hands, but arguably a bit less so now that he's got that Guardian. Still, I'm expecting big things from him.
Yeah. Well, expectations now that this A site might be the take instead, but as I say that, Savvy 8K fending them off. Marky's also there, and Oasis Gaming, they're trying to say we've had enough. Making this map oh so tight, oh so small. Sky Empire, they're stuck here by their spawn, and well, they're gonna line up for Georgie and maybe even the Hunter's Fury too. Oasis Gaming, the roll call is here, and we roll into the next round. A flawless way to end it. They have had enough of the second map.
Incredible stuff once more from Oasis Gaming. And after that map number 1, you knew that they were not done. Cooking up a storm, and that they brought to map number 2 in Icebox. The Tundra is here, a bit too cold for the Sky Empire squad.
Yeah, Oasis Gaming, not the right weather for their namesake, but it's the right place to get a rightful win. What a performance, though, all around from Oasis. Well, we gotta, of course, mention the Georgie factor. Start to finish, absolutely strong, but I think since we've already sounded like a broken record over Georgie for the past 2 maps, Nexi subbing in and just absolutely stalwart with his stuff.
Yeah, and as I talked about him a while ago, right? The silent superstar that this guy is just such a potent piece. He has almost never been out of a VCT stage, if I'm correct, right? He has been a complete just honor student, never missing anything when it comes to the official circuit here in the Philippines, and once again showing why exactly that. Such an exemplary talent. He's gotten so many rounds where he just completely won on over the round. That 4K the ace as well, especially from him. And another player that, you know, just is part of this 6-man roster that the Oasis has got. They can swap in so much talent in and out depending on the agent, depending on the composition, and once here, depending on the map as well.
Yeah, I think that's the thing to watch out for, the reliability, especially of the trades, because it looked to be what Sky Empire was trying to exploit a little bit down the line in the first half. We keep an eye out on how they set up those crossfires towards green, towards yellow, B site, A site, the back of A site even. And when Oasis Gaming was able to realize that, they were like, okay, Nexi, can you come with us this time around? Make sure that someone's there to make the trade work while everyone else is trying to lob utility and trying to play the entry. And lo and behold, just having that second line of offense, having that extra bit of contingency helped Oasis Gaming out to take so much of the map here, Nico.
Yeah, there's been so many moments where you see here that Oasis Gaming, they just had everything fed to them. You're looking at here map number 1 where, once more, you know, Sky Empire, they played so well in terms of their utility usage as a team, as a core, but you go on over into map number 2, and from agent select alone, you can tell they're kind of playing into Oasis's hand here. This is Oasis's map pick. This is their composition to run. I wouldn't expect any other team to run this composition as well as they do. And that's exactly what Sky Empire bring to the table. We've seen them be quite effective with a different composition, a different roster perhaps that maybe kind of ran a bit more of a jet-centric composition. But in this case, once more, the duels, that dueling game, you can't outduel the man who's made his game all about just that.
Yeah, perfect point there, Black and Blue. It's just, this is the Oasis playstyle,
enemy remaining.
and I'll give props to Sky Empire for basically trying to hide the fact that they're willing to play this too against, well, the general public of
enemy
the
remaining.
scene. But you just can't stop the Oasis right now in this form. How did they stop them in the first map? Through wise utility, through just perfect in and outs basically. But now all in? Well, you're going all the way with Oasis Gaming, and just in that last round, Wild Oreo delivering the win with Grab Unlimited. I'd say everyone had, you know, a bit of a team effort there. Instead of just like a little bike, it's like a whole car, and they're like, here's your food, man. Here's the win, man. Oasis Gaming, well, a team effort to end it all, but we're not done with this series. We still got Haven to go, and by this point, it's anyone's game.
And Wild Oreo had a quiet game for sure, but definitely an effective one. You know what? One small change I think could have worked out here if you're Sky Empire Dax. Maybe having Kelly S on the Raze instead and keeping everything the same could have been better for them if they really wanted to run this exact double duelist composition. That signature Raze of his we know can be quite effective, and I think it would have given them a bit more utility to try and shake things up when it came to the actual game. But ultimately enough, Oasis extend this in a Haven where we shall be, and we're going to be going to a break. When we come back, map number 3 shall commence to see who wins this bout out.
first
Hey.
series, man. We're going the distance already. Maybe. It's a sign of what's to come here at VCTPH. But, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with Oasis Gaming versus, well, Sky Empire. 1-1 scoreline. Sky Empire took their map pick. Oasis Gaming took theirs as well. And now, we move into a decider where I feel like it's anybody's game. We get into Haven. But for all of that, man, I know we're getting old, but in all honesty, this series is, well, pulling more than our muscles here. It's pulling out all the punches immediately from these two teams, and I really wonder how down the line, like, what kind of adjustments they're gonna do based on the results so far.
And pulling no real stops, it seems, here coming in from either side. Map number one won in close fashion, to be fair, by Sky Empire, right? But still, in a great confident way. You saw that they were on point, that their teamwork as well was on point, and a lot of the, utility combos were coming in, and just small macro moments really helping them on out. But you go into map number two, stark contrast. Also, kind of, I guess, presented by the composition. The tools that they bring in is half of the battle, and they were definitely kind of playing against their own hand by bringing in that hand exactly into the table. We're going now into Haven, a map that I think is also very possibly, I think, won by either side. This is a map that Oasis have had some great strides in the past. Some woes, but mostly on a more positive note. And Sky Empire, since their inception, has also been a pretty decent team on Haven. Actually, so far on record, they have yet to lose a map on Haven. So Oasis, they're looking to change that here right now.
Yeah, I think for Sky Empire, let's start with them. Results back in December, as well as the open qualifiers, saying success. They've had quite a, I'd say, a rivalry with SR Nacague for the past few months, and they were able to beat this team in previous competition on Haven just a few days ago. So it really just kind of goes to show that there is a lot of comfort right now for Sky Empire because of, honestly, the history of the players. All of these guys have had big games on Haven. I'll still remember probably like the Hashira days for Silla Rabbit, of course. But then on the other side, Oasis Gaming, same thing. History speaks for itself, to the point that they made a shirt about a certain game that they had a long time ago in absolute perfection. So it really just goes to show that we're probably going to get some of the best form we've had here between these two teams in this series, because really on Pearl, it was just tactically sound for Sky Empire. But then on Icebox, it was just mechanically sound and adept by Oasis Gaming. So really here, the more even playing field as we get into our decider.
Yeah, so what do we get now here for Haven? Do we get more of that Sky Empire that we saw during map number one that brought a lot more utility and a lot more thought to the game? Or do we just get some raw firepower as we saw from map number two, with Georgie always being so potent and the rest of the team plugging in all the holes and making his job easier? It comes to, I guess, begs to remain to be seen, what is the game plan here, especially for Sky Empire. Oasis, they've got enough people making game plans for them, but it's Sky Empire, I think, who have their backs against the wall because they're the ones put in a difficult spot after map number two and have yet to regain confidence to maybe potentially reset themselves for a third.
I think that's the thing right now for Sky Empire. I wouldn't be surprised to see them run with something that they've run before, something of a classic, and moving into Haven itself, I wouldn't be surprised to see double initiator, in all honesty, run something like the Breach and the Fade together, just try and play out the executes towards the sites. Really, execution has to be the name of the game right now for these two teams, and it just goes back to the comparison point for Sky Empire, how they use their utilities and what they're able to do after with it. But for Oasis, it's just how forceful and how impactful their entries can be down the line.
And thing to note about these two teams is that they historically are an Omen picking team. Solo controller here on Haven, they typically have Omen be that, which you don't see many teams do too often. A lot of teams still kind of default back to that Astra or try and do something else, maybe with a Brimstone, but Omen, one of the few teams and one of the few maps that you do see him on is this. And these two teams, they both like running that. They keep on it. Draxi and RU, first picks, of course. Rabbit going back to that Fade. Nothing really too far out of contrast here for either team. We do see Oasis run that, well, Raze every now and then, but that's not going to be the case. They have Georgie on the Jet. It's Kelly S, who we've seen pull out the Raze here in the past on former iterations of his teams, and that he does once more.
Yeah, it's a classic comp, honestly, for both sides. And You immediately called it. The omens come about, the double initiators, pretty much both Fade and Breaches, both teams have had a lot of success running these agents, even early on the inception of Fade, especially on a map like this. But we have to look back at the matchup right now between Georgie and Kelly S. Jets versus Raze. Most signature pick that you can get for these two players come online at the very end of this series here.
There's a reason why they call him the Barakite Jet, and Kelly S. He's made himself known on this Raze during the last year. Now, we do see here Sky Empire in the past also run a Sage on this composition, but they swap out the Sage and the Chamber this time on around for that Killjoy, which has become the go-to meta here on Haven. Oasis Gaming, they're the ones that have momentum coming in from map number 2. Map number 3 could be a completely different story. I think we're going to get a much more competitive map number 3 here to end the series off, Dax.
And I'm just looking at the Sky Empire roster right now, and this is where their flexibility is a bit more tested. You usually have Kelly S and Rabbit on those initiator roles, but because of that shift of playing that Raze, because you want to get that signature Raze pick from Kelly S in the first place, you put Eugene S, I believe, on the Sentinel role right now, and overall, it's gonna be a big test here for Sky Empire if they can actually play these roles as optimally as possible, because in all honesty, we were discussing it before this whole tournament started. I think our biggest concern for Sky Empire was how their chemistry can lead to more variations of their compositions. Double something will always be the comp here for Sky Empire, and we see it here right now. You have Rabbit, Disrupt, Fade, as well as the Breach as we get into the game. It's Oasis Gaming, though. To start things off on the attacking side, we always have to keep advantage for that Jet, that Georgie, who's ready to go through mid.
Look, they raid bossed him. He has 2 Cloud Bursts. They dropped him a Frenzy, and he has armor as well, so really putting a lot of their eggs in that Georgie basket. They take the B site rather decisively, but it's really for a split towards the C. Garage is there. The only player is Eugene S. He's got big tax, but the Classic at range, a bit more effective than the Frenzy might be.
Who needs equipment? Eugene S able to fight back and slay George immediately. He's not done too with the Classic. Play into the corner. A last stand there to get some damage done. And Oasis Gaming, they basically fall into the clutches of Sky Empire because here they come from C long. The Aftershock into play. Wild Warrior gonna be blinded by the Prowler. Kelly S gonna get that takedown. Nexi though inside the smoke. Disrupt with another one. And well played here by Sky Empire so far. Rabbit on the defuses. Disrupt with a takedown. And the pistol won by Sky Empire again. I can't believe that they just read Oasis so quickly, so early on.
Wow, Eugene S, he was trapped there. By all means, he was dead to right stacks. No cover. They came in from CT, they come in from Garage, and from C-Long as well. So there's no way for him to run away, and yet he still finds some way to find 2 kills. Wins the opening duel here versus Georgie, double dinks him. The only way he can kill a Jet with armor like that, half armor especially, is with a double dink, and still, he's able to get even more. Finds the second follow-up, completely finds value as that anchor. And that's the reason why they rely on this man in the Killjoy here on Haven.
Sky Empire doing the homework, and they're gonna be rewarded with an 8+ scoreline. Now then, Georgie caught Kelly S with the kill yet again. The X factors, or in this case, the X marks the spot by Sky Empire. Crossfires abound. Rabbit, though, running in, plays parkour. Nexi does answer back versus Disrupt, and now it's getting a little bit more costly here for Sky Empire. And what looked to be a cleaner round, still some chances here for Oasis to navigate towards a different site, but are you, of course, already closing the door on anyone trying to play through window? It's Nexi versus the world. It's Rabbit prepared. The crouch, the stand, up and down, and, well, Nexi, you're walking into the trap here, my friend.
Well, we've seen him be very effective, formidable with a Sheriff in his hands. I'm expecting at least one here, especially from the man like Nexi, but no, he's trapped. No way in hell. Unfortunately there for Oasis, not able to get much value out of that mid push. They do get 2 picks at the very least. I think Georgie not even dashed into Savvy 8K's own stun there, the fault line, but ultimately enough, Oasis now finally have a gun round to play.
As soon as Nexi walked in there, you knew he was dead to rights, but Oasis Gaming, they have given up these first 2 rounds very often in this series, and by that I mean pretty much all 3 maps so far. When they have the buys, that's when they look to be a bit more online. Keep an eye out, though, on someone like Waldorio here, because I feel like maybe he's the one who can get a few pickoffs and get a Nightfall as early as possible for Oasis to make a good case for a site.
Well, see if that case to be made is going to be exemplified here. Once again, Eugene S, the only player towards that C site. Charlie is his and his alone. Defend with a Spectre and utility that he's got set up. You reap what he sowed. Georgie comes on in. Savvy with a flash to try and help him gain control. That taunt is going to give away his position, and that's just so difficult for him to try and dissuade from happening. Georgie gets the opening pick, and now the retake comes in from the rear.
Yeah, nice find here by Oasis Gaming, but they're not done. Sacrificial Lamb has been slain, but Sky Empire now coming in as a crowd. Drax, though, over onto the corner, fended off by the Pain Shields, was able to stay on alive. The Steez, though, well sent by Rabbit, and now the contact comes from Sky Empire. 2 down on the hands of Oasis. The Aftershock is there, too. Really a last stand forced out. Disrupt, blowing them to Kingdom Come, and it's all left now to Disrupt versus Nexi. Immense damage already exemplified here by Sky Empire. Here we go down with the Rolling Thunder. Disrupt trying to play it clutch with the ultimate, but he cannot fight against Nexi there in the garage. And it's Oasis Gaming staying alive to get around here.
Great job done here by Oasis, but damn, Sky. That was just incredible how they make that round happen. 4v5 coming from the rear, dismantle the post plant hold, flash perfectly on in, just free kills on that post. And here comes in the Aftershock as well, finding 1, 2. It's a third for Disrupt. Unfortunately, Nexi, for their sake, is a step ahead, playing the garage. He parks himself and doesn't let go. Sky Empire, they have a round lead here. It's Oasis who have taken a bit of damage in that round.
Yeah, and it's a bit unfortunate, though, that the Rolling Thunder utilized in that last round, but hey, Sky Empire, their rotations have effectively been so sound so far. This time, though, getting a bit more of that site defense itself. Are you throwing out that paranoia? Georgie's already deep in. Cloudburst covering himself as much as possible, and eventually a pixel peek over at the Eugene S. 3 here for Oasis. The direct conflict is where they stand strong. Kelly S, though, towards ceiling, fights back, and here he comes with a showstopper. Fly high, Kelly S, soaring like an eagle. It's 2v1. Rabbit, the only one left, tried to be the predator this time around rather than the prey, but he's hunted by Waldorio, and it's 2-2 here as Oasis tie things up.
Well, it's a feeding frenzy for Oasis, hasn't it been, ever since map number 2? Great job done once more. And here they've got so much utility to try and raise the floor that they've got. Lockdown, Rolling Thunder, Nightfall, incredibly high impact on all fronts. And Sky Empire, an eco to try and dissuade another round from being won here by Oasis. This should be, by all means, Oasis taking the lead after this round.
Well, if you believe in the Sheriff Miracle, maybe Sky Empire can make a case for you, but we've seen this happen before. Gun disparity, Oasis able to take advantage. I am just concerned, though, on, I'd say, really here how careful they can be down the line. They still have lost casualties in, I'd say, more secure rounds. And this time, the gamble for Sky Empire, not really going to work out the way they want. They fortify C heavily. And Oasis trying to navigate towards A instead. Not the right read here for the defense, and, well, it's a stroll towards Oasis. A bit of calm in a game like this.
It's a wager that they're willing to take. You know, stack aside, just play retake if you end up guessing the wrong one, and that's going to be the case here. It's the latter. Plant down to the A site and send the entire defense running their way. And Oasis, they have all the tools to stop this from really being too successful on the Sky Empire side. If anything, if Sky Empire feel it's too difficult, all they have to do is just go for exits at this point. This is a round I'm pretty sure they're willing to let go as long as they can get some value out of it.
Yeah, just get those kills here for Sky Empire, and let's see who can actually be the one to find the takedown. In this corner, we have Kelly S. He's the first one. Is he gonna drop down? That's the question. And, well, it seems like Oasis Gaming, they're just getting prepared, but suddenly it's gonna be hell and high water, and they're wading through the corpses of Sky Empire. But Oasis, you have to get out in time. Well, they'll be fine. Ryu comes in, and that's Oasis now taking the lead. So, pretty much a clear-cut round here, black and blue. Oasis, with the advantage. Before we start talking about the next one, I kind of just want to bring this up. We see it again, the roster shuffles of Oasis Gaming. The one out is Marky. The one in is Draxi and Nexi. And I wouldn't be surprised to see those rotations happen every single time we get a different map for Oasis Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, we were wondering, what really is the philosophy between who switches up what? And it's not necessarily who maybe is, the better player, but more, or who is a six-man, but it's more an agent thing, a compositional thing on which side of the coin they want to be flipped on. In this case, Oasis going with the configuration could be the right choice to end this series on out. They take the C site without much of a problem. Yeah, Nexi trying to just wade here and hide towards the garage, going for the flank. He finds one, could find the follow-up. Paranoia by Ryu to try and fend him off, but while Oreo on the pincer on the catch. Kelly S quick on the trade, 3v3 either way. They have a retake to deal with, but also Nexi on the flank.
Yeah, Nexi's still there, sticking around by the garage entrance, basically. That Nightfall to support the garage also. Well played by Oasis, and we're not done. The ground quakes, and it's Savvy AK who forces the hand of Kelly S and Rabbit. It does lead to a trade, though. 2v2 now. Planted now. 4C long. Sightlines here for Drax as he teleports over onto the opposite end. Tries to play a bit of subterfuge here. Look left, look right. It's going to be the boys from the Empire themselves to take down Sky Empire. Oasis Gaming make it 4-2.
Satisfactory round by all means, and Nexi coming in big with that flank, just being such a nuisance, a thorn in the back, keeping them unsure of what's to come here, Sky Empire. And now that conditions Sky to always be just a bit more hesitant on their retakes towards the C site, because they know that late lurk can come, which means you can expect that moving forward, when they do go for a C site plant here, Oasis, you're gonna see Sky Empire try and clear out that mid position a bit more, and that just burns even more time off of the retake.
And Oasis Gaming, well, they play that quick site take, and they just hang on back, use utilities later on. Now then, Contact now trying to be forced out. Georgie on top of the crate and on top of Kelly S in the frag fight yet again. Eugene S gets one for his troubles, but he can't get more of any of that. Rabbit, though, bumps into Georgie, says, "Hello, good sir, what you doing there?" But Trax, of course, will be there to pick up the pieces, and it's a handful now for Oasis. Getting worrisome for Sky Empire, man.
Yeah, quick and easy, lemon squeezy. Oasis doing pretty good so far, and Sky Empire lose this next round. I expect a timeout when... Okay, well, they're doing it here right now. Okay, let's get this round, they say. That they'll try to do. Plus, their day end early. Georgie, always so deadly, especially against an anti-eco. He's been such a problem when it comes to these eco rounds for Sky Empire, because when you give him these type of frags and you start heating up his chamber, then his engine just keeps on going till the map ends.
And speaking of engine, right now, Sky Empire is sputtering. I've honestly noticed this in some of their games. When momentum gets way too heavy for them, that's kind of where they falter. And we're seeing it right now. They're looking to answer back against Oasis in different folds. They tried to hold the site down, didn't work. They tried to play a close retake. Still, that wasn't the answer as Nexi was getting prepared. And it kind of begs the question, how can Sky Empire find the answer now? What else can they do at this point? Their active rotations were working a while ago, but Oasis Gaming, it's a different kind of call for them. If you're getting rotated by the opposition, just make this execute even quicker, and a good pickup of pace by Oasis has given them the advantage so far.
Well, at the very least here for Sky Empire, they're going to finally have Kelly S's showstopper up online soon, and we know he's one of the best at making sure he converts off of those ultimates. And if you're Oasis, it's a big ultimate to look out for in this case. Look at this triple push coming in from Sky Empire. They do have someone to watch that flank, but Rabbit, he is just a bit too sharp for Drax to deal with. They take B-side control, but shut down still by Eugene S. And this round has been all about shutting down aggression here on either side.
Stellar raid here for Sky. They've been prepared towards B-side, setting up the crossfire basically from Link, but Nexi finds Rabbit. Here comes Wild Oreo also getting in so deep. And well, with 10 seconds on that lockdown, that's enough time for Oasis Gaming to buy themselves the space to put that spike down. It will lead to a 2v2 scenario, a rotation towards CT as well to try and play the off angle towards Link as the haunt is thrown by Wild Oreo. Do they know that this is going to be the angle taken by RU as well as Disrupt. Nexi getting prepared by the Gong, by the back of B side. Max on the way. They're trying to get ceiling control, and they understand now that no one's gonna be here, especially as the utilities come from the opposite end. Paranoid though, played by RU. Teleports up top, but Nexi's prepared. It's still not gonna be enough though. Drops on down. RU and Disrupt get the kill over at the Wild Oreo as the 2v1 provides Sky Empire the round win here.
Oh, that's a frustrating death if you're Nexi. He saw the TP come to life right in front of him. He saw that Shadow Step just evolve in front of his eyes and still could not find the kill. So those type of losses, those are the ones that can start to get to the back of your head. But we know a player like him, calm, cool, and collected. Not gonna let it get to him, but Sky Empire making the retake work there in a 2v2. And that early push there towards that C-Long to make sure that, you know, Oasis don't have full map control, pulled out in the end and gave them a lot of value.
Get out of my way!
And not only that, the fact that they were so prepared there by B-side, they understood how far Georgie can get with his dashes, with the utilities that Oasis has for preparation. And well executed there on the defense. The Python's back. Still though, now the garage contested heavily. Wild Oreo and Nexi, the first two victims, make that 3 here for Eugene S. A serial killer sticking around by the garage so far. Oasis Gaming, they're trying to play retrieval towards a spike, but Sky Empire has already decided, well, let's congregate, have a bit of a picnic, put this spike in the middle, and well, wait for Oasis to come our way.
That single fault line might have single-handedly just won the round here for Sky Empire, because otherwise they're going to be in a pincer. Georgie would have come out right at the perfect time that they were busy trying to deal with the garage door take, and it could have been a double kill here for him. RU and Eugene S almost certainly could have been taken down, and Oasis feeling the effects here of the Sky Empire utility. They're really good at making sure these don't go unchecked. Drax gets a trade off on the Kelly S as Savvy goes down, but in a 1v3, this is difficult even for him. He has the ultimate to try and regain that ult. I'm wagering he's going to try and go towards the A side, use the ult to try and retrieve it, and then get a plant off, because that's exactly what you kind of have to do in this situation.
And that's exactly what he's gonna do as soon as he got that ultimate online. Gives a chance here for Oasis. Sky Empire, they were feeling like, hey, we got this round. We are just gonna be sticking around by the spike. But as of now, the countdown comes, and Oasis, well, they're gonna put all their eggs onto the heaven basket here for Drax. He's waiting though to see if anyone will come towards that CT side, that A-Link side, but no, the answer is the far rotation from Sky Empire yet again. And in this scenario, does he even have a chance to fight them back? Rabbit already looking for the defuse, drops on down, couldn't even make it for the leap. It's RU denying him of his glory, and well, it's a 1-round gap now as Sky Empire claw their way back in this game.
Fortunately for them, RU is just a hair out of the range of that paranoia. The other two certainly hit by it, but in this case, there, see that fault line, bam, that was from Savvy as well, from his own teammate. That's twice now Georgie has fallen due to the dashing into his own teammate's fault line, and that's a really big blunder. Otherwise, that could have been an Oasis's round. They were pincered, they were trapped, but ultimately the timeout is called. In this case, Dax, which coach do you think has called this one?
Not the one streaming.
Is he still alive?
I don't know anymore, honestly. well, we'll see him in the broadcast eventually. But I kind of want to point out the fact that I think for Sky Empire, they just had the right understanding now on how to play this. They desperately need to win a side of the map. They can't just say, oh, okay, we're going to hang back. You know, we're going to reel back our players. We're going to get that utility. We're going to get that intel. No, because Oasis Gaming, you give them the space, they're gonna use that and go the distance. The fact that they won one side allowed them to concentrate on the opposite end later on, cutting down the forces of Oasis. You mentioned it a while ago that sure, the pinch was there, but that effectively also puts Oasis at a numbers disadvantage if Sky Empire plays it correctly.
The thing is here though, Oasis are anticipating aggressive rounds from Sky Empire, but Sky Empire they just are not that kind of team. Yes, they have some forward pushes, but none really that catch you too off guard, barring that one C-long push. And Oasis, they're now looking to fight for control here of this A main position, but Kelly, yes, he's really up close. He's got a showstopper too. A free kill for him, but spraying on through. Nexi gets a trade somehow, finds himself ahead. Disrupt as well does the same thing. They've got the Rolling Thunder to throw out if it ever does so come to be the case, but I don't think they're going to want to commit this just here, just yet.
Control aggression. Well done again by Sky Empire. Get the advantage, and now Oasis. They need to commit as a trio on a single site, and pretty much case in point here. Nexi, Savvy, as well as Draxi. All names can rhyme in a line, but for now, they're lining on up to go through A long, and it does become very difficult here for Oasis, man. They are dealing with 3 other ultimates on the opposite end still available. That lockdown especially might be perfect for Sky Empire in a pinch, but we'll find out soon. As Oasis, they're not going to go for that A site. Instead, they want to get a little bit further than that. But the thing is, Sky Empire, they're prepared for this.
Oh.
And Rabbit, he had at least the angle, but Savvy had the better shot.
That was the pick they needed. You have a man disadvantage. The best thing to do is to try and find an early pick, equalize the odds for that post plant, and now they have the advantage. Still, though, talked about it. The ultimates, so many for them to utilize. If they maybe gave that spike plant towards Savvy, he would have had his ultimate right now as well to counteract with.
Yeah, well, the Rolling Thunder, though, comes online. The lockdown there, too. And Sky Empire throwing basically the kitchen sink here to at least set themselves up well for success. Dark Cover's throwing the fault lines there, and Oasis has seeded that space in the first place. Savvy, though, sticking on around the corner, flushed out by the utilities of Disrupt. Eugene Ness and Savvy AK having a bit of a standoff, and here comes Eugene Ness, but down he goes. Ryu, though, fights on back, makes it 2v2. There's the tap, but that's all they get here for Sky. As Oasis, they make it work anyway, and they have the 2-round lead to boot.
That was a big misplay, I think, here for the Sky Empire retake. Yes, okay, maybe they give up the pick, who cares? But you have the lockdown and the Rolling Thunder, and they use the Rolling Thunder initially before the lockdown is placed, or actually as the lockdown is placed. And if there was anybody within the site at that point, and knowing that the Oasis are smart enough not to play within the site, seeing that there's 2 ultimates on the other side, it would have just pushed it out of the site, out of the lockdown zone. But now, they use both. They initiate with the lockdown, rather the Rolling Thunder, but don't go with it. And they maybe could have used that after the lockdown expired for that post-plant defuse part instead. So, fumbling really when they have such great tools to utilize.
I think it's a feeling of redundancy, to keep it simple, right? Maybe one before the other, then they'd buy even more space for themselves, because you saw at the end, Eugene S was so forceful in his swing through the smoke, and Oasis Gaming, they were prepared. They had the advantage, and now the Rolling Thunder online. Kelly, yes! His showstopper basically denied right now, and the Nightfall is there too. What fireworks do we see here this Lunar New Year? Absolutely nothing. It's only a show of force here by Kelly S. Oasis Gaming gonna be able to back on away without any casualties, and because of that, they buy themselves space towards the B side. But not only done though, Nexi fighting back. Some good taps from Disrupt with the Guardian, making sure that he backs on away. Now then, Spike's gonna get planted. It's still a 5v5 scenario, but the flank looking real here for Savvy 8K towards A sites.
I thought the Seas would have caught him there. They know that Nexi's on the back, and they do get the spam on through. Wallbang comes in from Rabbit, and Eugene S to Timmy the turret. It finds Georgie off on the flank. That's a great job here done by him. Savvy, though, finds a double, and Drax follows up as well. It's now down to a 3v2. They know that one's towards the A-Link, and Ari's going to be taken on down. It's all left here to this defuse when they're both quite low. Not much for them to do. Drax goes down, and so does Wild Oreo, following on up to take down Disrupt. And Oasis, they take the advantageous half at the end.
Oasis has done it again. They make a bad scenario a win anyway, and they just disrupted. Not for the better term.
Yeah.
Sky Empire all throughout that round. You hear the party coming, you say, nah, I'm staying home and sleeping in with the Nightfall as well as the Rolling Thunder. And just from that space alone, they hop it towards that B site. They basically set themselves up for, again, the hangback approach that has been working for them in these post-plant scenarios. And well, now, when you know the momentum's in Oasis's favor, the confidence is there to boot. I love the call here by Georgie to go towards logs rather than the platform. Effectively erases the killing distance there of Eugene S. And Nexi
Oh,
also
where's the
patience.
call?
Now the trigger finds 2 as soon as he found those targets. Disrupt does answer back, makes it a 4v2 scenario. But in essence, Oasis Gaming, they have all the angles they need covered. The paranoia gonna be there too. A 2-man approach towards Garage. Wild Oreo though is waiting. Double back, doesn't matter. Someone else from Oasis is prepared at the same time.
Look at the round here. Low by, not a great position. And Drax, he knows what he's got to do. Simply hacks and slashes his way. 8-4. And Sky Empire, they have not raised the bar coming from Icebox much. Still struggling on here. As you said, Georgie, right decision. Played the 50-50, played the long range. He knew that they were broke. And if that case was true, then, well, that angle is going to be so much more favorable for him. No chance of Eugene S winning that one. And Oasis are in a pretty comfortable spot here at the half.
Yeah, just the last-minute decisions here from Oasis Gaming. In all honesty, keeping them ahead of this game. This could have been a 6-6 scoreline. This could have honestly been Sky Empire having a bit of a 7-5 lead. But just that round towards that A site alone and that round towards the B site right after, it allowed Oasis Gaming just the momentum and, well, the clutch factor comes in close again for the squad that has been here since day one. But we're not done. Sky Empire looking to go for the executions. When you play the Rays rather than the Jets, if you know the satchel jumps, you can still get the same distance. And really, the post plant might be even stronger if ever. Oasis, though, they're prepared towards Garage. They have effectively a bit of a default stance. The only one trying to figure out where to really go here is Georgie, and he's looking to reinforce towards that B site, but A is the call for Sky Empire instead.
That's the thing, Dax. They're really good on the attacking side, yes, but Raze is one of the best duelists for a defensive side to have, and still they weren't able to find full value out of that. Here comes On Out, though. What? That basically dodges him, that Prowler. Georgie finds a kill, though, on the Rabbit. Still here from the short. He knows that he's there, while Oreo finds a follow-up as well, and Kelly S. not letting that go unanswered nor unchecked, while Oreo's still alive within this site. Eugene S. somehow slivering through, and while Oreo gets another, they all crumble down. It's coming to RU, who also gets taken out by Savvy, and Oasis win a very quick and decisive pistol round to bring up 9-4.
Yeah, they needed to win a pistol, and there you go at the most crucial moment. That was the only way for Sky Empire to get back at Oasis after that huge momentum swing. And now instead, the Oasis train keeps rolling towards the station. Well, the paranoia conflict, man, I believe that was from Drax, and he just tosses it over, trusting Wild Oreo to be close enough to not really be affected by that nearsightedness, protecting him from getting double swung, double peek, basically. And, well, that's the synergy we're seeing here from Oasis. Sure, there were a few times a while ago, well, the fault line hurts his own teammates. But now, the fault line hurts Sky Empire and Eugene S. Come on. Maybe a single shot. Maybe one try. Nah, Nexi's there. And Oasis, double digits, was a simple path for them.
Simple plans sometimes give you simple results. Ones to be expected. 10-4. That's we're kind of, I guess, expecting to see here, especially from a team like Oasis, who have been pretty diligent in making sure these the value off of these separate rounds aren't lost. Perfect fault line on their own end, and Oasis are on a pretty good path to potentially closing this out soon. They have a bonus, which I'm not expecting to go the best way, but if they're able to convert this, then this could be done already, Dex. But still, Sky, they have a shot here. A long shot, but still one to take.
Yeah, we get, again, those kind of scenarios. Pretty much a must-win right now for Sky Empire. It's not the most crucial compared to the scenario a while ago on Icebox, but if they want to build even a semblance of an economy, they need to get this round, and especially if they can make it convincing. Problematic though, Wild Oreo again. Keep an eye out on that fade. He's had a really good game, honestly, in Haven so far. I've noticed early on that Nightfall pressure is something that Oasis Gaming was able to rely on all throughout the map. The Sky Empire playing a bit more on the safe and sound. We saw this a while ago on the first map. Very tactical. Try and burn as many utilities from Oasis as possible. But Nexi may be a different plan as it creeps closer towards Garage here.
Yeah, one way is going to make things more difficult, though. It's going to help out Nexi. Furthermore, his quest to hold on to this. They've got the Nano Swarm as well to burn, just to make things more difficult, or maybe chip some damage, and that they do on the Kelly S. He comes out the Aftershock, though, further stalls him. Drax, great angle for him to utilize. He gets a second follow-up here to Eugene S as well, and Nexi's holding down to the Garage! You shall not pass! because Nexi and Drax is here, and here comes Savvy as well. 11-4, the bonus giving them all the diamonds they need. And Sky Empire, they've crumbled in the seams.
The boys from SB Empire show Sky Empire the door. What a hold by Oasis Gaming. What a stand. And just between Nexi and Draxi, absolute
Last
trust with
player
one
standing.
another. They knew which
Spike
guns
down,
would
C.
win which angles. And from that point on, Oasis, well, everything leading into their favor. Timeout called by Sky Empire by this point. They need to figure out what to do in this scenario because Oasis is just gliding through these rounds by this point. Also, do you know that the jet passive is called Glide?
Yeah,
Oh.
I did.
No, it's not. No, it's not actually.
No,
called
it's not.
Drift.
It's called Drift, yes. You got me there.
Yeah, I did
You're
get
doing
you
me
there.
dirty.
Don't worry, I got done dirty by
But-
something else.
Yeah,
Shouts to,
I at least know the logo of what it looks like now.
Oh, I don't. Don't worry.
Anywho, moving on forward, there's a reason why these two decks have gone with each other wherever they go. Nexi and Draxi, just such a dynamic duo, and those were literally the perfect situations to have the weapons that they had. The Bulldog, perfect for that. The Spectre, perfect for that as well. Pushing out through a smoke, catching them off guard. That's exactly what you want in this situation. So Oasis right now, 11-4. This is so dire for Sky Empire. It seemed, I was thinking at least after Icebox, maybe they could come back harder for Haven, but it's not the case so far.
And Oasis, they're just so prepared as of this moment. Here comes Kelly S, trying at the very least to clear things out as much as possible, but the Stinger only has enough bullets to break a utility. And, well, it's not going to be enough to try and fight on back. At least, though, Draxi falls. Rabbit also finding a takedown. So Sky Empire, here we go yet again. Rabbit trying to get his lucky
Spike
foot on the
down,
board.
B.
But it's not going to be enough as Wild Warriors prepared for him. It's 2v1 now, all left to Eugene S trying to play towards the grass here. Yet again, two initiators trying to play a bit as a tandem. Savvy, though, watching the link, and while Wild Oreo watches the door and shuts it in the face of Eugene S this time around. Match points for Oasis Gaming.
You know, I've noticed a few times, actually a lot of times when they do spray at the body, it's Eugene S at the end of it. Is there something there? I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too into things. Maybe it's just me. We saw it from Georgie a while ago,
Bro,
and it was a Eugene S as well. I'm just
this
saying.
is not VCT talk. This is a different three-letter acronym. Starts with a B and ends with a GC. But you know,
Yes.
yes. Don't get me started, because this is going to be a completely different kind of broadcast if ever that's the case. But here we go. Oasis Gaming, when they're put in a match point scenario, they love to play the advance. We saw it on Icebox. We're seeing it now here on Haven. But Rabbit is prepared, really. When they see Sky Empire in a crucial scenario, he is able to wake on up at the moment's notice. Kelly S also the same old case. Wild Oreo fighting on back, though. Already expending the Nightfall towards the back of sight. He will be slain. And well, Sky Empire, they make it 4v2. Savvy tries to go for the flash. Doesn't have enough momentum, though, to swing it anyway. Nexi on top of Heaven. Down in Hell. There's going to be RU. The Sky Empire putting themselves in a good situation to try and fight on back, but we're not done. Nexi with the clear. Disrupt spotting him, but can't shoot him down. He's getting prepared, but Nexi with another one. Nexi with 3. Oh my god,
Oh
here
my
Nexi.
goodness.
Next level from Nexi. And we see here the clutch comes from the Killjoy. Here in day number 1, those who have believed since day 1 are rewarded. 13-4, a 2-1 win for Oasis Gaming.
Oh my goodness, Nexi! 4 kills to close out the game, to close down the floor. And incredible that this man is. That's the reason why he's a superstar in his own right. They had the Rolling Thunder as well there, Sky Empire, to try and secure the round in the 2v4, but it doesn't matter because Nexi, you rotate this man back into the game, they just look so much more potable, so much more, just so deadly every time on over Nexi's on the floor.
Welcome back, Black and Blue. You
I
were
know.
so shocked by Nexi there that you weren't even on screen for a while.
Yeah.
But against all odds, well, Nexi is just able to defy that basically, and lo and behold, the clear comes so effectively from Nexi. I feel like you really saw there by the very end. that Oasis was, in all honesty, in Sky Empire's head. Because if I remember correctly, I think that was Disrupt, right? He saw Nexi already there, and he was like, maybe do I chase him? But he went for the safer factor because he knew also Savvy 8K was coming in from the C-Link side, and he still basically gets swung and pressured by the fault line at the same time. Everything falls in favor of Oasis Gaming. And what a way to win, in all honesty.
Yeah.
As we're gonna check out the post-game stats. Black and Blue, I'm gonna posit this statement. We said for Oasis Gaming that when the going gets tough, they're gonna be getting those clutch moments. But here, it wasn't that tough on the scoreline, and they still made it work the same way anyway.
Yeah, incredible stuff from them. Just absolutely so I guess exquisite in how they played these maps so far, these last two maps especially. We talked about them building upon, you know, throughout the series. When they finally do get themselves going, they may falter on map number 1, yes, on Pearl, but they can always bounce back for 2 and 3, and that they just did. The reads going on, just going their way, timing especially favoring them, and you can see that this Oasis' squad, they're just really showing us exactly why firsthand they are the team to beat potentially in this split. It's only game number 1, their first game of this regular season, and yet they look so potent so far.
A superstar squad ready to
One
go
enemy
the
remaining.
distance here in the regular season, and they're the first ones to get the victory. A bit of a highlights though, and well, at the very start, the creativity in the reads from Sky Empire, exquisite. I enjoyed these rotations towards C-Long. You could really see that they had a semblance of the Oasis game plan, but we get it here yet again. And I feel like this is the one weakness that I have noticed about Sky Empire so far, is just the adjustment period away from the homework, away from their usual defaults and
Last player
whatnot.
standing.
It's those mid-round, mid-game setups that kind of has been problematic for Sky Empire, because when Oasis changes the pace or changes the way that they play with one another, that's where Sky Empire kind of loses out the understanding of
Spike
the
down mid.
matchup here.
Incredible
One
stuff,
enemy
man.
remaining.
I mean, you look at that round, I think, was one of the biggest ones where even I went on a tangent about, you know, some misplaced
player
opportunities, and I think that's a big point as well for Sky Empire here. Opportunities that weren't
Last
able
player
to
standing.
be utilized to its fullest extent, and you even see that last round,
player.
right? That was an opportunity for them to get back into the
30
game.
seconds
4v2, they got the Rolling Thunder,
Last
but it
player
still
standing.
doesn't come up to its
Spike
best
down,
extent.
C.
Nexi here and Draxi in that round as well. That double duo there is always so potent, and you put this man into the rotation, he just is so exemplary at every single facet of the game.
Player standing.
Come on, man. Remember the old rivalry of Oasis and SB Empire. There's a big reason why. And well, he's the one who delivered the win there with Grab Unlimited. His name is Nexi. We'll give credit to the amazing work Draxi does with him in tandem. But just clutch after clutch from Nexi. You think you're done when you kill Georgie. You think you're done when you kill Wild Oreo. No! There's still more to go. There's still a man named Nexi there, standing at the back line, ready to feast on whoever may come his way.
Yeah, just always such a force to be reckoned with, Dax. He was one of the players that I was looking to see coming into this stage, how he could perform once more. Can he give us some of that same old sexy Nexi goodness that we saw from year number 1, year number 2, and year number 3? The trend continues.
And just really goes to show that in this series, in this regular season, there are going to be teams here trying to step up as much as possible, and we get it right now from Oasis Gaming. But ladies and gentlemen, that was merely our first series in the first day of the first week. Congratulations to Oasis Gaming for getting the first win on the board, but we still got another matchup coming your way, and it's gonna be a big one. NAOS Esports versus SR Nacague. Really, some of the top teams that we've seen in the offseason build themselves up for a reputation here in VCTPH. That will come after this break with the panel. We'll see you guys then. Peace.
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Time El Diablo finds one over on the B side. Operator doesn't hit this time. Huyawi looking for the punish. There he goes, walk on one. They're finally drowning in his own success. SR Dragons now looking to capitalize, putting so much active pressure. Kuyawi with another one, and there you go, Kuyawi. There's no stopping this man. And Game Labs Alpha, they're stuck on the other side here of B. It's Roby Orange instead for Atlas Apollo Folex, though trying to prove his worth with the blades, and it's 2 already going down to the ground. Shika so low, it's 2v3, and Atlas Apollo stuck, smacked out in the middle. Shika and Nash still fight on back. All left now to Drick on the high ground. Can he do it for the squad? A possibility with the lineup. There you go with a shot instead. And Game Labs Alpha, the formula of success to win out the round.
You want to do a bit more to get another round in this half? It's going to be great! Look at this from Flexerino! A triple in his name, and this is his game. Is ever more so possible to be won by the Puggers.
The Puggers, they find a hero out of nowhere in Blixerino. He found ambition, rewarded for it. Tongi now with a death and destruction. Netflix stuck between a rock, a hard place, and flashes his way, but second love, his heart breaks against the Omen. Another one bites the dust towards Netflix. It's all left now to the Killjoy on the other side. Shongi though, looking for the defuse. Able to make it halfway. He's taking it. He's just gonna go for it. And Netflix crawls his way to the clutch.
As Eugene S gets another kill. Toss is watching his teammates die left and right, but he is the bastion of hope. It's down to a 2v2 still. They have quite a bit of utility. They can honestly go for this Cosmic Divide. Find the angles as quickly and as carefully as he can. He finds the raid boss, but where's the breach? He's gonna be stunned. He's gonna be flashed. Disrupt not having a good time here. Still trying to find the damage. But all it's done is give Toss that big 4K.
Them against each other. The flash out. Oh, Vanta Black tries to pop shots through the smoke. Unfortunately, not gonna work. Kuyawi, no! Exotic! He gets the stab! Welcome to the Philippines once again! And there it is, another shot onto Netflix.
One enemy.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Time El Diablo finds one over on the B side. Operator doesn't hit this time. Huyawi looking for the punish. There he goes, walk on one. They're finally drowning in his own success. SR Dragons now looking to capitalize, putting so much active pressure. Kuyawi with another one, and there you go, Kuyawi. There's no stopping this man. And Game Labs Alpha, they're stuck on the other side here of B. It's Roby Orange instead for Atlas Apollo Folex, though trying to prove his worth with the blades, and it's 2 already going down to the ground. Shika so low, it's 2v3, and Atlas Apollo stuck, smacked out in the middle. Shika and Nash still fight on back. All left now to Drick on the high ground. Can he do it for the squad? A possibility with the lineup. There you go with a shot instead. And Game Labs Alpha, the formula of success to win out the round.
You want to do a bit more to get another round in this half? It's going to be great! Look at this from Flexerino! A triple in his name, and this is his game. Is ever more so possible to be won by the Puggers.
The Puggers, they find a hero out of nowhere in Blixerino. He found ambition, rewarded for it. Tongi now with a death and destruction. Netflix stuck between a rock, a hard place, and flashes his way, but second love, his heart breaks against the Omen. Another one bites the dust towards Netflix. It's all left now to the Killjoy on the other side. Shongi though, looking for the defuse. Able to make it halfway. He's taking it. He's just gonna go for it. And Netflix crawls his way to the clutch.
As Eugene S gets another kill. Toss is watching his teammates die left and right, but he is the bastion of hope. It's down to a 2v2 still. They have quite a bit of utility. They can honestly go for this Cosmic Divide. Find the angles as quickly and as carefully as he can. He finds the raid boss, but where's the breach? He's gonna be stunned. He's gonna be flashed. Disrupt not having a good time here. Still trying to find the damage. But all it's done is give Toss that big 4K.
Them against each other. The flash out. Oh, Vanta Black tries to pop shots through the smoke. Unfortunately, not gonna work. Kuyawi, no! Exotic! He gets the stab! Welcome to the Philippines once again! And there it is, another shot onto Netflix.
nung laban na yun. Ang ganda rin ng cast nyo doon. Pero guys, saan pa tayo magsisimula? Unang laban pa lang natin dito sa regular season natin. At ang dami nang naganap. Umabot pa nga tayo sa game number 3 dito, Dad Femina.
I mean, feeling ko, saan ba tayo magsisimula? Ang dami kasing pwede nating pagsisimulan, di ba? Pero maybe, wag nating gawing komportable to si Georgie sa pagpasok every single time, di ba? Lagi, kapag papasok sa site, you always look towards kung sino yung una. Si Javi 8K, medyo tame pa nga medyo madali pa siyang i-control. Pero kapag nakapag-init na si Georgie, nako, Oasis, napakadali ng pagkuha ng site itself. I also like na sobrang supportive ng support staff for Georgie to enable himself na kunin yung ano yung kailangan niyang kunin, di ba? May mga times na nag-overpush siya, pero madali lang naman yan just to say na, okay, tama na yan, Georgie, okay na. Just keep him on a leash. Wag mo na lalayo, pre, parang aso lang eh.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we also have to give props naman, syempre, sa kanila katapat. Sky Empire, even when they lost that series, ang ganda pa rin ng kanilang ipinakita doon. Nakita natin doon sa kanilang comfort map. They were also successful with it. Napigilan nila si Georgie at a certain point sa map number 1, pero map number 2 and 3, really, Oasis Gaming showed yung kanilang veteran prowess at yung kanilang comfort din. At syempre, saktong-sakto yan, pasalamatan natin ang ating official sponsor, ang Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited only for 9 pesos on your first month.
Last but not the least, this tournament is officially sanctioned by the Games and Amusement Board. Thank you so much for making VCT Philippines Split 1 possible.
Of course, maraming salamat sa ating napakagaling na sponsors. Syempre, made possible din itong event na to thanks to Riot Games and sa Meneski Philippines. Guys, ito yung sinasabi nyo si Georgie kanina, unstoppable, especially sa map number 1 natin. Pero I wanna comment the rest of the team, lalong-lalo na si Nex sa map number 3 kanina. Anong naaliw ako. Pero ito nga, nasa highlight tayo ng Pearl map natin. Anything distinct na napansin mo dito, Wall?
Yeah, I think yung paggamit ng yun as well as the was actually eventually
Spike down, attacker spawn. Flawless.
Sky especially dun sa binigyan nila ng way para
Enemy remaining.
yung Killjoy. The Killjoy na ask the one na nakita natin dun sa map number 1 and
Moving over to Icebox over here, Dad Femina.
One enemy remaining.
Power na nabibigay at space na nabibigay ng teammates natin dito, no? Nakita yung minute na nag-o kay pati na rin dito kay yes, ang ganda eh. Like, tuloy-tuloy yung pag-create ng space. Pero in the end, medyo masasabi ko na mas maganda yung
One enemy remaining.
and it also shows yung number 1 map pick nila for this series.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
It's what's giving them this amount of options. Ito mo, kanina nung nasa Pearl sila, they weren't ready to take the risk since Georgie was also, siya naman yung nagpa-forward position lagi. And parang nalilib behind yung ibang mga team members, but they picked it up.
One enemy
sa second game.
Player standing.
kita natin na maps number 2 and 3.
One enemy
there were
remaining.
moments for Sky Empire
Last player
all
standing.
throughout the match. Kita mo iba yung control ng Oasis
30
Gaming
seconds
doon
left.
sa mapa, iba yung
Last
flagging
player
natin.
standing.
This was there. And
Spike
they're
down,
really,
C.
Pulling some pocket, from
Face
the back.
your fear!
So that's why they
Remaining.
won the series eventually.
Ganda talaga ng series na yon. Pero it's no surprise for us who the series MVP is gonna be. Ito na guys, ang big reveal. Kunyari masashock tayo pag na-reveal na. Si Nexy! Oh! I just gotta say, first of all, ang ganda-ganda ng ngiti ni Nexy dito. Pero second of all, even though sa map number 2 natin, nakita natin na nagpa-pop off si Georgie. Tulad nga ng sinabi nyo, it was because of the back support na kasama niya. Andito lagi yung team niya, andyan lagi si Nexy either on the lurk or basta ready siya eh. Kaya niyang i-hold yung site. Pero dito lalo sa Haven, mas nakita ko lalo yung holding potential ni Nexy. Lalong-lalo na, yung kanina nakita nyo may trigger discipline moment pa siya, di ba?
Parang yun lang naman yung naging same story na nakita natin ng 2021 tong si Nexy, where he was on the chamber nung time na yon, and now the chamber's out of the meta. Bumalik siya dito sa comfort niya na si Killjoy, and he's popping off na naman. Isa sa mga naging passive plays natin or players natin for Oasis, or actually as in the local scene as a whole. At lumabas na naman yung kanyang strength as a sentinel player, where you leave that one man on an island, you'd know what that man can do with just a bit of resources at yung tamang contact play na lang once nag-iisa na lang siya pagdating doon sa mga executes ng Sky Empire.
Naging sakit siya ng ulo ng Sky Empire nung map number 2 sa Icebox as he was the one to control the mid. At ang creative ng mga angulan ginagawa niya na yung entrance niya minsan nagsistay siya sa mid, minsan pinupush siya through green eventually, through orange, from mid, tapos may mga ganong plays pa siya through kitchen. I think yun na yung naging the best description, sakit siya ng ulo sa Sky Empire ng map number 2.
Hindi ka naman nagkakamali kasi kahit sino naman atang makalaban si Nexy, yun talaga yung iisipin na, aray ko, ito na naman, meron na namang tumitira, sa ang angulo na naman ba nang galing to, hindi ko na alam saan ako titingin. Pero it just goes to show kung gaano ka-prepared talaga. Tulad yan ng sinabi ko nung opening panel, na ang dami rin kasing, not just inside the game, si Georgie sabi natin, the rest of his team really good at supporting him. Pero outside of the 5 players themselves na nandun sa mapa, meron tayong maraming ang coaching staff on the side of Oasis. Fluffy02, na-mention ko na siya kanina, pero shoutout ulit sa'yo, ang ating sa mga VCT talents dito, di ba? Part sila lahat sa pag-study, di ba? Pag meron kang magandang back-end support, meron kayong study, meron kayong research na provided na agad ng mga taong to. Kaya ang ganda talaga. And hopefully, on the side naman dito sa SE, ma-discover na, or ng Sky Empire rather, ma-figure out nila kung paano rin nila makaka-keep up with the lack of that side of the resources. Pero moving over to the second series of the day, maganda-ganda rin tong laban na to. Kung sabi ko kanina, ang Sky Empire lang ang team na nanggaling from open qualifiers. Well, itong dalawang to, invited teams tong pareho. Ibig sabihin, marami na silang napatunayan, especially in this past year. Kaya direct invite sila dito. Kaya pakilala na natin na sila. Simulan na natin, of course, for the first team, ang NAOS Esports.
Perfect.
NAOS Esports, man. Ito ata yung pinaka-hyped up roster for 2023 at sa Challengers League natin. On paper, meron kang mga winning pieces, mixing young blood with seasoned veterans para makita nila yung balance na hinahanap nila ever since they started as NAOS Esports. Yung coach nila na si iMix, na regarded as a top contender. Not only as a coach, but when he was a player. Talagang nakita mo yung value when he was on Sunsparks as well. Ang head start na meron sila ng time na yon, they were pretty early sa pag-announce ng roster na to. Kaya may head start sila, nakapag-practice, ginamit ng time na to para ma-mend yung synergy na meron sila dito. But with that in mind, ang daming challenges, ang daming questions on this roster since ang daming hyped up para sa roster na ito. The idea na pwede mong iput yung 3 veterans sa 2 stars, parang naiisip ko, paano sila magme-mesh together now that they have put these young guns together with these 3 veterans that have played together when they were on a different bang-bang?
I think...
Natawa yung expert natin sa bang-bang.
Natamaan eh.
But, you know, just to combine what you said and what Laika said, Dita, especially because of the fact na meron din external support itong NAOS, I am personally very excited about what kind of development yung pwede natin makita from this team, right? When they combine it together, like you said, pinagsama-sama dito yung mga known names sa ating eksena with the support that they have, you can really expect greatness. Siguro, slow start maybe, but let's look for the moment kung saan mahanap na talaga nila yung tunay na mojo nila.
At hindi lang ikaw yung naghahanap ng mojo dyan. Yung namang kalaban, naghahanap ng butas dito sa team na to. So dahil dyan, ipakilala natin ang team na makakalaban ng NAOS Esports. Walang iba kundi ang SR Nacague.
Perfect.
that is SR Nacague. Ang dami rin ng mga no-names dito. At siguro kung familiar sa inyo yung mga pangalan nila, it's because of the fact that they have been coming from different areas actually ng mundo ng Valorant dito sa Pilipinas. Merong mga dating galing from Zeal, so that is Senior Carl, and of course Mid Matters, kilala na rin sa eksena, so top level control in the Philippines. There's a lot of like ingredients na ginawa nitong management ng SR Nacague and how they were able to pull these team together, di ba? Para pinagsama-sama. Eventually, parang ang hope dito is how do you develop a team na merong iba't ibang mga strengths at iba't ibang pinanggalingan, make it, combine them together, and what could they accomplish out of it. That's what we can expect dito sa split 1 for SR Nacague.
Maganda talaga tong yung synergy. Kumbaga kanina yung question natin sa NAOS Esports is how is the synergy gonna play out? On the opposite side, meron tayong netong team na SR Nacague na sobrang ganda nung team-oriented, yung pagka-team-oriented nila, di ba? Medyo matagal na silang magkakasama. May chemistry na talaga kung tatawagin. So, doon natin makikita talaga na doon pa lang may konting di ba? Itong isang team, mga veterans, ilang beses na natin sila nakita dito sa stage na to. Tapos hahaluan mo pa ng firepower from the new members. Tapos ito namang kabila, solid na sila for a very long time. Pero meron ba on your side, Dad Femina, meron ka bang nakikita na stand out or something to watch out for, especially on the side of SR Nacague, since ngayon lang natin ulit sila nakita dito?
I really feel like we should watch out para dito kay Mid Matters. Kasi this guy can be very unpredictable. He's either gonna be lurking as a controller para sa team niya, plus even though napakalayo niya sa team niya, talagang nafe-feel mo yung presence ng lalaking to, especially with how popular his Astra has been.
Yeah.
Tamang usage lang ng utility para suportahan tong si Zind at yung the rest of the team para makapag-entry on site. Habang kapag naglo-lurk tong si Mid Matters, nakakahanap siya ng bawat weakness na kinukuha agad ng kahit sinong team pa. Even against NAOS Esports, where I could say that they're not a perfect team at all, could have at least like a few more challenges to go. Paano nila i-delegate yung kanilang communication if there's somebody like Mid Matters making a lot of mess sa mga plano nila, di ba?
And speaking of Mid Matters, or mid for that matter, alamin natin kung gaano kalaki nga ba ang middle ground na magiging mapa natin. We're going over to the map selection. All right, boys. At the top of your head, Wolf, gusto ko malaman, meron ka bang map na ine-expect na makita dito sa series na to?
Pearl, definitely. Tingin ko, at least hindi siya yung parang yung the top na pipili ng dalawang teams are like the priority whatsoever. It might even be banned out easily. Pero tingin ko kasi when I remember NAOS as well as SR Nacague, both of them like to play this nung months before. So tingin ko this is one of the maps that will be center point dito sa ating veto.
So far naman, may chance pang magkatotoo yung sinabi mo dahil Fracture and Breeze are out of the pickings this time. So, NCG ang unang mamimili ng mapa dito. And with Fracture and Breeze out of the way, Dad Femina, any expectations at what we're gonna see first? Probably ito yung Pearl na sinasabi ni Wolf, but maybe it's something else.
Balik tayo sa vanilla map, yung Ascent, yung Filipino mapa na nakikita natin. Kaso wala akong tabla kay Wolf na the best analyst talaga, man.
Hindi ko ba kilala yan? Si Tagalog Benkay yan.
Tagalog. Si Bankay.
I mean, what more can I ask for as a partner? Yeah, Ascent, yun yung sasabihin ko sana kasi yun yung isa mga best maps na nilabas ng SR Nacague even before we head into VCT Philippines. For NAOS Esports, they've played this map so many times na that I wouldn't say that this is a bad map for them. They can contend against SR Nacague. So this is being the map pick for NAOS is definitely a crucial point since SR Nacague have shown their strength as well dun sa Pearl. Yung magiging bakbaka natin makikita doon sa second map talaga. Whereas Pearl, it's gonna be one hell of a slobber knocker too.
Yeah. Absolutely. Comfort din naman. I think ito kahit despite Pearl yung napili yung Nacague, I think NAOS might have allowed that to happen kasi parang comfortable naman din sila doon, and especially na pwede naman nila din kunin sa Ascent in map number 2. That could be good. And of course, close it out sa Icebox and show that control dun sa may gitna, kung paano sila magiging creative on how they approach this slightly bigger map. maganda ang mga magiging bakbakan dito ng teams.
I completely agree with you there. Pearl, Ascent, and Icebox. Dito kasi sa Pearl and Ascent, alam mo, tulad nga na sinabi ko kaya, mid control. Yung dalawang map na yan, pag pinabayaan mo yung mid, ano na mangyayari? Malulurkan ka na, nahirap ka nang mag-retake ng spaces. So, timing naman pala yung pun na nilagay ko kanina, kahit hindi ko naman pala sinasadya. Sadyang, it's just there. The universe has put it all together for me, di ba?
Like a diff.
Like a diff. Huwag kayong mag-alala, babawi yung universe kasi this time around, magkakaalaman na naman tayo ng prediction. So, kung kanina pinagbigyan ako ngayon, mahirap na naman. Napakabigat kasi ng predictions every single time, no? Kasi alam naman natin na all of these players, all of these teams are always here for a good fight.
Yeah.
It's just that may pressure sa atin, eh. It's always a 50-50. And for this specific 50-50, I'm gonna go with now's the time. Now is the time to hear Wolf's answer. Ikaw muna, Wolf.
Okay. I always like the ride from this. Pero tingin ko kasi gana naman. I think Nacague, nakuha nila yung Pearl muna. They can try to win it in a set para makuha agad yung win. But I think that they can take it. I think they can take it.
Okay, well.
Let's go.
Okay, well.
Parang di ka pa decided eh. Ayaw mo pa i-share sa amin.
Deal breaker, tiebreaker.
Nag-isip tuloy ako bigla eh. Nag-SR Nacague si Wolf, tapos ikaw gusto ng NAOS Esports. Now, the questions are, tama ba na top team ngayon ng SR Nacague? Oo, I believe that. Tama ba na kaya nilang labanan ng NAOS? Absolutely. Pero sino ba mananalo para sa akin? NAOS Esports all the way ako. Now's the time para sa kanila dahil sa kanilang buffed up coaching staff. Feeling ko kasi parang equal sila in terms of players firepower eh. I feel like I'm relying on the support staff more. And I'm expecting that from somebody from iMix to fix up kung ano yung magiging issues ng both the veterans and the young ones.
So ayan na guys. The predictions have been locked. 50-50 na naman for our panels. Kanina si Ray yung unang blood natin na nagkamali sa predictions. Pero tingnan natin ngayon, for sure may magkakamali din sa amin. For now though, ipapasa na namin kayo sa ating napakagigiting na mga shoutcasters.
It's been a long time, guys, since we've started everything. And, of course, to get started with things, I am hearing, of course, the Tagalog side as well with Ray.
Oh, boy.
Sorry, okay, she's gone. You know what? It's fine. I feel like if you hear Ray's voice first, you won't be hit by the curse. So we could be looking at a good series here, but not too dragging of a series, as again, it is going to be NAOS Esports up against SR Nacague. Once again, my name is Asteroid. With me now is Raph, and we'll be your casters for this series of the day. And the panel was definitely mentioning it. Both of these teams incredibly hyped, with SR Nacague coming out of the woodwork as one of the touted as the best teams in the Philippines, and now Esports really riding, I think, the hype of the pickups of such legendary players in the form of Wits, Ja, and even Papachulo.
Oh yeah, wait, hang on. You started the day by attacking Ray, and you know what? I appreciate that. That is incredibly courageous to do. And of course, this is the first time we've been on air together for a long time, so this is pretty momentous for us, right? Just like this matchup, as you mentioned, NAOS and SR Nacague, it is going to be a bit of a doozy, honestly, because we talked about the star power that you mentioned, those three veteran figureheads, and of course players of NAOS versus, I guess, the collective of SR Nacague, who have been on a tear for the latter half of last year. Now, this is basically the cream of the crop for PH, and I'm just so excited, Aster. I'm just so excited to tell you to shut up, disagree with you, do all of those things. It's been so long, my goodness.
Yeah. So one of the things that I really wanted to talk about, you know, before we get into our first game is,
no, you
know,
don't.
the panel was mentioning that they want, they were saying, I think Wolf was specifically saying that NAOS allowed Pearl to be played because it seems like they have a set plan into it. We could probably reference the most recent tournament that they played, where when they went up against Oasis Gaming in Pearl, and they actually won. I think it was like 13-9 in their favor. And honestly, I think this is also not only a good decision for NAOS because of their recent result, but if you look at it from a mental standpoint, right? If they win against SR Nacague, which we all know that SR Nacague just loves Pearl. They have such a high win rate on this particular map. Could be a really good kind of starter in this best of 3 series, just to break the mental of such a heavy mental fortitude team such as SR Nacague.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be something that has to be considered on the long run, because I feel like the later we go with the map veto, it actually leans towards NAOS. Icebox has been fairly impressive for the players individually, and now as a collective,
Absolutely.
I would just assume that they're really gonna kick it off. But we just have to put our focus on Pearl here. My goodness, what a tongue twister. I feel like the approaches for both these teams are incredibly similar. We see, as you mentioned, SR Nacague, they are a default-heavy team here. They like to work on all the nooks and crannies of that map. They have an emphasis on mid-control, as Laika repeatedly mentioned during the panel. So with that Astra pick, which I'm absolutely certain is going to come out, it is probably going to slow down the game. I feel like the biggest thing here is that since SR have been together for longer, their strat book may be deeper and maybe quicker to access. And I say that because despite NAOS veterancy and experience, again, as individuals, there's still some things that they have to refine potentially, because this is still a very new roster.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we were mentioning this when we had the discussion about the teams themselves, right?
Yeah.
What is going to be the big issue now for NAOS? Because if you look at the previous matchup that these two teams had, it was a whole different NAOS roster. That was the NAOS before this current iteration. And the reason why, again, this is such an important thing to again mention is, again, Wits, Ja, and Papichulo have known each other since way back when, even before Valorant was a thing. They were playing in another title together. Very, very
Legendary core, basically.
Legendary core. Long is the time that they have known each other, know how they play, know how they think, know how they react to such things. And now you add into that mix the standstill players of NAOS, which is Mojer and NDG. What's gonna happen here? You have the mindset of the three pedigrees plus the new bloods here. What's going to be the mix? Is it going to mesh well together? Is it gonna collide up against SR Nacague that have shown that, again, they are a team that just works so well together? What's gonna happen here with NAOS? Because again, NAOS right now, very strong team, but they haven't really proven themselves up against the other top teams that we have here in the Philippines.
Yeah, I like the way you worded that, because once again, that's the biggest themes of NAOS. We have, of course, the legendary trio plus I would say, the newer additions to the scene, because again, these are two young stars. They are budding stars. They have shown performances that have really proven that they belong with everybody at the top, but it is the cohesion that could be tested today, as you mentioned, because SR, a very, very, I guess, tanky team when we think about it. They will take as many hits as they can. They've really won a lot of games from behind. We've seen them do that once again in the latter half of last year, and now we go into our season. I can't believe it's the regular season already, Asra. The time flies so quickly.
Yeah,
but
just a couple of months have passed.
Oh man, yeah, it feels like forever already, and I feel like I could be eating my words later. You're probably gonna say something. I feel like you have something ready there in your little notepad.
Nah, I'm good. But what is also great here now is that we do have the agent selection between NAOS and SR Nacague. Out of the start, NAOS is picking up the same comp I think that they used up against Oasis in that other tournament that I was mentioning. And for Nacague, you're already mentioning it, man. Mid Matters on it, Astra once more.
NDG on the smoker role here. I feel like that's fairly interesting on the side of NAOS. Or actually, it's a double controller here. So I feel like we had a few discussions about going double controller with a Sentinel, because you do kind of lose a lot of that jumping power. But we do have Mojer and Wits to, I guess, supplement that problem. But then the biggest issue is they can't really get any reliable info. Yes, the flash tells you someone is there, but they don't necessarily ping or, I guess, really pinpoint where they are. Meanwhile, on the side of SR, we've seen this comp be run on them as well. So, How would you think they match up stylistically, right? Because again, we mentioned NAOS, incredibly top-heavy. They have the veterans and they have raw firepower. The glue is the biggest question. SR, very team-oriented. They have to look out for, I guess, NAOS knack for going off-tempo, just going for those raw duels and raw contact.
I think with the composition that NAOS has, that it makes so much sense with the the off-tempo contact that you were mentioning about. Now I'm a little bit confused with the agents. Was it NAOS that picked up the one with the Sky, or was it NCG? We'll just confirm a little bit later, but whichever team has picked up the Sky with the Raze, I'm pretty sure this is NAOS' comp, because Mojo was the one that did play Raze specifically when they were playing on Pearl. But I really do like this because even though they don't have, let's say, a Sage, right, having the KJ plus the double controller and the flasher gives them so much in and out. Like, you know, set up a smoke real quick, flash out of it, peek, then back away. There's a lot of ability, there's a lot of punish play that NAOS really has that the slow play of Nacague might have some trouble trying to get that control on as they try to attack from the attacking side.
I feel like there's no discomfort on the side of NAOS, though. Again, we talked about how contact-heavy they can be, but they're fairly multifaceted. I mean, we talk about Poppy, Wits, and Jazz, you know, that central core. We've seen them play incredibly slow. We've also seen them play high-tempo. So I feel like it's really going to be up to how they're going to handle this matchup or what NCG shows on this primarily attacking side. So it is going to be NCG with the Jet comp, with the Fade. So they're going to be looking to be a little more aggressive compared to NAOS here. NAOS have a forward stance on this defense. They're going to send a player to scout out mid, and it's going to be Mojer actually falling to said mid Mathers here. So they do lose that duelist, but mid, I don't think he anticipates the trade here, but he still gets NDG. Oh my goodness, this is falling apart. Mid Mathers, he's on high right now, and he is a one-man army. Ja and Poppy left to clutch on the first round, on the first game.
Oh, that was massive. That was massive. I don't expect them to win this pistol anymore, but they can at least double up, try to go through spawn, at least for now, as they try to manage this 5 versus 2. I'll say my thoughts later on as Poppy and Ja now slowly make their way out to the backside. There's so many crossfire angles that they have to deal with. Already spotted out in the open. There's one pick for Ja, but that's about it. And I was about to mention this, Raph. If mid, actually mid's first pick wasn't there really the worst thing for NAOS there?
Oh yeah.
Because if he drops, that means that the flank on B-Long is so much open for the two players of NAOS, but somehow mid just...
Oh my gosh.
How did he get this? That's how he got it. Wow. Just massive, massive play from mid Mathers.
I mean, they had the right idea, you know, take A-Long control so we can bolster our defenses elsewhere, get that quick rotation. But mid Mathers, too much of a roadblock here for NAOS to really overcome. And we would expect for NCG to take this round as we see no resistance on the buys on the side of NAOS. They're just going to have upgraded pistols, a shorty on the side of Mojer. So maybe playing a little cheeky here, but NCG this time, they work again on that mid control. So far, on the side of NAOS, they're a little more reserved. They're not sending anybody to be a forward scout.
You have to respect, again, how much just emphasis Naru has on this fate of his, especially those prowlers. So much punish play, especially when there's no killjoy utility to really punish you, and especially as well as the Astro Stars, you can't really play too close because you're just gonna get pushed out of your position. In any case, now that they cleared out most of what is on the mains, seems like they're just gonna default once again on B, which isn't really the worst of, you know, what you could decide to go on, especially with just the pistols, the save round for NAOS right here. Mojer just jumping up and down for a little bit of that contact. Doesn't spot anybody just yet, but now, with those smokes, with that wall, it's going to be a whole push. Oh! Ja! That's so sneaky. Will they actually pick it up? No! He just got walled back by Poppy straight up! Although Poppy's hitting some shots here, they're out in the open, and NAOS is just perfectly defending this with the crossfires on the pistols, on that wall, and it's now down into the hands of mid Mathers, but it's a 2 versus 1. Hasn't picked up a weapon just yet. Does have the spike though. Could try to maybe pick up a Spectre, which he does. 30 bullets, 14 seconds. There's a shotgun right in front of his face, and Mojer's gonna hit it for the 3K, and that is gonna be a thrifty win for NAOS.
Did I say NCG were meant to take that round? I meant NAOS were meant to take that round, definitely. I'm not gonna double... No, actually. Yeah, I mean, of course, we saw the superior buys, but NAOS a little too creative, a little too thrifty for the liking of NCG here. So So now the tables have turned. Momentum is definitely on the side of NAOS here. That was beautifully handled, especially with Patman taking that early pick there. I thought for sure that was going to fall apart immediately as it started. But with, again, the bailout on the classics, well, that's why we love Valorant. You just cannot expect, well, stuff like that. But once again, Asarai, the approach to the game has not changed at all. This time, though, for NCG, they're just going to look for a little bit of eco damage as they crawl towards mid yet again. But now they have a good read on this. They hang back. They try to play for their ranges. Wits will send the Trailblazer. He'll spot out too. So that's enough for him to signal his teammates to, hey, let's maybe set up a crossfire here. Let's not give this up. Zind also making quite a bit of noise. So, but the thing is, they have no info really on that B long, or if there's anybody holding towards that B long side. They'll have to pivot on, I believe this is Ja, on that B link for the sound cue. But so far nothing has happened, or at least not too much.
Yeah, I do like the setup that they have though. You think that, I don't know, why is Mojo not on mid? You know, he's a Raze, he's got those boom boom pals with the paint shells and everything, but having Wits here with the flash, as well as of course being on that sky, just has that quick little information gathering. It's actually pretty good, but somehow just the slow peak of NCG, my goodness, SR Nacague is doing absolutely perfect into this. They made NAOS just go in a guessing game, and the timing was so off that they just got a free kill onto 2 players already. Wits and NDG down. There's only Papichulo holding here. What a flick from Zin. He's always been a madman for SR Nacague, and now, dude, these thrifty rounds are just going the way of the pistolers.
It's not done yet. Zin has a big flank on Papi here. Papi doesn't even look to check, and he gets wiped out. And as you mentioned, maybe we just go on an eco. You know what I mean? You know what was a team that used to be
making us look bad though.
It's not. No, they're making themselves look really good. It's not us being, you know, off on these predictions. But I was about to say, you know what team used to be really good on stealing eco rounds away? The South Built Core. And we've seen that, again, happen here on both sides, really. Yeah, South Built used to be really good at that. Just give them a bunch of sheriffs, they're good to go. But now, with the matters at hand, NAOS versus NCG, still not an equal round. I don't think we've seen a fair gun round just yet. If NAOS win this eco, then I'm not entirely sure how to explain this to you, but maybe Mojo's gonna pop off here. He does get his shots blocked. He has to avoid that gravity well. Wits is trying to provide some suppressive fire, but NDG is ready for the trade as well. Mojo still has that boom bot, and they do exit safely here, but Ja could be in a bit of a... Never mind. Ja is good. Ja's gonna just hover his crosshair over Patman's head and give him a little bit of a kiss. Doesn't even go for the Vandal there. A little wary that there might be a trader already waiting, looming around the corner.
He even gets a straight up heal back to 100. Never really want Ja in those... you never want to face Ja in those situations where he could just have straight up headshots against you. He's just too good at being able to hit that, even though he's been put into the Sentinel role. I don't want to say he's relegated into the Sentinel role, because he still does so well with whatever he wants to do. Try to pick up that orb, will you? Not really gonna happen. Zin's already here at the alley. As peeks out, creates some tempo, creates some space, and where is Wits? Somehow manages to get a kill and backs up into safety, at least for now, while the rest of the team comes in. 3 versus 4. There's a huge flank coming in for Mojo as well. If they can at least give him some space, some time to create a little bit more tempo, a little bit more impact, could have been the coulda, woulda, shoulda, but it's not gonna happen. Papichula falls, and SR Nacague claim another round.
Mid Mathers is kind of nice right now, I'm not gonna lie. He is so clean. I didn't even expect him to land that shot. I thought Mojo there had a free kill. But sometimes there is a price to pay, even if it is at the very, very last moment. And now we finally have our gun round here. We have the operator on Zind here looking to pressure the longer ranges as quickly as possible. On the ultimate side, we do have that Resurrect on the side of Sen. So if they want to play tempo too, they have the choice to do it. An immediate pit on the side of Papi just to clog up the lanes here, and just to maybe funnel the rest of NCG yet again towards mid, which is their intention to begin with. But Patman has already gotten quite deep here, trying to wrestle that control away from Belong. And now with that operator shot being heard as, right, this might just cue NAOS to fall back, to be a little bit more passive now.
Yeah, Zin's one of those players that makes the operator on attack really work. He gives me some Kenny S vibes. Anyways, there's the dog. Oh, the wall bangs. Thankfully, Wits doesn't actually take any damage from that. It's a 50-50 on that angle. Batman and Ja go in for trades all the way through B long here. And Ja, he's actually still pushing up onto this one. This might not be the best of situations or decisions, as the rest of NCG are coming in right at him, but they're going to have to play peekaboo on these corners. If Ja can get at least one, that is going to be massive. But he gets two, could go for three. Ja is just creating situations where NAOS can really thrive off of things. Witz tucks himself in the corner. 3 versus 2. The rest of Nacague, not really much time left. They're going to have to start pushing forward. Zin, buddy, you forgot to pick up the spike. I'm going to have to do things here. Doesn't look right behind him.
Oh,
Witz takes him off. 1v1 at least for now. NDG now has the crossfire, and this is... I don't think this is winnable for Mid Matters, but if he can get a couple of kills, just deny to pick up on the operator, mayhaps. Not really.
Done and dusted.
Yeah.
Honestly, theoretically speaking, if Ja just got 1 kill, and it was Sen anyway, that was already maximum value for him. He got the res out of the way, and he made NCG double up. Rather, doubt themselves on that push. Did get that slight delay. Give enough time for Witz to reposition. So, once again, all's well, ends well. Yeah, I was actually hoping if Mid Mathers is going to clutch this round, then he is absolutely on a tear today, but that was not the case. We do have quite a bit of ults here for set play on both sides here. Jack, and once again, Hangback, he does have that lockdown. Witz also has the cabbages. Mid Mathers, he does have that wall. Hasn't really shown interest in using it so far.
Yeah.
I mean, as I mentioned, right, NCG, what they've been doing is just slowly working around the map, finding these picks. Now, have been slowly adjusting. They've been, I wouldn't necessarily say relegating players to safer positions, but they've been doubling up on the trades. Again, just the clear fundamentals, you know. NDG, though, could go for an aggressive move here. Nasty indeed as Patman. Without your, at least one of your controllers, this is going to be a little more difficult. The utility shuffle is going to go in the way of NAOS for now. But look how far they've crawled up B long, Asarai.
If they don't smoke the position of Mojer on that tiny little pixel angle, you know what? It's supposed to be like that, but because of how good the players are, they just hit these shots every single time.
Oh,
Ja!
Can you
hold yourself, calm yourself, my guy. I know that you got the smokes and everything, but they can still shoot through that. They're playing careful here, and now because of that, there now is a very good chance for NCG to get the site, use the wall, both of them. Zins get boosted up, a little bit too high-strung for my liking, but with Sen having that revival, it should be fine. The flash comes in, but it's more just information, not really a push through out. And this is such a difficult situation for the rest of NAOS to come through on this. The stun for Mid Matters, and he is holding this like an absolute demon. One more, that's going to be Papi Chulo. Someone manages to pick up the kill, but again, it's numbers up against him. And a quick little trade, and that's going to be it. NCG keep the ball rolling.
That was so expensive, man. NAOS used up so many ults for that. They don't have the lockdown anymore. They don't have the Seekers. And they even had Pit just to clog up the lanes towards A, but my goodness. Mid Mathers, he's really making it work for SR, as you mentioned, right? It's like, yeah, these things aren't supposed to happen, but obviously, SR, they're professional players. Of course they're going to land shots like that. What are you going to say next? They have good game sense? Well, wow. I now have a firm grasp of the obvious. Yeah. See, this is why I missed casting with you. It's an experience on its own. But the tempo really has just slowed down for everybody here. They now understand that it is going to come down to just, well, I guess not ultimate stacking. Set plays aren't going to be as powerful as we mentioned. But now Mid Mathers, he's been the turret, the anti-flank. He will get hit, but that's not enough to really, I guess, push him back. He's going to try and maneuver himself towards a spike as mid control has been given up once again by NAOS here. Ja in a bit of a cheeky position. Could be good for 1, good for 2. But if Zind gets that lineup, that proper shot on his cheeky operator, then this could be a bit of a problem. As NDG, no way, no way. Well, it is Ja. So the Viper still has not been discovered. They don't know. And NDG gets that perfect swing onto Zind. Now Ja has to find yet another kill, and this Bulldog is biting on the arteries of NCG. They are bleeding. They have to stop this fast. Naru has to try and salvage the situation. He does have a haunt. He has a seize. He can do something about this, but he's vulnerable. With this Vandal in hand, though, he is unwavering, clearing this corner as carefully as he can, but the nerves are getting to him. Down to 22 HP. The seize will catch both. They now double up. Oh, but Papi Chulo on that flank. He gets Naru. He gets everybody. NAOS beautifully circling NCG, capturing them in their own little trap.
What is up with the broken buys and just winning the round?
I know, it's... Apparently we don't know anything, Asser. I mean, it's not like they're about to hit Radiant or anything. I'm just saying. Doesn't matter.
I will say, though, that was unlucky for Patman as he was trying to clear Blink, B-Alley, however you want to call it, right? Because he, as you saw, just bypassed NDG, dropped down against Ja, and now Zin is like, his obvious first reaction would be to look at where Ja is, and then he just jiggled unscoped at the perfect time that NDG peaked. So that was just a string of unlucky descoping and not peeking certain corners at precise timings that really screwed the control of NCG on B lane. Because to be honest, they should have gotten that. But again, just again that very, very stressful yet crucial moment, just again bypassed by NCG.
Like we talked about, right? Ja had the frag as quickly as he could, and NDG, being undiscovered, had a surprise angle, even on already Zind. And it's these small timings that really make a difference in all these rounds. It is still 3-4. This first half is already as spicy as it is. I am honestly waiting for SR to make an adjustment here, because so far, the last few rounds have not been working out well for them. We do have yet another eco bite. So are we going to see more thievery on the side of NCG? As Mojer, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Zin is looking to do some pot shots here, but not really doing anything significant as of the moment. That operator is potentially going to sway them away, but no, they stand strong. They hold outside A here, and we see a bit of movement towards Art as well, Asarai. Patman not the luckiest player we've seen today, but could potentially find his bounty here.
Well, as the three of NAOS immediately scramble just to make sure that Art is not being pushed or not being sneaked about by anybody from Nacague here. I don't think there's going to be much that they can really do. What does NCG have that they can utilize? It's just the numbers advantage here, but Wiz is there. Great trades overall! Actually, even better. There's only Naru and Patman to remain. Mojer's been exposed at the back of the site, but not really visually. He does have only the rifle, or only the operator, excuse me. But with that showstopper, denies them any map control, denies that Viper's fit for getting any more value, and now it's toe-to-toe against Nacague.
Not entirely sure if Patman wanted to pop that pit there. I mean, he was low. They already got the 2 picks, which made that round, to be honest, acceptable, right? But once again, with that Viper's pit being expended, that was a big investment for, I would say, very little returns. NAOS, they're still probably going to run the same setup here. It does look like that's the case, but a beautiful entry by Naru and the rest of the gang here. I love the call by Mojer, though, just to pop that showstopper there. And once again, we have to put our eyes towards this round, Astra, as it does look like this is going to be a heavy contact play towards A. Puppy Chul is going to have a bit of a time here, but he does have full utility, and they decide to hold it out. Now it's NAOS moving forward towards mid. Mid Mathers have been a big problem that they have to deal with here. He's been on that multi-killing spree, and he might just peak at the right moment here against NDG, but so far, he might potentially go for the fake smoke here.
Oh, he's exposed! Oh, I was about to mention that this was the problem of Nacague not having any flashers, right? Is you're allowing teams like NAOS actually get, the triple contact on mid because they're not afraid of getting blinded, but when you have fake smokes like that, and Nacague just knowing how to react in this situation is kind of crazy. In any case, at least both of the NAOS players are here. The pop shots through the to the wall actually worth it. Papi Chula and Ja wreaking some havoc here. No ultimates for them yet to really threaten the defuse to get the peek out of the post planters here. 3 versus 2, one wrapping around all the way.
No way,
timing. Right? He might be able to get a kill here. He does. With Batman on the cross back. Here comes Mid Matters. They have to clear both A mains first. Oh, this is going to be impossible now for Jab, because even if he does get the win against mid, look at the positioning of to where Patman is. I don't think Ja knows about this. He does not. And that's going to be Nacague. That was, I got to say, man, Mid Matters was so smart on that smoke on mid.
Yeah, like I said, right, he's been a problem. He has been the #1. Public enemy #1 for NAOS here. He's been the absolute doorstop. And you did mention that they don't have flashes on the side of NCG. So they have to take this as raw as possible. They do have a lot of info gather, but that's not necessarily going to help you on your swings, especially if they're expecting a fight already, right? Now we still have that wall yet again on the side of Mid Mathers. Interested to see how they're going to go with this. If they're going to change the tempo here, they're going to double star up A just to pressure. Maybe, just maybe bait out some sort of reaction on the side of NAOS, but NAOS are too experienced for this. They're going to hold strong. Still NDG playing on that rotator, remaining unbroken. And now this time, the approach towards mid is completely different. They're holding now for that aggression that NAOS showed in the previous round. We have NDG holding for that long flank as well. So this looks like this is going to be another 30 or so seconds of just holding. Look at these teams. They're not interested in taking any forward control right now.
Yeah, but the thing is, right, for NAOS, they have the perfect utility for retakes here. They got themselves the lockdown, they got themselves that Cosmic Divide, so there's no real need for them to actually peak as aggressive as they did in that previous round. They want NCG to try to come in. They want them to plant, lose a player in the process, and put NAOS in a perspective where they can just play that retake even more efficiently if the numbers don't favor NCG.
Oh dear.
Look at this. They're just allowing them to come in. Yeah, they're going to burn all their utils. They're going to plant it, yeah. And then they're just going to have to... They're just going to have to plant the spike and play that post plant.
Are they going to play the post plant is the question, because this wall could be volatile for both the sides here. You see Wits trying to slit the throat of anybody in this opposite wall, but so far they're holding strong. They want to take this as a 5v5, a clean 5v5, but time is ticking, and that Boombot is making Zind sweat. Good for him that it doesn't detect him. Now we have that Killjoy lockdown. What is the call here? Do we march forward or do we hold? Zind still undiscovered. This wall is going to break sometime soon though. But Ja finds the hidden jet. Sen also gets destroyed here. Up to Naru here. They still have a lot of utility and a lot of delay. So they have to fight the raw fights. Ja, angry. NDG responds. And Mojer gets the final kill onto Mid Mathers. And that was a clean sweep of a round.
Did I tell you, Raph? What did I tell you? They wanted them to go into the site. I told you. Open up YouTube, you know, get it on replay. You will hear it, all right? That I told you that they wanted to play as far back as they want to. They want to burn the utilities of Nacague. Nacague, I like how they kind of place themselves in the post plant where they're aware that NAOS has all of this great utility and they're wanting to, again, right, to play against it. But unfortunately, NAOS were so efficient at just clearing these corners that Nacague just were gobsmacked at how to react to that. And as the dust settles, it's 5-5, and I'm loving the start of this series.
Oh yeah, it is. As as fun as it has been, right? And now we look at how they're gonna approach this round. Zind maybe a little impatient because of what's happened there. Again, he invested so much time just hiding behind that wall. The Blade Storm is going to still active, and it's still on him, but the dash is going to be crucial. Now they can't really take those fights safely or as safely as they want to, but in any case, they've found a little bit of map control here, meaningful control towards B-Link, wary of Ja. Patman says, I am not going to be the victim of that any longer.
He bypassed everything. Oh my goodness. Is Ja even aware of this? Well, he is at least checking the angle. I think he heard the drop of Patman. Yeah, he knows. He knows his... No, he's not. No way. Patman! Ja! Patman! No bullets! Oh, the sheriff! It whiffed! It's not going to be the true, well, justice of, or the law enforcement of this round. But it's going to be Naru with the ghost. Papichula's right in front of him, but he just gets overwhelmed. Zerg rushed by the rest of Nacague here as Mojer and Ja are to remain. Once again, art is where beauty lies. Nacague just keeps pushing through that and making it work.
Is this gonna be another Thrifty Asterai? Maybe we are wrong. You know what I mean? Maybe we are wrong. Oh my goodness, Mojer didn't even have a chance to retaliate there. But NCG, beautiful, beautiful round. Taken away, stolen away from NAOS, by the way. And another thing that we have to take note of in this specific matchup is there has been no room to build a strong, dominant economy. And it's been so fun to see what they've been coming up with to really, how to put this, supplement the lack of the armory, as I mentioned. But now we do have an interesting... I believe this is going to be on the side of NAOS. They're probably going to mull over what happened. On the bright side, though, they do have two very high-impact ults. If ever they want to go for that retake route yet again. And as you mentioned, just to emphasize the fact that the flashes on Wits, they've been so valuable on this defensive side. especially in that last super clean post plant. Obviously not the round that they got stolen away from, right?
I can't believe that keeps happening against
I don't know.
NAOS.
It just happens.
It just does. Well, I mean, it's not like every time they push art, it's Nacague that has like the 100% success rate of just pushing through that, right? It's been back and forth. That's why we see the 5-6, because NAOS do have some rounds where they have an idea and their timing is just enough, or their setup is just enough that it counters whatever Nacague have been doing. But you gotta give it to Nacague for never really having shaky determination into doing whatever the hell they want to do on mid. It's always been just straight up full conviction. If it doesn't work, okay, we're still gonna try to do it the next round and we'll make it work by then. And again, it's resulted in this weird
it's been a weird power balance, to be honest.
Yeah, where you mentioned again, it's the creds that are suffering from both sides. Nobody has gotten the full buy.
Yeah, and I love it. I love how this game is going, because we know that both these teams are amazing on this map, and I already see some people really raising the stakes. You know what I mean? Some maybe losing a little bit of hair over things. You know, I would say I would cut my hair if X and Y, but that bounty's not going to be up for a while. You know what I mean? I'm gonna keep my locks. I think I enjoy it. As Patman has once again crawled into this corner of safety for him. It's going to be a direct 1v1 if he ever finds Ja. Ja's not aware of how close he could be, but every time I say something, the opposite happens. Now we have a bit of a dash just to clear some space here. Wits is going to be stuck between a rock and a very cold place, as Zind is going to engage from B-Link, and now they have quite a bit of control on the backside, but Ja is still undiscovered. How did Zind know? Did he hear his footsteps, or his sixth sense is just way too high right now, and potentially could have been the barrel, right? But Wits responding, finding mid Mathers. That's gonna rather cripple their post plant. Even more so with Patman falling. Zen finally finding the man who's been perpetrating. Now Zen still trying to get one, and it's on Mojer too! Sen has to hold down the line, and Naru gets felled by Papi Chulo. 1v2. Still winnable here. A very close one. Now we have Zind still on a tear, still very healthy. Just a bit of a touch on that armor of his. Papi Chol trying to get that smoke down, trying to isolate all these fights. He gets one. Can he get another? No, Zind is too close for comfort, and that's going to be a big 4K to close the half. NCG taking this strong.
Zind is just special. That's... Look at, yeah, he saw for a split second the barrel peeking out through the smoke wall, and that's how he got the kill. And look at that one flick pick shot as the defenders were coming out through B-Link. Just masterful class, just beauty to check it out. My goodness, man. And now we're slowly creeping up as well, but Papi Chulo in that 1 versus 2, I don't think he really had a chance to clutch that, especially with NCG having proper time to set up the quick trade angles with both Sen and Zind very close proximity together. But at least we got ourselves a little bit of a reset. It's going to be the change of positions here where NAOS are going to be the one to attack.
I mean, you would think that would have been NAOS' strong side, right?
True.
Because, again, the Sentinel, the double controller, it really tends to lean towards themselves here. But Mojer cannot complete the kill there. Zind is going to be the one to actually find Wits, but NDG is turning up the heat, finding Naru, and finding yet another member on NCG. So now they have a pretty reasonable lead here, at least on physical bodies on the playing field. But they haven't really made their way towards any of the sites here. So potentially mid, Sen, and Patman could stack and make this very doable. And it looks like they're making the good call here, Asar. They're going to walk up towards B, and they're going to have the right timing, as NAOS are going to be, as I mentioned, they're going to be planting here. And they're still being very careful. They have 50 seconds left on the clock. They can still back out if they want to. But it seems that they're committing to this.
Dude, look at Sen. If they slow peek this for 15 more seconds, maybe. But, oh, they left the turret as a insurance policy. Yeah, Sen's going to take a bit of damage there. And immediately, Ja and teammate are going to deal with him first. They have 30 seconds. I like how they clear the backside first because they know that they can't really leave anything to chance. Yeah. So they want to at least make sure that the plant is going to be safe and sure that it's not going to be punished. As soon as he plops that spike down, he's going to get traded. No, not at all. So it's going to be a straight-up 3 versus 4 scenario here. But there's so many smokes that NCG, you never know. They can make magic here with all of these smokes right in front of them. Papi Chulo finds one first. Batman, hello. We're left with Sen.
Oh!
And Sen is left with them. All right. He knows the 2 is at the back of B here. So what's the adjustment? No heals just yet. He does have a wall, but it's 400 creds in a situation where you just want to save it for maybe the next round.
Are they really going to do that, though? But never mind. I was about to expound on a point where eco damage is so important on the pistol. So your bonus is going to be not as effective. But obviously we saw our boy Sen there get cut down. Straight up dead in his tracks. But now NAOS, they look to play the more, I guess, aggressive game here. They go for the Bulldog buys instead of the, honestly, fairly popular Stinger upgrades now, Aster. I know you're an enjoyer of that, and we've seen the value of it. The scaling is pretty good too. But now, again, NAOS, they want to take control of those longer angles here. NCG looking to do the same. Potentially, this could be a thrifty, but it's not looking to be that case, especially if they're just going to continue pressuring B-Long here. They're going to throw out a lot of utility and a lot of cover already, so the presence has been known. NCG, they have no doubt that NAOS are already marching down their doorsteps here. All they're going to do is just wait for the smoke to dissipate, give them a little more safety. The lineup has been denied. Beautiful awareness here by Zind. And they're even spamming out that little corner here for some safety, as that's been used to great success in the previous half. But now Asterai, the doors, when will they break open for NAOS?
Well, at least they heard the dash of Zin, so they know that he can't really be too aggressive anymore. But they're aware, man. Like, if they try to set up these walls and they don't try to slow clear these corners, yeah, it's going to be difficult. Because they know that there's some cheeky play happening here. Naru. Oh my god. Mojo was just playing with him, dude. Just sewing, just doing the ankle breaker. Just trying to...
Aren't you the athletic one?
Not literally, man. My ankles are in 100% ankle breaker scenario.
Let's focus on the game. Let's focus on the game because Patnet is also so incredibly low here. A breeze could fell him, and that's exactly what happened here. Zind all alone with a Sheriff and a Dream. Lands one, but as we mentioned, this is a round that NAOS definitely had to take, and potentially the natural balance of things have been restored. The bonus worked well. Scalability of this bonus is pretty decent too. Bulldogs and I would say the Guardian could have gone into the full buy round very, very well here. Zind is going to suffer the consequences of getting no value off that Sheriff by being only allowed to have half armor here.
Yeah, I was actually going to mention that too, because you know how we saw, a couple months back, EV, I think it was like estimated value or something.
Oh, yeah.
Is it good that when you're on the save buy, you go for a Sheriff, and then on the next round, you're always insured a rifle, but you have to go half shield for it? Is that like worth it or not?
EV is such a broad topic, and if we just isolate it in that type of situation,
before this round,
I would always say yes, because as analysts and as people who look at the game as a whole, we try to look for the best situation on all these things. But Zind is not present in this battlefield right now, as NDG will cut him down with a Bulldog. 4v5, still very, very doable here. The Vandals are going to play a big, big part, but they have aggressive control towards the back of this site. And now the closer angles are being dominated by NAOS. They turn this round on its head, and this is one hell of a bonus, Aserai, as there has been nothing on the side of NCG, barring that recent frag on the side of Sen onto Papi Chulo. He does have Heaven Controller. He's going to block out at least one angle. He finds a Perpetrator and wins, and Naru even finds NDG. Did I jinx it? I hope not. They do get that mark, and Sen, he goes crazy. He goes nuclear. He finds the fourth onto Ja. And Naru is just going to have a field day holding down that 4 button. Did I say they were going to win that round? My bad.
Have never seen that wall placed like that by a Sage. That is so smart. You see how it just affects that again. Everybody at the back of B will have to go to the other entrance, and by then, you already see Wits falling down. There's no chance for a quick refrag, and NAOS is supposedly really good setup for crossfires and post-plan. Just get dismantled exactly by one fell swoop of a wall. That is so incredibly smart in such a stressful situation. NCG, again, proving to themselves, proving to us, or to everybody, that they really are worthy to be here. My goodness.
Absolutely. I mean, we've been talking about how they've been so dominant in the local scene in the latter half of the year. They've been grinding. They've been working. Is the biggest thing. It's the biggest difference between them and some other teams, right? They have not stopped working on their craft. They've not suffered, I guess, roster reshuffles, which is only natural in our world, right? And now NCG, though, they look to, I guess, potentially take a lead here because this has been so hard to call, Asarai. And NAOS, they've been quick to adjust as well. They haven't really overplayed their hand either, especially against a team that is so fundamentally strong, like NCG, right? Naru is gonna find a little bit of value there with the C's. Just gonna delay that push from, I believe, the B side of mid here. But now he's gonna take a direct fight. He's gonna burn a Prowler, his last Prowler. So he is going to be reliant on that haunt moving forward.
NCG can't make too much of a big mistake here, because even though they do have Sen that is very near the res, they don't want it in a situation where it's too far from something that they can try to make a play on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Patman's already setting up some smokes. He has a wall. Okay. Mojers jump out. It's going to be very important here. He needs to peek. He needs to find something, but... needle in a haystack, man. Needle in a haystack. So many smokes. Not enough time. And EG all the way on the other side. At least he can save his Vandal. That's the good thing for it. But NCG proving to us that Pearl really is the map that they own.
A fortress, perhaps. I'm not entirely sure why NDG was all the way there. I think there was he trying to take art control while the brunt of his team was already towards B long. In any case, Mid Mathers has been so sharp. Again, his mastery of just this agent is so clear cut. Now we have a Thrifty here, always a threat with all these teams. We've already seen so many Thrifty jinxes here. They can't possibly win another one, right? But again, giggles aside, laughs aside.
Yeah.
The primary thing here is to just find a little bit of room to deny that economy dominance on the side of NCG, but it does look like it's a little bit too late. Sorry, they're going to be good for 2 more full buy rounds here. Maybe even some on just the half armor, but Naru here, very, very confident, taking this fight as raw as possible. Now he's going to burn that Prowler, just give him space to back out, and that's going to confirm for NAOS where most of NCG is. Or rather, NCG confirming where NAOS is. My goodness. It has been a pretty similar game plan for both these teams, Asarai. Mojer, though, he will find Zin with that Stinger a little too close for comfort, but where did Patman and Sen come from? They collapse like a bunch of vultures on a carcass. NCG, rather NAOS, they disappear in the blink of an eye.
Ja now forced to just try to go through sewer here. Maybe back to Art as he tries to get some information or at least any kind of control on the situation already. It's been walled off out of his own spike. I don't think that teeny tiny crack there will allow him to pick it right back up, but yeah, the way that they were able to wrap around was the turret wasn't really placed for A main. It was just right behind them. And since NAOS took so long for that mid control, I was mentioning how Naru's kind of taking a long time here just trying to deal with whatever's right in front of him. It allowed the rest of his team to just wrap around because Naru was hearing all of this information. Oh, there's so many footsteps on mid. You can actually try to bet 2 players pushing out of A main, get the flank, and by then, NAOS were like, yeah, we forgot to actually check our flanks. And there you
that
go.
was still such a big gamble, though. I mean, we saw him posture up for a raw fight from mid doors as a fade. You know what I mean? He was just standing there. I like the confidence. I know that they're on a bit of a roll right now. Now they go for that pause. Very, very timely. I feel like they could have done this in the previous round, to be honest with you. Yeah. And yeah, once again, despite having a lot of agents that can be active during defaults, NAOS have been outmaneuvered by NCG, to be honest with you, especially in this latter half. Now, so they do have a lot of tools to use to come back here. John Poppy have been pretty much online the whole game, whereas the rest of the team a little bit lagging behind. The contributions are still very concrete, though. So what can they mull over here? I mean, the mid control has not really been working out for them. Do they go for a hard contact play here? Do they just go dump all their utility towards one site? How are they going to cut the rotation of NCG as well? Because I feel like that's something that they haven't been doing, Asarai. They've been just so compact that they haven't been a threat to NCG moving around.
That's a good point, right? Because this is the contrast, this is the difference that we kind of saw with how both of these teams play. When you saw NCG on the attacking side, it felt like they had so much mid-control, but at the same time not really being punished by flanks as often as now at what we're seeing right now with NAOS. So I don't know what the formula is, what the timing is, but NCG are just a little bit faster. That's what NAOS can really try to deal with here. Nice little setup there on mid with the haunt real quick. Zend, besides otherwise, still has a dash, but he thought that he was the closer one that was peeking at him. So that's a big boo-boo. That's a big no-no. But you know what? They still have some round buffers. They can still win this round, to be honest, as well. They still have massively incredible players to hold the push of NAOS here, who have slowed down the pace once again. You see how much respect, or at least lack of speed of take NAOS has. That's why they're just this careful with how they approach the fights.
Once again, this is a speed and a tempo that NCG are incredibly comfortable with. NAOS also. So they have no qualms of doing this, but you better run, Sen. Mojer's gonna cut you down, and that he does. Mid Matters all alone. We've seen him be the hero, but this looks like a mountain that is too tall to climb. Or I could eat my own words, because he'll find the first kill in Mojer here. The alarm bot will expose his position, but if they don't double swing him, they could be in a world of hurt. But Wits is too smart, too sharp to fall for that trap once more. Now it's 8 to 10. You did say that they have a big round buffer here. I think they still have 1, maybe 2 more rounds of a full buy. They do have a big surplus of ultimates here, so I feel like what they are doing too is just kind of dry pushing it out for now. Use all your big utility, burn it out. It's gonna be a game of pretty much a big psych out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that was clearly an expensive round for NAOS as well. They used a bunch of ultimates for that too.
Exactly.
Especially for this round, right? So what's gonna be adjustment right now? NAOS knows that Zin will be having his operator once again, but they want to try forcing the fight right outside here on B long. There's the pop shots. There's the use on the gravity well. The wall to give them a little bit of contact, a little bit of space. But again, they have to know that this is there. Look at how much they burned already from Wits' utility. 1 flash, 1 dog. He's only just down to the 1 flash again, but they baited out Zin's dash here.
My.
It doesn't matter, man.
He's got
again,
too.
They're committing so much utilities against Zin. And he just shrugs it off. He just shakes it off. He's a 24/7 Taylor Swift here.
You're the problem. Anywho,
I'm the solution. What do you mean?
Let's just take that quick pause to really digest what Aserai said and what I attempted to bounce off. But now NCG, as you mentioned, they have full control of the situation. But Mid Matters, he could be turning his back on a very dangerous prospect here. Zid has no idea that they're so close. He nearly lands a shot, but that almost is for enough of Mid Matters. My goodness, he still gets 1 more. Poppy Chulo, he repostures. This is pretty doable on both sides here. 2v2, 1 more away from Pit to secure the round here. Sen does have that res, so if they can get this pick on NDG, who is dangerously close to every single player on the side of NCG here, he has to reel back, reel it in. He gets that Viper Spit, that safety once more. Time is ticking. They want to burn it. What utility does NCG have to play with? They do have that Haunt. It doesn't find anything. They get Zind, who's been a pain, a thorn on the side of NAOS, back on the field. But we have a bit of a scuffle here towards the backside. And NAOS, they do not falter, but they get executed the very minute they try to recompose themselves. Beautiful stuff on the side of NCG here. And yet another expensive round on the side of NAOS.
Too many opponents to deal with. If they had 1 less, if Zin wasn't there, I feel like
the res,
NAOS could have still, it was the res that really screwed him over. That was, again, you see how well the discipline of NCG of Nacague shows itself once more, right? Where in that retake, they knew that they had the proper utilities. They didn't just scramble into the side when the other player tries to get a res. They waited for it. They knew they had the time. And they had a good idea as to where the 2 players of NAOS were tucked in the back of that site. So they can just play it as calmly and as coordinated as they would want to. And again, they would still have enough time for that retake. Really smart stuff here coming out from NCG. NAOS having very big difficulties. And again, I wonder why they wanted to go for B so heavily when Zind would be a possible threat on that particular angle.
I mean, you did say they invested a lot, right? They just kind of wanted to get that out of the way, but Mojer finds Sen here. They do actually make NCG crack and make them expend that Nightfall, but it is a great investment. Everybody's tagged. Naru is going to find NDG, and there's going to be no response to that. That Prowler is going to give a lot more pressure. I was about to say, right, because they have a lot of ults, they are in charge of using it or not, or if they can just pressure NAOS into doing something a little overly aggressive. Because at the start of the round, NAOS was actually taking on all of the side lanes here. They were pushing so hard. But now, they may have just pulled a ruse. A very disgusting ruse on the side of NCG here. The forces are here.
What?
Zind has no problem re-aggressing. The Blades are gonna cut up Mojer, and Wits is all alone, but he's gonna deny at least one more. That's 2 to his name, and he has enough time to run towards A, make this incredibly doable. He's 2 away from that Seekers. That could have been a big help, but with the wall of mid Mathers also expended here, that is going to be a weight off of his shoulders. Patman still has that Viper Spit if he really wants to secure that post plant, or rather that defuse. And now Wits trying to isolate this, try to cut this up into manageable bits. He does have double flashes here, Asar. I'm surprised he went for the A main route, actually.
Well, I guess he saw the smokes that Patman has and decided that A main is probably the better of the angles. People might think he will be trying to come through art here, but it is a little bit too obvious on their end as well. But we'll have to see. Mid Matters still has the 1 smoke. Oh, man.
Does that pit?
Those pinks are going to be so crucial. Pop your shot, Wits. Pop your shot.
Oh, no.
Not taking any damage. Oh, no. I really feel like that specific angle, even though it looked good,
it's unreliable.
Yeah, it's kind of tucked enough in that center spot, right? That the wall kind of just absorbs a lot of the bullets that Wits was shooting through.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure they also expected Wits to take the fight, you know, because he doesn't really want to give that type of situation up anyway. The science was there, and honestly, we were... Again, it's the correct play, you know, there's no wrong play here. There's just a bunch of approaches here. Just Mid Mathers have been super sharp, really waiting out that duel. And once again, with the initial shots not landing, it just put a wrench in the plan of Wits here. But at the same time, the playing field is a little more even. NCG do not have any big ultimates aside from Patman's Viper's Pit to really try and get something out of NAOS here. And NAOS, they know that. They're not going to crack under this pressure. They're just going to hold this down up until an obvious mistake could potentially happen here. But once again, Esra, they're not really cutting off any of the big rotations from mid. They have a little bit of presence here with Ja, but a potential timing could happen if anybody chooses to crawl from art. But now they're getting stuck here. They're getting picked apart by Patman. And NDG will try to salvage the situation, getting that trade. But alas, the damage has been done.
He got another one through the smoke, too. Man. Oh, wait, Naru actually gets another pick right there. Zin.
Ooh.
Ooh. He always gets away with murder. He uses his tailwind at the perfect time that he can set it up. Ja thankfully shuts him down, but again, this is still not a good enough angle for NAOS to really threaten a round win and maybe even prolong themselves in this first game. Somehow manages to do so. There's the Killjoy lockdown. They gotta play safe because Sen is still here on A main. And I'm not really sure what's happening right now as I'm having a bit of difficulty with what I'm seeing. Okay, he's gonna play it
get
safe.
your eyes checked.
Yeah, I mean, I have glasses already, so you know.
I get it, but yeah, with that big Killjoy lockdown already being once again expended in this type of situation, we can only assume what's happening as there's a bit of a rift in the temporal forces, Aserai.
One enemy remaining.
And in any case, that is going to be that. As we're trying to mull over everything, or just try to sort things out.
One enemy remaining.
Toxins going up.
I've got your trail.
standing.
Here comes the party. Ult's ready.
Back in the action, and NAOS, they're still surviving here, and by the look of things, Mojo is still fighting for his life. He gets back. He's still very, very low here, but no, it's Mid Matters to close it out, and that's going to be NCG taking Pearl, and that is going to mark the dominance on this map. Very, very valiant effort here on the side of NAOS, but ultimately, NCG just a little too refined, a little too practiced, and I guess that's where we talk about the value of a very long-standing core. Again, not suffering any of the re-roster woes or whatsoever. NCG, that's a very, very good map win.
Yeah, and I gotta say again, I did have a bit of concern with how Naru has integrated with the team, right? Somehow we have longer hair now, but
oh wow, mine is still actually longer, so
that's true. I mean, mine's slightly there, but I will say, you know, when we were having our discussions, I was mentioning how I was somewhat interested and curious as to how Naru integrates with Nacague. You know, Dax was telling to me that he actually is doing quite well, but I wanted to see it with my own eyes, and he looks so well synced with the team, with how he's been just holding angles, playing safe, not really overextending with not needed to. So this first game really is a good indicator that the pickup for Nacague, which is Naru, has been so good for them. And not, of course, not even mentioning how just incredibly unfair it is to go up against Mid Matters and Zin, because it feels like they're just one-man armies just smashed into this one team, which is incredibly difficult for NAOS to overcome, at least for this first game.
That is not the first time we've seen Mid absolutely demolish on Pearl, and he's really made it his map. He's pretty much the raid boss there, as I've mentioned many, many times. And I think we're going to break it down with the post-game stats here. Me personally, I thought that was a great showing on the side of NAOS. Again, it's really just those small things that they have to iron out. Like I said, the trade timings and whatsoever. Again, sometimes this might seem like the super obvious, but I feel like this is a big reset point for a lot of our teams.
Well, we'll have to see how, again, it happens, right? Because NAOS is still on that point where we still don't know what their true capability is in the long run. So whatever happens could happen. We did also mention it again. Pearl is the map that NCG just absolutely hairs up. So with NAOS allowing that to pass through, at least it's the first map, so they don't have to worry about that anymore. We're going to go on the map that arguably is better for NAOS here. And them ending this 13-9 still shows to us that they are improving, they are understanding, and it's a great XP booster to go up against a team that knows Pearl so well. So the next time, if there is a next time, we'll have to see, right? It's just gonna be better.
That pistol round was crazy. Honestly, that pistol round was crazy. To start the game that way and to just throw a wrench, as I mentioned, to just disjoin the plans of NAOS immediately is something to be very, I guess, sturdy about, right? Mentally sturdy about. Because could you imagine this is your first map and arguably the first time you run into each other in a setting like this, and it's like, well, so that just happened. Move on. Any case, Asarai, I feel like there were a lot of fights where just, again, the micro adjustments on both teams and the utility shuffle really lean towards the side of NCG. Again, we talk about the fake smokes on the side of Mid Matters. We talk about the super timely gravity wells just to delay, and even if it didn't lead into a kill, the value was still just so palpable.
Yeah, absolutely. You do still see the things that we were mentioning with NAOS, how there's sometimes Mojo just goes out of his own and he just goes out of his own and does their own thing. And there are some rounds where it looks incredibly strong and incredibly good, but smidges of that, man, slight deviations from the team is just enough that NCG can beat down against SR Nacague here, or against NAOS, excuse me. So with all that being said, we'll still have to see how NAOS, interprets coming into that next round or into that next map, how if they can beat out NCG here. Anyways, we're gonna go on a quick break. We'll come back. It's not yet the break. My apologies. It's not, because we're gonna give you guys a delivery. And this one is delivering the win with Grab Unlimited, of course, is gonna be with Mid Matters. He really was truly delivering the awesome elimination in that first game.
Oh yeah, and if you are like Aster right here, who's already starving, there's your options right there, man. Just go ahead. Go grab a snack. Go grab a drink. Go grab anything you want, because I believe we had, I believe we've had a bit of a mishap there with Aster saying, oh yeah, I'm going to grab a snack. But in any case, that was a fantastic map. One, I feel like it is incredibly indicative of what might happen. But as I did mention, this map veto is going to be leaning towards NAOS as the day progresses. So before we throw this to a break, any parting words, Mr. I bench 400 pounds?
I don't.
Not
That's
yet?
it. We're going to go on a break, guys. When we come back, again, it's going to be map number 2. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is a beautiful afternoon. You are tuning once again to me and Asra. And if you guys were wondering who I am, yes, I'm absolutely Taylor's brother. Do not get that mixed up. Welcome back to VCTPH. What a wonderful opener for our second series. My goodness, I'm honestly getting lost in this this whole excitement bubble, Asra.
Yeah.
Also, why are you matching with me? Was this pre-planned? It wasn't.
I don't know. I don't think so.
It
It's my first
really
time
wasn't.
wearing this color in broadcast, to be honest. Yeah, because if people, have watched our previous broadcast as well, there's like a Easter egg here where I just wear the same thing but with different colors. That's how basic I am.
He's so happy. I am basic. My name is Asura and I'm basic is really what he's trying to drive home here. Hey man, the word is minimalism. That is the word right there.
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
giving me a bad hair day too. It's like, oh my goodness, Asura, you God give me the strength, you know what I mean? In any case, guys, oh wow. I think we were going into Ascent, if I'm not mistaken. And just before we threw it into the break, I did say that this is slightly leaning towards NAOS. I feel like with all the things that we've talked about, Asterai, I feel like it's worked up a bit of an appetite, right?
Appetite how? But oh, that appetite. You know what? You're absolutely right, because with our appetites being so starving, famished, ravenous, all of those synonyms, guys, for again, appetite. Grab Unlimited, celebrate great wins with great food, and enjoy free delivery every day. Subscribe to Grab Unlimited now for only 9 pesos on your first month. Yes, and use that QR code, guys.
Yeah, it's right there.
Pesos.
And if you guys are wondering, well, what are we supposed to order? If you guys are a little confused, you can always send a little bit of love our way. We highly appreciate that. Me personally, I am a big steak guy. I think Asra is also very into steaks. And, you know, I will very much appreciate it. As I mentioned, we'll be very grateful. But that being said, you have no excuse to not enjoy the broadcast and not have a snack, because literally everything has been laid out for you guys.
Yes, exactly. And again, just while you're watching, you know, enjoy the great matches, feed your eyes and feed your stomach both at the same time.
And the mind, that's right. We're here to, you know, spread good information. As you mentioned, one of the truths, the empirical truth of the universe, I am actually Taylor's twin. I am Taylor's sibling. You're so good at that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Imperial truths. But yes,
empirical.
we also have, speaking of the truth, guys, we have multiple languages for VCT Philippines. And with that being said, you can check out both the English and Filipino broadcasts at the same time. We're real-time streaming. It's at Twitch for the English broadcast at Valorant_PH. We have on Filipino broadcast on Facebook, which is fb.com/Valorant Esports PH. And of course, both of these have VODs at youtube.com/@Valorant Esports PH. So if you guys want to watch these replays at really good quality, YouTube definitely is the way to go. So check it out there if you missed any of the matches and want to see them once again.
Of course they do. Why wouldn't they, right? I mean, we've like I said, guys, everything is there for you. The greatest matches, obviously, the greatest, you know, food. I'm getting quite hungry, ass, right? You mind giving my address? And I'm kidding. Don't give my address out. Don't give anything out.
I don't
anywhere,
think
please.
They can send Grab, you know, somewhere international.
Can you not? Can they not really? I mean, maybe I should set up an embassy over there. You know what I mean? But in any case, guys, I feel like we're getting a little distracted. Going back, let's be serious here. Let's calm down. Ascent. So are we going to see Mid Mathers actually go into that signature Astra yet again? Because I feel like this is still one of her maps. Definitely not, I say, a high prio pick, but still incredibly serviceable, especially with somebody with the master of Mid Mathers. I mean, we've been championing him since the beginning of the first game because we saw his performance, and it's been the truth. He's been a big problem for NAOS. He's been just so good at killing their rhythm and just making them scramble into do or die mode, or how would I put this? Make them... What is the word I'm looking for here, Asar? Normally it's you asking me, but this time I'm gonna ask you. Improvise. Never mind, you're too slow. It's improvise. The word is improvise.
I was looking at stats, all right? I was trying to also garner my thoughts for the stats. So, you know, don't put it out on me there. But I will say as well that this is going to be quite a matchup to definitely watch out for, because of the fact that the last time that we saw SR Nacague here was, I think, before they even got Naru as well. And they were kind of shifting up how they played specifically on Ascent, because there is an iteration where they have Xin playing as the Jet and they have him playing as a Raze. Everything else is the same, where they have, as you mentioned, Mid Matters just plays Astra here. They also do play the Chamber before, so I'm not sure if they're going to play it now, but I feel like Chamber does still well on maps such as Ascent and Haven, even though he's been
I think
nerfed.
he's okay on Icebox, to be honest with you. Like,
yeah, on Ascent too, right? So not too bad there. So I am just wondering what kind of iteration they're going to be bringing into this fight. As for NAOS, I think we're just going to see About the same. I think we're just going to be looking at maybe Wits on a KO as well, because I think he's more optimal here with that. Not really a big fan of Sky in Ascent too much. You kind of want a little bit more usability on the blades. They might, or on the KO blade, they might also be looking at maybe a double initiator with a Sova thrown in onto the mix, maybe with NDG playing that. I think I do remember him also shifting up to initiator if they need them to. So things to just kind of watch out for as we're preparing ourselves for that game number 2.
I mean, the whole thing has been pretty much utility dominance, right? They've been doing that so well. Every time It Matters has a smoke, or rather any utility on the ground, really, they've been so quick to capitalize, whether it be trying to sell a fake or try to take control of a map or just even set up for an off angle. Again, it's these really small plays that make NCG such a dangerous team. But when you have a KO on the field, none of that matters. None of that utility pressure matters, especially when everything gets reduced to a scramble. Wits is also, again, one of our finest initiator players who does flex to the more high fragging roles, or the roles that tend to lean towards there. But with all of this discussion, with all of these assumptions, we will be jumping into the Agent Select sometime very soon, and by that I mean right now.
Yeah, let's check it out. What is going to be the adjustment here? Yeah, Zen is going to be going on that raise. Interestingly enough, though, Sen, Senior Carl is going to be picking up the breach, not the KO this time. Oh, they are going to... So for NAOS' side, they are also going to be going for the double initiator, but no KOs. It's going to be Wits on the Sova, while NDG will be on the fade. No flashes for NAOS here. Very interesting. Well, NCG does have that good setup with the breach.
Wits, Sova. That's a surprise.
Taking the
to
mantle
me.
of his former teammate, maybe.
I mean, that once again, that is a very big surprise to me, because once again, Wits usually takes the roles that allow him to be high fragging, whether that be a third in, second in type of initiator. But we've seen a lot of fragging Sovas in our time. Again, big mention to Kevzi, also one of the most prolific fraggers from last season. You know what I mean? Now we have I'm trying to look at how they want to approach this, right? Because obviously they're going to have a lot of raw info gathered. They're going to have a lot of, I would say, holes in their defenses covered. Again, if they want to take aggressive forward space, they have the Fade to brawl. They have the Sova for a multitude of things. Very flexible. Still on that that Killjoy. I think that is still Jahu's unmoved. Aside of SR, though, they do go for that, once again, signature Astra. What are your thoughts on what the mechanics of the matchup could potentially be?
I feel like Zid is going to go just ham on feeding off of the fault line plays that Senior Carl is going to throw for him, right? That's usually the strong suit of what we have with the Breach. What is kind of awkward, though, with Breach on Ascent is I feel like you don't really get too much value out of his fault line when you get that mid control. So I am very curious as to how that kind of works, but yeah, you kind of grunted there a little bit. What's
I
up?
mean, there's always been this classical approach of Ascent where you either take full control of mid or not at all. You know what I mean? I mean, this is one of the days-old approaches. Obviously, we've evolved from that. There's a lot more emphasis on trying to pressure tree, no matter where you want to approach, and obviously market control, right? Again, there's just so many avenues that open up once you start, once again, applying pressure to that area. Now, I know you have your gripes with the Breach pick, but honestly, it's really good for, once again, pressuring tree, pressuring market. All those hard points and the long-range flashes can be incredible against a team that could be playing super compact in the form of NAOS, right? But now we have to get into the pistol round. So far this time around, I believe the feeling out stage has completely passed, as there's going to be a little bit of a lurk presence here by Ja towards mid, but the brunt of NAOS is going to be a very big force holding up towards A main.
Oh, Wits using both of his shock darts just to clear up the utility right in front of them. How much damage? Okay, it looked like there was going to be much damage because Mojo's head just like got dinked a little bit. But it was just like four teeny tiny bit of little pellet damage. There's going to be the recon dart. Potman's going to be in the corner here, and they haven't cleared it out perfectly yet. Still has some bullets to deal some damage here, and he will be able to do just that. Ja joins in the fight, is coming in through onto short. We are left with the 4 versus 4 as the round ensues. Now it's with I'd say a pretty hefty start here on the pistol.
Hefty indeed. We do have John at full confidence Sheriff. I was about to mention too that Poppy has had so many iconic moments on this map. I would not be surprised at all if he's going to pop off and absolutely demolish everybody, but Zin is going to have a bit of allowance with that aftershock. And he will finally fall to that Sheriff, as you mentioned, but the numbers advantage is slowly crawling its way towards Wits, as he's going to be the great equalizer. That's going to give him a little bit of room to jiggle. Senior Carl, he's trying to enforce his will, but Wits will get that big 4K.
Man, I was about to say that NAOS kind of seemingly dropping the ball on that. Wits was in no position to trade his teammate. Somehow manages to get that 2K clutch kills on the two players of NCG. If we get ourselves a quick little replay, he really saved the backside of NAOS here. All right, we'll see how. Look at the drop. Look at that.
Oh.
Isolated, and then Wits gets one. Last bullet. Oh, and he gets mid-matters. Just absolutely phenomenal from Wits. Always up there to clutch for his team when they need him to. And at least a good start overall for NAOS.
A good start, a better start from the first game here. As NAOS, they look mighty smooth with however they want to take this. They do leave Wits to his own devices here. So maybe they're trying to sell a fake here just to potentially get a reaction out of NCG. NCG, they hold strong. They're going to double up towards Tree here. Maybe just give up A for the retake. That is a very committal position that Patman could potentially find himself, though. But he does not overly aggress here, Astra. They only have sheriffs with their names. And that shock dart could potentially prove problematic. NDG gets zinned here. And as I mentioned, there's so much riding on having tree control, right? Wits gets tagged up. He is very squishy at the moment. But with him already firmly planted towards the site along with his teammates, NCG is going to have a difficult time with just 3 classics in hand. And I'm pretty sure this is going to go in the way of NAOS, 100%.
Yeah, unless these classics turn into legends, right? In the hands of NCG.
I'm not going to respond to that. I'm just outright not going to respond to that.
Yeah. All right, fine. Respond to this then. I'm just wondering how Wits is just so sure of himself with how he approached A main, right? They're just going to clean up around here. It's fine. You saw how he was just holding A main by himself, prepping the Sova drone, and just not really fearing that somebody, maybe 2 people with just classics pushing up onto A main. And then he clears it up, pushes it by himself, picks up the orb by himself, no fear whatsoever, and just keeps pushing again, creating space on his lonesome. I mean, again, it's a weak buy for NCG, but the balls, man, just, again,
well,
no fear.
Technically, if they do get that kill on Wits, right, that's going to force NCG to collapse towards A as well, because once again, they want to get that security of the round. And at the same time, Wits has been so incredibly consistent as a player that I don't think he has to worry about the small things like that. It's basically a confidence player, right, is what I'm trying to say. But in any case, Astra, it did work out wonderfully, beautifully. These Bulldogs, it's going to be a decent time fighting. But obviously, we've seen how nasty everybody has been on NCG's side. They could just very well turn this on their head. They've been still addressing this pressure towards mid by Ja. Again, it's been 3 rounds that they've been doing that. And now look at NAOS. They smartly back away. They don't want to deal with any premeditated defenses here. They want to shift this into their favor. I love that. They're picking their fights, basically. And now, tree pressure once again. This time, we see Ja being displaced towards B main. What is he going to find? Maybe nothing. But that is going to prompt Senior Carl to dump everything. And he even lands the shot onto Mosier here. Patman describes his ires towards Ja, and he even gets a pick for himself. And NAOS, this is not a good look for them. They have suddenly funneled themselves towards avenues of just death. They do have a chance here. Naru, you have been championing and you've been talking about them. Gets one. Can he get a second? That's a bailout by Patman, but still beautiful coordination on both sides here. But NCG, they answer back with no losses whatsoever.
I did like how NAOS did approach that. I kind of wanted to... I think they should have just waited for Ja to get a little bit of control or noise on B main rather than just straight up trying to get that A short control more than anything else. Because at least with that, they might have just pulled maybe a weird rotation out of NCG and got a pick or so. But whatever the sequence of how they approach that fight in, NCG, we can't deny it, played that absolutely beautifully.
maybe they're trying to condition them, honestly, to pull towards A a little bit more. And maybe just have a rotator just a little bit late if they had to re-hit on B, right? But again, it's these small things that we can't really super delve into, as Zind is going to make a big find, losing out, or rather making NAOS lose out on their initiator, one of their initiators at least. Mojo's going to be discovered, and he's going to be very patient on how he's going to take this. Notice how NCG, they're really not falling for just the brawls that could potentially happen towards mid. They're just going to hold on to their sites. They know what avenues that they have to control. They know what routes that NAOS could potentially take. So they're very stoic on just holding down the line here.
Not having NDG is a bit of a risk for them. Mojo can't just go double satchel, at least through this, especially with the KJ util there. He has to clear this up slowly but surely. Look at how just dangerous Mojo is and how he just approaches this. There's literally no chance for him to be able to do that. They're just going to fall down like flies. Yeah, Pac-Man's setup is just, what's the word here? It is specially crafted to abolish any form of control on fast lane on B. So however you want to do that, if Mojo got no picks on, did not get the pick on Patman, that would just be a straight up loss for NAOS on that round.
Yeah, specifically crafted for that hold is one of the things that we can say and talk about, because if we remember, right, Papi Chulo has done some disgusting plays on Speedway, whether it be on the offensive side or defensive side. Again, he has a very nice resume just for this map alone. But look at this, NCG, they respond in kind with aggression towards mid on their own. My goodness, Ja, that was dangerous as all hell. And now he has to pay for a sins. Mojo is going to find mid Mathers here. That's going to split up A, but they still don't have control over tree. He's going to have a fairly safe jump, but that's not the same for his teammates. The crossfire is already here. Too many angles to worry about. Senior Carl gets one. Wits gets a clean shot towards Naru. But now it's a 2v2. He does have Hunter's Fury here, Asra, if he chooses to salvage this situation. A bit of a tongue twister, but pay no mind to a very sneaky Papi Chulo trying to get the timing onto Senior Carl here. But Senior Carl feels a bit of a tingling here. The crosshairs, they try to align, but so far it's only the Hunter's Fury. One more tap, one more hit. It's enough to give Papi Chulo the space to walk up. How are they going to deal with this? That sound is not going to be heard, but that dart is definitely going to find him. Beautiful synergy here on both sides. The hold, the patience. Papi Chulo has to make do of something here. He has no stars available. So this is still going to be a raw gunfight. The turret is going to eat up a lot of bullets and a lot of time. They still cannot get that spike. It's been so risky. But Papi Chulo once again making a case on why this is his map. Down to a 1v1. And of course he's going to take it. Picking up a Vandal that's not even his own. 2-3. NCG versus NAOS.
Great byproduct of Wits, you know, committing that Hunter's Fury is he used good time that it also allowed him to have his recon dart up once again. So now they already know that the breach is super low. Now they know where the last player is. And even before that, this round, this exceedingly great trades altogether for NAOS there. And there was this one thing. Who was this again? I think that was Mojo. Yeah, Mojo getting a long-range kill against Mid Mathers, who has a rifle, a Vandal even, with a Stinger. With a Stinger, Raph.
He is the biggest shill for the Stinger, guys. Buy a Stinger now, courtesy of Asterai. You know what I mean? But now we have...
It's a good weapon. It
is a good weapon. It's a great
strong,
weapon.
Yeah.
I just choose not to use it. It's not my thing. But now this is a very heavy commitment. So far, I don't think NAOS has really shown any variation. They've been keeping it super simple. They've been keeping it super clean, but it's been enough to keep them in the lead as NDG is going to cut down Mid Mathers yet again. Mojo's going to use the remaining of his HP bar to try and get a cheeky kill with that showstopper, but unfortunately for him, Patman is too much of a wall, and now it seems that they've funneled themselves yet again towards Tree! And that's very peculiar, knowing that they had full site control. It's up to Papi yet again in a 1v3. He's not even sure if they're going to stick for this. He does get one on Zind again, and he's not looking to be very welcoming of that flash. Not entirely sure what the over-aggression towards Tree was about, Asterai. Maybe just a quick response to say, oh, we have to trade, when realistically, they could have just let that happen, honestly.
It's a split decision, and because Senior Carl survived, you saw he was still able to just throw out a flashpoint, and by then, you know, the point was made. Oh, we're screwed. Here it is.
Yep.
That one too. Batman just tucked himself high and he got the pick so quick on Mojer that they were like, what are we doing right now? They were trying to get, I think the reason also why was they were trying to capitalize on that showstopper, but it kind of turned over their heads in the worst way possible with the round losing and being taken by Nacague.
I feel like it was fine, you know, investing Mojer to take that space, obviously using the showstopper and whatnot. Once again, that's the job of Duelist. Give us breathing room, give us breathing space. But now, another approach towards Tree here. I think they're going to go full contact on this one. Although they will get that drone out, but the number of Vandals will be discovered as the sound cues have given it away. Do they go for a bit of a take towards Market? It does look like that is the protocol for them as of the moment. Ja will be caught with his pants down, but fortunately for him, he has the rest of the team to back him up. Ganaru is going to find Mojer though, so that's going to be a big find. He gets another one. NDG with that stinger, your favorite. We'll get an answer back, a reply back kill if so. What? That was a bit of a mess. Again, it's been brawling. It has been brawling. Oh my goodness, Wits. Down to a 1v1. He doesn't know. Does he know though? He's going to go for the jiggle. He's going to get tagged up. No, he doesn't. He gets a free cross. But still, that's no info on the side of Mid Mathers, so he has to keep guessing here. How is he going to play this? He will close that door away, but Mid Mathers is already making his way towards CT here. A lot of patience on both these players, Asar. They're going to bleed and prune this clock as much as they can. What utility do they have? Not a lot. No stars available for mid, and Wits doesn't even have a recon dart. If he can hold on for just a little bit longer, it's going to show up back up in his inventory.
He picked up a Vandal. This is the perfect time for Wits to deal some damage here because now, and this is the thing,
his dart.
He planted the spike, minus 20 seconds. Now there's 20 seconds left, and now he has this recon dart. This is perfect for him. Now that he knows his opportunity, his support is off him, and Mid Matters has even spotted him at all. He drops down, doesn't even need to use the reconnaissance because he's good with the pop shots. And that's gonna be enough. The awkward thing about this is both teams are willing to fight tooth and nail as for follow-up kills where it really shouldn't be. They're a little bit too thirsty here, Raph. A little bit too bloodthirsty for my liking, but you know what? It's the name of the game. It's how they play. Bloodthirsty, all right? I was more specific. I was more specific so that you don't misinterpret what I was mentioning.
I'm not. There's no communication breakdown whatsoever.
Okay. All right,
like I said, when the thirst is too much, you deserve a bit of a slap on the wrist there. But now they do get away that one time. They had a bit of a debacle towards Tree in the previous rounds, but a broken economy once again on the side of NCG, which they've commanded respect from, to be honest with you, in the previous rounds, in the previous map even. But a full contact play yet again on the side of NAOS, and it's working. I mean, they know that they have the gun advantage here, so no reason why not, right? Naru will back away onto speed lane, and Senior Carl not only finds the turret, but a full-blown Papi Chulo waiting to cut his head off. So a 3v5 Aserai, and a very dangerous spread. I feel like they could have been a little more active in this round because I guess that's just me, right? When it comes to eco rounds, I feel like that's a call to, hey, maybe let's do something to just damage their economy. That's the main priority for that anyway. At least for that call.
Well, however the call went, the crab walk peak of Mojo was enough to just drop them dead on their knees. Zind, they know he's close. They know he's taking damage. They know he has a sheriff. And they'll be waiting for Mid Matters to maybe try to get that sandwich onto Wits, as I believe Mid has been basically stalking Wits at this point. Not going to work though. Spots out the head. These shots are not looking accurate. But how much damage can they do? Probably not a lot.
Yeah. At this point, they just want exits.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Don't forget to die. You're not going to get the money.
Just a quick segue there. And Aserai, how could we forget? This is Ascent. This is where your mini show lives, remember?
We don't have it yet.
Oh, we don't have it yet. Let's save it. Let's save it. Actually, we haven't really seen any of this. Yeah. We haven't really seen. Actually, Aserai has a bunch of iconic calls. We'll get to that. We'll get to there. It's gonna be a journey for all of us. You know, when you guys watch this cast, it's gonna be a big journey. But aside from that, NAOS, they still... Oh, Aserai, you see what that man is holding. Maybe, maybe this is it.
Is now equipped with the Norse god Odin. And
okay,
you know
so
what that
now,
means.
This is where we ask the question, Aserai. Is it...
Checking the situation.
Bangable.
That's right, and we are gonna go...
Is bangable.
Is bangable. This is where we try to gauge on how these teams want to play. Me personally, yes, this is a cheesy strat, but it is enough to really alleviate pressure away from B-Long. It is valid as all hell. You know, people might say, oh, that is so cheesy, but it is valid. It's absolutely valid. Either you commit a lot of utility or just ignore B main for a good minute just because of that, right? And with Mid Mathers here playing a very committal position, this is going to be up to Senior Carl to really anchor towards Tree as well, just for the safety and the sake of his teammate. But yet again, we go for a crawl, a very, very agrarian approach.
Senior Carl putting himself in a really difficult angle here, but wow. How much utility was just used and he just shrugs it off with an aftershock? In any case, though, here comes the full brunt of the offense coming in through Market, and it seems like they cannot get a wholesale deal as that Odin just stops them dead in their tracks. Wits and Papachulo do get some picks off here, and shot clears up with B main. This is absolutely huge. Both defenders coming in from mid-side. Wits! Oh, unfortunately, the wall doesn't come up to save him, to absorb some of those bullets, maybe giving him a chance to survive. Not gonna happen this time. That will be there. They do hear the drop. They do hear the peek outs of the defender. Zin is alone, but he can isolate some of these fights if he can do so. Slowly creeps up. Ja gives some information. Papachulo comes in closer and closer, but that nade gives a little bit more space. Zind. Oh my god, they are just playing with him right now. He can't get away! And as Papachulo tries to close in, tries to, you know, hug Ja closer and closer in proximity, he gets the pick, he gets the trade, and NAOS are 3-6.
That was unfortunate. As you mentioned, no wholesale on the side of the market, no discounts given, no quarter given by NAOS, and it does look like they are trying to really surge into that form, Asar. They look much more fluid in comparison to their previous outings, and again, it is very, very difficult because we have mentioned this many times. That is two philosophies potentially clashing into each other in a team, right? In an environment where you are pretty much demanded to succeed. But this is a very, very good look for NAOS here. That was a lot of confidence, a lot of trust in each other per se, despite the unfortunate circumstances that did befall on Wits. In any case, Mid Mathers actually took a bit of a dip here. Maybe it's just the nature of how they've been approaching this map, or he's just been pretty much anti-stratted on the side of NAOS, because he's incredibly suppressed right now, Asar. At least his fragging power is not completely present. Still finding value, of course, with the supportive utility, but just the fragging power is completely absent.
That's a perfect question, right? Because I was about to ask as well. It seems like he has played these past 9 rounds on the A site, if I'm not mistaken. Either A site or A short, right? So I think because of that, you're absolutely right. The anti-strats for NAOS have kind of put them in a position where he always has to rotate, or he just keeps losing those, I don't know, battles. And again, the one that was the most memorable for me was how he dropped against Mojer in long range against a Stinger. But
yes,
aside from that point, right, you're absolutely right. Mid Matters has definitely come to a halt here at this point, and they don't really want that to happen. They don't really want that to happen because he had so much impact when we saw him on Pearl. Any case, any big ultimates here from either side? Ooh, Mid Matters. He's actually doubled up the stars. No, that's stars from both of the Astros. So, never mind.
I mean, it is a big question, right? Stamina has always been a key factor in any of the games that we've casted, the games that we've watched and reviewed. But normally with NCG, that's not a problem, right? NCG's always been a bit of a marathon team. They've never had a problem going a full-blown 3 series, even a full 5 maps. But right now they look a little gassed. They seem to not be able to find the code to this cipher that is the offensive now. It's not the agent, guys. It's the word, okay? Anywho.
You can't decipher it, yeah.
Yes, decipher it, yes. But now with this, that doesn't work anymore.
Oh, that's so good.
But it will delay their push, but that's 2 detained. That's still going to be 2 valuable kills if they can pressure as quickly as they can. And Mojer's going to jump on this, literally doing it. But Ja is going to clean up Mid Mathers here. Still not over his woes, his fragging woes. And a lot of control being exerted towards Heaven here. They will try to wrestle it away from our defenders. But NCG, they have other plans in mind here. They are quite low, or at least Zind is. But 1 shot to the head at this range is going to prove absolutely lethal here. NDG still has Prowlers, which might be something that he might want to hang on here, be a little more passive, but he wants to engage in those duels, and it's been working out for him, at least momentarily. Naru, where did that come from? As NAOS, they don't want to deal with it any longer. And the rest of the forces, they collapse towards A, take yet another round off NCG.
Not sure if you saw this before, when me and Fluffy were casting the open qualifiers, but we saw someone similar. An ex-teammate, an old teammate of Naru, Gabby, just be able to hit some massive shots with the Sheriff here. And his teammate also shows the same.
Well,
I don't know why I'm pointing that out, but I just wanted to say.
Okay, well, we got a lot of great gamers. You know what I mean? And we have a lot, you know, they have said that we have great memory, Asteroid. And I will take it as a compliment. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true.
I'll take that definitely as a compliment. Okay, Senior Carl maybe prompting NAOS to overreact in this type of situation.
Ouch.
Once again, the showstopper being stuffed. As the words coming out of my mouth is as difficult as NCG really trying to enter the site. Senior Carl, no sight needed, finds 2, and that is gonna stifle any plans of NAOS from taking this side. They make a mad scramble, but there's already a waiting mid-Mathers here on tree. They go for the safe rotate towards B, try to link up with Ja and find any value here. But so far, NCG, they are still holding on to this A side Asar. They're a little suspicious of a potential rehit, but that is not going to be the case.
Oh, Ja, he heard it. He knows what's up.
Ow.
He knows what's up. And they're just right in front of each other. Yeah, face to face. Cheek to cheek. Ja now just crouching, hiding himself just a teeny tiny bit here. Zin, he hears him reloading. That's going to be a free kill for the KJ. Ja creates some space. He might be alone here. He might get traded out. There it is. But he's given his opponent or teammates a chance at this 2 versus 3. A very good chance to say at the least, as it's Papichulo and Wits to remain. Any big utilities that they can utilize? I don't think so. It's all about that contact. It's all about those A's. Or it's all about those aims. Papichulo, good for the 1. Being charged at here by Senor Carl. Holds on. But Mid the Matters comes in for the same angle. And just did not expect it to come out. And he will be able to defuse the spike, giving them a chance to equalize things 4-7.
Oh my goodness. Sweating bullets there for NCG. This is fine. This is fine. It's okay. But like I said, Papi Chul is an absolute monster in this map, man. Like, we've just seen so many moments where he's stolen away many things that sometimes you kind of expect it from him, right?
Yeah.
But now we have to look at how they're going to approach this map, because so far the defaults on NAOS' side, the way that they've been pretty much working A and just hinging off of that, has been very, very successful. NCG, they haven't really done anything to adjust. Yes, they've been pressuring early with Carl, but other than that, it's been pretty reactionary, which is not necessarily a bad thing here. Now they have a little bit more presence towards mid, a little more wary towards that tiles position, as a breadth of players are just going to appear out of thin air. And wow, the timing here. Mojo's going to have a decently free cross here, maybe Ja even, but Zind is not going to have his gun out just to deny that Nano Storm, or rather that Nano Swarm. They now work mid. They try to get as much space and as comfy, because Naru is going to send out the Hounds, the Prowlers, to find as much info. But look at this Asra. The spike still has not been committed. They haven't really made up their mind. And there is still a healthy minute left on the clock here. They're not even forcing any of the gunfights here. Naru could potentially find one here on Ja. That is a big investment. Oh my goodness, Naru could find everybody. What?
Wait, how? Did Wits just hold on? Just help them just hold that angle? Okay. With Wits' valiant, heroic efforts, that's going to give Mojo and Ja some time to create some space. Even though they do get detained, they don't know where the person was detained at. And they're second-guessing themselves. They're thinking it's going to be an A, 4 versus 2. They need to link up. But unfortunately, the 50-50 guess is wrong. It's going to be a straight-up B. They should be able to plant the spike, but Mid and Path are so far from the site that they're going to burn a lot of time if the spike gets planted right here and right now.
Right here and right now is the time to be, as resistance is coming, and it's only going to be Patman to try and salvage the situation. Could this be a potential save call? I feel like it has to be Asarai. If you look at the economy on the side of NCG, well, actually it is the last round. Save call, yes. Getting a little confused there because, my goodness, these rounds have been as close as they can be. Some of them have disappeared in a blink of an eye. Patman, you have to put on the cape, the mantle. You are the knight. But it's 5 o'clock in the afternoon, so that's going to be completely unfortunate for him. Beautiful half on both sides here, but now is ultimately taking the big lead.
This is a parody of that.
What?
Not the hero you need, but the hero you deserve. I'm Patman.
Poor Patman. I'm the knight. It's only 5 o'clock, sir. It's only 5 o'clock.
It's okay. I mean,
yeah.
that was a difficult situation to begin with. That was such a big
yeah.
investment on the side of NCG. As you mentioned, what happened? You know, we thought the Rolling Thunder was going to take that away from them. But Wits, hanging on for his life. Literally hanging on for his life. NCG, do they have a different approach on this offense? Seems that they're going to be leaning towards a more contact-heavy B play here.
I was also going to
Yeah, go
ask if he got bypassed.
I don't know.
He bypassed the Rolling Thunder because the Rolling Thunder was situated more for market, right? So there may have been an angle. I didn't see the minimap at the time, so apologies for that. But that could have been the reason how Wits did get that kill. Either that or, while he was stunned, he just got, you know, one-hit headshot.
Which is unfortunate.
Which he has done before as well. So, possibilities.
Oh, he saw the shoulder, but not enough for Patman to actually, once again, be the hero that they deserve, not opening up the round. And wow, what an aggressive repeat on both players, but that turret could actually take one of them down. Unfortunately for them, the sneak attack has already, or rather, the trap has been sprung. And now NCG, they have complete control over B. Mid Mathers yet again with the classics. How is this man doing that?
He didn't get his value now. He'll get his value this time. 3 versus 3 though. Naru's already incredibly low, but Zind, cheeky little angle, cheeky little positioning, equalizes. Senior Carl spotted out. They know he's somewhere on the mid box. He's playing, he's holding on, he's waiting for Zind, but can he hold on? He doesn't need to. He's getting the kills, and Wits, he finds Zind behind him. 1 versus 1. Can he do it? Wits does once again. Wits Sereno with the 3K and the clutch for the defuse.
Wits, man, I'm telling you, that boy is ice cold. Need me to clutch? No problem.
We gotta get his POV, dude. He got... It's either he got a collateral, a wild
Fancy
shot that hit
footwork.
Zind, or fancy footwork, and you just spotted the other one.
Oh! What? He actually... He did... He hit it. He was intentional. What? He probably thought, oh wait, there's another guy. But in any case...
Was my reaction time too good?
Oh yeah. Again, Wits is vicious, man. This guy has been just so flexible. I feel like that's something that people don't give him enough credit. Because, once again, he's so good at supporting. He's also great at frontline fragging. And he can literally do any of that at any given time. It's just natural to him to do that. As Zind just tickles Mojer there. Just a little bit of a tickle. Not enough to entice anything here. As NCG, they once again go for a position where they are looking for any picks, any overextensions on the side of NAOS. But NAOS, once again, very, very composed. Not giving anything away here. Know that they have the gun advantage. Can't give away any freebies that could turn the tide. But with, I believe this is Mojer here in a very committal position. Papi Chulo has to also be on his toes if NCG decide to explode. But look how far removed they are from the spike. So we might just see more of this for the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, they also have the setup though. Star on where the orb is. So that's going to be a straight up gravity well. He throws out the nade and then tries to just... Well, that could actually be done against him. So I take back what I said. All right. Good plays for NCG. Just to get that punish. 1-for-1 trade. Basically for just a little bit of utility to take down Mojer. That's huge. The rest of the team now coming in through the H side 2 on short. Papichula is synced up with NDG here. As Nacague tries to go for this split push. Not a lot of time. They got to do things right here and right now. Papi on first contact. Naru. Okay. Batman though, not able to get the picks, and NDG is going to pick himself up. A nice little hat trick. 3K. Finish the round 4-10. This is NAOS' first time on double digits.
That's absolutely correct. Very, very good with your numbers, Asura. You've gotten a lot better since the last time we casted.
Oh yeah, I've been playing with my abacus a lot more. You know, so...
Oh yeah? I remember you were there when it was invented. You were in my history books. What a Chad. In any case, guys, again, that was just pretty much a very, very standard route per se. I feel like NCG, they're trying to cut off the rotations on the side of NAOS, but NAOS have just been so passive. They haven't really been, like, entering that kill zone towards lower mid, right? You see that by Fountain? That's pretty much a dead zone for them. They just outright ignore it. As, once again, every rotation has been coming through spawn, and that is incredibly smart, but as soon as I say these things, the opposite happens. Now Wits is going to be in no man's land, as Patman is already there, ready and waiting, but he's going to back out. The turret is going to spot him, just going to give him a scratch on his armor. But it's not really going to matter here, as Papi Chul still with that Sheriff, looking to make the most out of this bonus. And Dichi and the rest of the boys are also here to support. I'm not sure if this is a great commit. Okay, now they do back out. They realize that there is a lot of utility and a lot of noise on that site. Maybe, just maybe, we go somewhere else.
Yeah. There's 50 seconds left, though, so they gotta start running on the opposite direction. That's gonna leave them just enough time to safely take a site and then do something else. I will say my my thoughts later on how they got that A main control. Very, very well done. Anyways, Ja, with the Bulldog, who has the spike. That's the most important thing. It's on the B side. Ja's still here. 20 seconds. This is plenty of time for them to take the site, take down Ja, and plant that spike down. But he's going all the way around. They will not know about this. Ja's coming into speed lane.
Wow.
Oh, and barely gets it. Zin is an absolute bodyguard. And NCG clutches the round. That was making me sweat a little bit there for Nacague, but they still somehow convert. And just to finish off what I was my thoughts on how they actually got that A main control and forced back the rest of Nacague. It was more just Wits going into no man's land to make sure nobody was on short. So the rest of NAOS were free to throw everything and focus everything on that supposed A main push from Nacague.
Yeah, but once again, that fake was just so well, Asar. Just the timing, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and this time around, they're not going to fake anything. They don't feel any resistance or any reason to just be as passive as they were in the previous round. So they posture out for this A take here. Zin is looking quite antsy. He wants to go for this. He wants to try and take as much as he can. So far on the side of NAOS, they're very, very close to those ultimates. So one more stray frag that is going to go in the way of NDG. That's going to give them access to Nightfall. And that is going to be a big, big problem here. But NCG, they are still working this map as much as they can. And they haven't really been... How would I put this? They haven't really been using that lurk threat as often as they can. And I think they're just using it as a bit of a gambit, right? A bit of a trump card. Because we saw Mid Mathers go absolutely nuclear in that previous round. Now we are going to see a big, big swing towards the B side of the map here, but little do they know there's going to be a double up here with Wits and Mojer. Mojer's probably going to take the brunt of this fight, and Wits is going to be lying and waiting, despite him being caught up here. And now they're going to spray him down. Senior Carl finds Mojer. As I mentioned, Wits is going to be the pivotal point here. NDG gets another. Wits is still alive. They can't flush him out. That boathouse, that back sight of B is just invulnerable right now. Mid Mathers has to be a hero here, has to soar high, but nope. It's Wits to get caught jumping. What time is it? Is it going to be a bit of a clutch? No, it's still a bit of a mess here. Papi Chul gets mid. There's no clear winner yet, but 12 seconds. Time is running out. And Ja will be the one to strike. 5-11 now. They are so clean and so disgustingly good right now.
And I thought that Mojer's positioning there was kind of poor in the sense that I thought he was supposed to be the one to get the picks, but it's either him or Wits. And in that instance, he was okay dying so that Wits can have a chance to just create so much resistance at the back of B. Incredible stuff. And of course, as you can see, whatever else happened in that round just transpired. And now we're looking at NAOS with just a absolutely gorgeous control of this particular game. They have great utilities, not the best in terms of creds, but
they
enough
have
that I
rounds,
think it's
man.
still, they still have enough. So Nacague kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel here, but they do have Zin's showstopper and the lockdown to try to at least prevent the 5-12 from happening.
That is rather vexing on the side of NCG. They had that early info from the Prowler. As we mentioned, it was going to be Wits. That was going to be the pivotal point of that, at least area of the map here. I feel like NAOS is going to do something a little crazy here just to ruin the tempo of NCG. They don't really have anything to lose here anyway. It's pretty much just a bonus buy for them. Again, this could potentially be a reason to push the tempo, Aserai. The broken buys, they're going to eco anyway. But on the side of NCG either, they're not looking too sharp. So it does balance itself out. Equilibrium on both sides, I suppose. You know, we have a very aggressive stance towards mid here. Yet again, pressure towards Tree. We have Wits just checking away towards mid. And Naru, unfortunately for him, he gets discovered. Where's that gonna come from? Mojer still looking to find a little bit of a value for that Vandal here, and he will get a lot. Patman nearly gets a trade, but wow, NAOS is just picking them apart now.
Woods took some insane damage from that showstopper, but this is really big commitments of utility from them in this round. It's all just down to Naru, but he's been given a chance here, man. It's a 2 versus 1. He has the spike. He has time. Did he pick up a Vandal as well in the process? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. Not Dodd. He's not Dodd yet. Yeah.
Okay. No, I don't want to know.
Dodd.
I don't want to know. I just said I don't want to know. There's a lot of information that is not present towards my side of things. Much like Naru. I know, I get it.
Okay.
I get it. I don't want to get it.
It's fine.
But like I said, there's not going to be a lot of info. But now the steps. Oh my goodness. That could have been it. I feel like that could have been the linchpin to the success. But Naru has to keep his cool here. He is going to get stunned up. Oh, but he still has a lot of utility, as you mentioned. Call up the number because he is calling upon the clutch gods! And Naru will receive the blessing. 6-11. Oh, recovering from that putrid whiff, Asarai. What a save.
Oh my god, that was nasty. Whew.
Okay, what engaged your knack to be cringe? I'm just gonna ask you this right here, now. Let's have an open discussion.
It's the law of equivalent, right? For every awesome play that there is, there needs to be a cringe thing that happens in retaliate or in response.
So you have to be the law of equilibrium here. You are an agent of chaos or order. In any case,
let's not take it away from Naru, man. That was just insane in the membrane.
Showing your age yet again, and I appreciate that, Asarai. You give me a reason to be a very angry person on broadcast. As Mid Mathers is going to channel that anger and find Mojer. This is not going to be the fullest of buy rounds, if not the most conservative of upgrades. All they want to do right now is do that. Do more of that. Papi Chulo getting max value off that classic. What is going on? Did the classic get a stealth buff or something?
Ultimate.
Oh my gosh. How? What? How is this panning out? I was just about to say that this is not around for NAOS to win, but maybe now's the time. Hey! Oh no, they're gonna get shredded by the Nano Swarm here. Are they gonna steal this away? No, but that was maximum value. That was maximum returns. No investments, very little in fact, and maximum gains. That was insane! Now look, they have full 5 ultimates. What?
I mean, it was happening a lot on Pearl, so for it to happen here, Ascend,
right?
Yeah, we shouldn't be too surprised, but that was some value on that one. Classic free gun, by the way. Hello?
Oh, there you go. That's the first of the year.
Enemy remaining.
That was clutch from Patman, though. To be honest, if he didn't get that Nano Swarm kill there obviously was a better chance for him to just lose that particular fight. Alright, Zin's just charging in. No care in the... You can use the gravity well of your opponent to dodge the...
That's unlucky. That is unlucky as all.
We saw that used a while ago. Who used it? I think that was Mid? Or maybe that was the previous series where Dax and Black and Blue were casting. Somebody else used it against them. But anyways, that was really unfortunate for Zind.
Okay, so now we have Wits. He pops the Hunter's Fury here, Aster. I just tried to deny that Killjoy. Again, you miss once. You're not going to get any more follow-ups here. Doesn't really matter. They deny it. Now they go for a double take towards A here. They invest in Nightfall. They still have Rolling Thunder if they want to do that, but NDG hasn't been weeded out on time. He will get the value. He will get the frags, and he will get another. And my goodness, now they bring themselves to the precipice of taking another map, or rather, their first map of the series. It is looking like we are going to go for a full 3 series, Asarai.
Gotta love how we get up to this point. Look at that. Come on if you know. Just drifted right in front of Zin there. And after that, it felt like NCG just did not had any follow-ups whatsoever. They were banking on the fact that Zin would have gotten value off of so many utils just thrown on A short and him being physically there. But not this time. And Nacague just gonna take the big L. Not really having too much buying power at this point. It matters stuck on A main, but nobody's pushing here. All about that mid control, at least for now. Again, this is the obvious fact that one more round, and as you mentioned, we are going to be going to game number 3.
And I feel like with everything that's been happening, NAOS is going to let this entire series cook. Much the way I have been letting you cook, Asarai. But have no fear. We've seen NCG once again come back with the most sideswipe of victories, right? Like, where did that come from? Where did all this zeal, where did all this, I guess, perseverance come from? And that's what makes NCG so special. The job with this lockdown, he has the option to just let them walk in. Let's just go for a fundamentally sound 5-man retake here. And the gun situation you did mention is not very good. That's not very good. How? What? I'm not entirely sure what the info was there. Was that a barrel sticking out? But it doesn't matter. We do have the rolling thunder here. Mosier gets in. Poppy Chulo trades in for Senior Carl as well. And NCG, this is looking so dire. Mid Mathers and Naru, the most ill-equipped when it comes to the guns and the wall. The timing is not there. Mosier gets a blast back kill, and everybody's collapsing onto Naru. And NCG, they get cut down. Here we have now surviving. It is going to tie up the series 1-1.
It seems like we're going to go to the icy tundras of Icebox to finish off this series. What a second game for NAOS indeed. I wanted to see a little bit more of their faces of victory there, but you know what? You can probably see that later on. But that was such an intricate way of playing that map for NAOS. I actually was a little bit afraid of how they were going to be approaching the target against the breach, because I feel like the breach, even though I'm not a super big fan of that particular agent, does have some really strong suits. As you saw with a lot of short control, you can influence the A main push of attackers with a fault line from A short all the way through A main, which we did see a lot, but not really big punishes for Nacague here. But again, there were some glimpses of brilliance here, just not enough. It seems like every time a rolling thunder was coming out, Wits was always stopping any form of punish or follow-up from Nacague. And because of that, I don't think they got the max value on the agents that they selected. And again, specifically on that breach that I don't really see too often be played on a set.
You know, I gotta say, Wits' Sova is pretty nasty too. It is disgustingly good, actually. But we mentioned it in the earlier discussion, right? That the breach, he does have a very niche role to play here and very, very strong areas of control that he can totally abuse. But now he's maneuvered that so well. Again, we just saw so many ungodly clutches too. Rounds that probably should not have been won. But that also is a testament to the sheer star power that NAOS have. This is probably one of the most top-heavy teams we have. So, in any case, the Iron Man, that is NCG, they have to dig deep for the last map because NAOS is honestly really, really solid here. We may even see a Wit Reyna on that next map, but before we jump into that, Asarai, this was it. This is when you know Wits was online. It's like, you know what? Okay, 4 versus 1, no problem.
One enemy remaining.
We're championing how Reyna is just incredibly strong on Icebox too, so I kind of want to see that. Motor, I think, also can take the helm of it if, you know, NAOS decides to do so. But again, this Ascent map just shows to us how well NAOS can really play. Again, the amount of games, the amount of tournaments that they've played isn't enough for me to say that they're, you know, the perennial best team right now in the Philippines. But the star power as well as the hype behind them definitely isn't just, how do you say this? Just, you know, snake oil. It's there's something there. But with all that being said, we still have one more game to go. And honestly, I cannot wait for it. Oh, that's how mid got those classics. All right.
Well,
nasty.
I will agree with you. It's not just a placebo effect. This is a stack team. It is one of the many stack teams we have. And it's only right that we're being teased of what they can bring towards the season. And this is the perfect time to develop right now. So I mean, we have a long league ahead of us. And it's exciting. It's incredibly exciting. I've seen so many rounds being stolen away. I wonder what is going to change moving forward, though. Because as we mentioned, I think Mid Mathers, his impact was great still, but it was just not as abrasive towards NAOS. Speaking of NAOS, of course, it is Wits delivering the win with Grab Unlimited.
He's been unlimitedly grabbing hearts, with how amazing his plays have been this second game. Can he replicate it in that third one? Can he help NAOS jettison themselves into their first series win in this open qualifier, or this regular season? I mean, it's their first match as well, so it's not like it's going to be over for if they lose this, but it's always good to have that one. Can't wait to see what happens come what may for that icebox, because honestly, you're absolutely right. It felt like mid just did not have that bite that we saw on Pearl. Ascent just wasn't really clicking for him, but now it's going to be a refresh, take a bit of a breath. And speaking of taking breaths, guys, we're going to go on a break. When we come back, it's game number 3, Icebox. Do not go anywhere. All right, guys, we are back here in this best of 3 between NAOS Esports and SR Nacague. Yeah, it's getting a little bit chilly, so I kind of wanted to get my my jacket, game on. It's kind of weird that I think in like Western countries they don't call this a jacket. They call this like they call this
That's
a jacket.
A parka.
They have something else inside. It's called like a sweater. That's what we call a jacket or a hoodie.
And you know what we call this, guys? This is the return to, obviously, VCTPH. Us getting sidetracked is obviously part of the experience. Speaking of jackets, actually, Aster, I actually don't have my jacket right now, but that's a little bit of lore that I can expound sometime else. But, yes, Icebox. Ice cold. Beautiful time for you to wear a jacket, and beautiful time for me to enjoy my coat as well. I am expecting Wits to be on that Reyna. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm fully expecting him to run that Reyna, maybe run it down and just assert dominance. You know what I mean?
I am curious if he's gonna try to utilize that, because I think this is also the first time that we're gonna be seeing NAOS actually play on Icebox with this particular team as well. I don't think we saw them play that. I'm not sure if we saw them play that during the other tournament, but if ever, I might not have scouted it. It feels like you did. So if we do see Wit on the Reyna, then I have nothing left to say. He has proven to be, again, this is why one of the reasons he was picked up as one of the star players of Team Secret, because he was such a prolific duelist player, alongside Dubstep. So him being on that Reyna definitely is a plus here. Maybe along Mojer, they could go for a double duelist. We could see something like that. Not sure if it's going to be something that NAOS has integrated into their play. Maybe they still like to go for the single duelist or even the no duelist. But you know what? My guess is just as good as yours. We'll have to see when we go into that agent selection.
You did say a lot of things there regarding, again, we've been championing Wits. I mean, this is such a great look for him that we saw him on that Sova, doing so well. Everybody on NAOS actually popping off, and NCG really proving why all those hours just toiling and strategizing and everything just related to the game is paying off, because they're no pushovers, man. It's not like they're necessarily playing bad or anything. Everybody's just been reacting so well. The protocol has been so clean for all of these teams. And other than that, I know I just said we've been championing Wits, but we go back to that, right? His Reyna on Icebox is iconic. His Chamber on Icebox is iconic. Again, that is an ace that is going to be in my mind for quite a while. And he's shown that his ability to naturally flex to any role and succeed has just been insurmountable, at least when we talk about the value, right? On the side of NCG, I feel like a lot of their straight up firepower is actually hinging on Mid Mathers, and that's just a testament to how complete his game is, playing one of the most, I would say, difficult roles on high level, to play smoker, to actually find value, and to have your presence being felt on the field alongside your, I guess, surreal fragging power is just a lot or a lot of an ask.
I will add, while we're moving the discussion to
my hair,
the side of Nacague here for SR Nacague, right? I just wanted to reiterate what the standings were for Mid Mathers and Zin on that second game. So Zin was 10 frags, while Mid Mathers was 12, while on Pearl, Mid was 19 and Zin was 18. So, as you mentioned, that a lot of the success, or at least not the success, but maybe impact of NCG stems from both of these players, and them not being as effective on Ascent really was a big blow to what Nacague were trying to do. I mean, we saw Senior Carl, we saw Naru trying to make some impacts here where they were somewhat successful, but not really to the level that Mid and Zin were able to bring to that table. So definitely finishing off that Ascent map faster rather than just prolonging the inevitable, which I felt like was already there, which saw how NAOS was just playing that particular map, is good for SR Nacague here, because now we're going into a map where I feel like we've seen these players separately also do incredibly well on when they were at their previous teams before they joined SR Nacague here. So that could be a good indicator of what is to come for game number 3.
Aside from that, if you really have to lean this towards just raw firepower, I don't think this is the way that NCG should approach things, right? Because they're normally a team that we talked about that is leaning more on team chemistry and the macro game as a whole. If you fall into the trap of trying to outbrawl NAOS, I feel like that is a very, very dangerous hole that you kind of have to dig yourself out of, despite how challenging that may sound. But in any case, I am really curious on what we're going to see, but it is so incredibly timely too, Asrai, because we are going to be heading into the agent select, folks.
Finally. Now, this is where we're going to get ourselves our answers here. What is the proper pickups? Oh, wait, this is just hover overs. What's really going to
They're not lock-ins yet.
The Harbor, though. So here's the thing, guys. Just to confirm, we don't have the switch-ups. Oh, that was too fast. We don't have the switch-ups of the maps yet. So Bind and Breeze are still in rotation. We don't have Lotus, but All of the agents are available to use, and we have all of the most recent nerfs from the patches that we have had. I think this is patch 5.12 that we are playing at specifically.
Yes, we are.
Yeah, so this is where all the nerfs have been played, and again, Harbor is available as well. We still have to confirm what the lock-ins were because it felt like it was a little bit too fast. I didn't really see what they really picked up, but again, at least we did see some pickups there where Mojo, I think, was still going to be locking in his Raze, and Zind back once again on that jet of his. Okay, we're back at it once again. They just swapped places, so NAOS will be on the defending side while NCG will be on the attacking end. Oh.
So, I feel like this is nothing like... never mind. I was about to say this is nothing crazy. Well, okay. I see the value of Harbor here, and when you really look at it, Harbor benefits from a lot of tempo. We have not seen too much of that from NAOS today, and potentially this could be a curveball because, once again, it's really not in the scouting report for Wits to actually play the Harbor. And maybe, just maybe, if NCG is going to hit a stride to adjust from the playstyles that have been shown in the last 2 maps, this is going to throw yet another wrench in their plans. And this is going to cause quite a bit of a conundrum on the side of NCG Asteroid. So, exciting times ahead. And Wits also on yet another roll.
I will say, though, that honestly, I feel like both teams are playing the same style here. The only difference is the Harbor and the Sage, where in certain situations, they play very similar, right? If you're going to be the one trying to maybe create some plants here, you still need the wall, you need the cove to give you enough cover so that you can, to plant the spike down. And here's another thing, Raf. We haven't really seen Sen, also known as Senior Carl, pop off because he hasn't been put into, I feel like, an agent that allows him to do that. Because again, he was one of my really talented players way back when he was still with Zeal's Esports and the 6045 Pirates, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Moving on. He has now a pick on the Sage, which I really like because this gives him the chance to be a battle Sage. So I'm really excited to see how he brings that to the table. And obviously, going to the other side for NAOS, how Wits brings the Harbor to the table. Because we've never seen this done before.
Oh yeah, not at all. And just a little bit of lore dump.
Yeah, from RC.
Oh, just a little bit of a lore dump too. I feel like I've been extra critical of everybody that's come from Cebu because I feel like we can do it. You know what I mean? I know we're ready to do all of that. And that is why Asarai, I do gripe every now and then. But Senior Carl, definitely, I'm glad that you highlighted him. At the bare minimum, he's always been a serviceable player. You will very rarely see him underperform, which is a testament to, once again, his consistency, right? But now, we kind of need him to go beyond that. He has been a good player all throughout of 2022, but now this is his time to shine. I feel like what you're trying to say also is that he is the X factor for NCG to try and steal this away from NAOS. But what is the anti-strat against the Harbor? Or is NAOS even going to use Harbor to its full potential? And as I mentioned, that's going to be a lot of tempo. But look at the positioning already. They are looking to fight. They're looking to fight. They're going to beat NDG. I like the patience. Mojo's still very, very patient here. Wit also on that opposite side, Asteroid. So this is definitely going to be a deadly trap. Yeah. But NCG, their senses were tingling.
Yeah. Because the thing is, when you get tagged by the drone already and, you try to shoot it down, you kind of second guess what's going to be following up on you, right? Wow, that was fast. Poppy's already right beside his teammate there. That's a trade-off. Zin goes down, and now this is an awkward try to push onto the A site. Somewhat successful. They haven't really taken too much damage. But still a 4 versus 5 regardless as the round ensues. NAOS, they decided to actually go and group up all the way on their spawn. So they're going to be just waterfalling from one specific side of the site as they come into the site itself.
And that could potentially happen, Asterai, but it's still a pretty healthy stack here. As I mentioned, that Jock comes in like a disease and the rest of NAOS, they ravage NCG. How many times have we seen that? Honestly, such a disgustingly squeaky clean retake on the side of NAOS. We saw it on Pearl. We saw glimpses of it on Pearl. We saw it on Ascent, definitely. And now it seems to have reared its head on our Icebox map. And I honestly thought they were pretty dug in here, Aster. I thought that it was going to be Naru to actually find those kills. But like you mentioned, that waterfall, when it's on your head, it's just a little too much to handle. Now NAOS once again going for that very, very, I guess, standard buy. I'm a big fan of the Guardian buys, you know that. And
Yeah,
I
of course.
appreciate Mojer going for this.
I had more budget. I probably get like a nicer Guardian skin than the Reaver.
Oh no.
I mean, it's good, but
No,
I feel
don't
like
talk about,
the
you know.
Prime Guardian kind of sounds actually not kind of, but sounds really nice. Anyways, back to the task at hand here. Quick little wall there just to soften up the opponents there, making them a little bit
Soft
slower.
as my hair, apparently.
Well, it's the Cebu air for you.
Mm-hmm. Hey, don't dox me.
I'm not. I'm just saying it's the cause and effect of being in Cebu. Anyways, they're
Mhm.
very close, but look at how just packed the rest of NAOS are. They're also as tight knit with each other, but there's a chance it's about to explode. What you're looking at first?
What?
He had two opponents to try to at least choose. At the least, this is going to be, you know, a plant on the spike. So not the worst round for NCG there. Again,
No, not
it's a
at all.
It's a pistol round.
Flawless.
Well, I don't think we're surprised anyway. That's typically how the first 2 round swings go. We've seen a lot of steals previous map, but this time around it is very comfy. It is very, I guess, kosher on the side of NAOS here. Are they going to go for the same defensive layout here? As you mentioned, that barrier or what's the name of that? Not the barrier orb. I'm so forgetful when it comes to Harbor. I know it's the Cascade. I know it's the Cove. The Cove, yes. The Cove just provides so much value on the retakes, especially when cutting off high priority positions, especially one-way positions like Hell or even Backside as a retaking defender, right? And it could also be used to alleviate pressure if you put it on 410. We've seen that beautifully a few times already. Third round, what is the plan here? They seem to go for the same defensive approach on B, which has not been burnt out yet, has not been scouted by NCG. Zind is going to take his time crawling up, trying to see if there's anything that he could possibly disassemble here. But it's Mojer and the rest of the gang here. Very, very tense. Who is going to cross first? Mojer doesn't even know. Somebody's already here. NDG is ready to cover his back. A is completely open, by the way, but with a Viper and a Killjoy setup, that is going to be enough to sway literally anyone. And what is this? The tension. They see the shoulders. It's like the first time talking to a... Oh my goodness. Yet another close call here, Asar. Still, they're not moving an inch. They're just throwing every single bit of utility. And the trap has been sprung. And Mojer gets 2. Can he get a 3rd? No, it's the Jet on the other side in the form of Zind to respond. And it's an equal playing field. I was talking about the Cove value here. Zind could potentially miss this. And it's still Wits. They both survive. What? Now we have
30 seconds left.
yet another wall being put in place here, Asar. The delay strats on the side of NAOS have been beautiful too. NCG, they're put in a bit of a scramble here. 3v3 with both unhealthy players. An equal playing field still. But utility definitely in the way of NAOS here. Have to find a decent plant spot here. They do get that. Timing it again? Asarai, NAOS is operating like a guillotine. You just cannot find any hitches or any tells in their retakes. And it's been so good. NCG, they have to respond. They have to clog up the rotations. They have to make presence to pull away the bulk of the NAOS forces.
That's an early call on the timeout. Again, it makes sense that they have to, but you do see the struggle that Nacague are facing right now. They're playing in the scenarios, they're playing in the, I don't know, the arenas that NAOS are setting up for them. And it's putting them in a really bad spot, especially with Mojer just, again, hitting nasty shots. He was holding a very close angle, Raph, with a Guardian, still picks up 2 kills. Granted, of course, it was a 3-stack there by NAOS. It was a good 3-stack. I don't know if Nacague snuffed what NAOS were trying to do, or if they were okay facing against that. But regardless of if they knew that was happening or not, they still faltered and dropped down. And as you mentioned, there was such a weird interaction between Wits and Zind that was like, oh, he's pushing. They both went back into cover because they were so like afraid of what was to be. In any case, that just really mulled them through. I think this is what we're kind of seeing as well, where teams just aren't really, or some teams aren't just as, what's the word here, used to fighting against a Harbor yet.
Exactly, there's no muscle
there.
memory for it. Yeah, there's no muscle memory for it. And, you know, Wits, and NAOS in general, they're absolutely smashing. What is going on? The reads have been fantastic. The preemptive defenses to, once again, really, how would I put this, guide NCG into their traps have been very, very optimal, Aserai. And once again, Arbor is a bit of a curveball. A very good one, in fact. Ja still looking to maybe harass anybody trying to cross his line of sight. But so far, NCG going for that trademark patience.
Now we're finding some kills with the Sheriff here. Oh, Papi. Close. Very close. Actually backs away on the other side. I think it was kind of fearing that they might have gotten control already through Orange, as the rest of NAOS is also helping him out with Wits there. Okay, they finally have some access onto Kitchen. Senior Carl is here. Can't really plant the spike just yet, as he hasn't found any picks whatsoever, but he's getting closer. Spots out Papi, but that's a risk he was willing to take, but that's a risk that might not be too good for the side of Nacague, because the spike's been dropped. They know where it is. Naru's coming in. Wits actually was taken down by Mid Matter, so maybe this is a chance for him to bring things back around. Unfortunately, gets taken down. There's going to be Mid. Now they know where he is. That wall is kind of stopped them dead in their tracks. There's still plenty of time. They can bait out as much utility as they would want to. This Cascade and High Tide is just not... Look at how just so much utility there is. The cope for safety too. This is what we're talking about. The solidity of the wall-like ability of Harbor just make it so difficult for post plants to just be, well, won by the attackers.
Well, you know what they say, if you can't swim, 7 feet is as good as 30 feet, you're gonna drown. NCG have now not found any answers for this, and one thing that we have to take note for now is to ask, sorry, they're not necessarily throwing out all their utility for early presence. They've been staggering it with just a little bit of jiggle peeking and just some, I guess, micro info plays. And when the time comes for them to actually throw out the delay, Woods has been so timely with all of his utility. Mojo and the rest of the gang too, they are not slacking behind. I feel like they've found the rhythm, at least against NCG, right? If they can continue to replicate this type of play, then this is looking far, far dangerous for NCG. But I've mentioned how resilient NCG can be. They have won many times from a losing scoreboard.
Okay, Zin's gotten closer though. Obviously just dropped from the site itself. Does not want to touch this site just yet without the help of his teammates. Does not want to defend it. His utilities are being used to flush them back out. Look at how controlled Nacague is on pushing this one. This is what I like about Nacague. They don't really like to overheat. They always play that slow-paced game. And for better or for worse, it has given them good map control here on the B site. There's the wall. Oh, they try to plant it there. Not gonna get broken over. No trades, no quick, easy kills through the smoke. This is the perfect time for Nacague to really bury their teeth on this B site. Zin's already pushed up so far to Orange. That's been spotted as well. He wide swings. Even if he survives right there, Zin is already on the flank coming in from behind. And look at how quickly the trades come in. NDG comes in from the back of the site. And he's all alone in a 4 versus 1. Swings and misses on Senior Carl, getting that headshot clean up. Nacague back on this game, 1 point on the board.
Like I said, man, you really cannot discount how strong and willful this team can be. Despite how tough the situations can be, they have always bounced back. And I think that was such a fine adjustment. And I feel like we have to explain this to a certain level. Every team we have on VCT and every high-level team will adjust. The biggest question is how fast. And NAOS building up that 4-round deficit for NCG just proves to be problematic, because then they can shuffle the strat book. Then they can go for a different play. Like this one. We didn't see this earlier. Now it's going to be a totally different approach for them too. NCG, they go for a default Viper wall, and they look to fight it out towards B here. Zin wary of that Nano Swarm. It finally pops.
It's just going to be a little bit of time to delay. He does have 2 Cloudbursts available if he wants to up the tempo, maybe push forward. Oh my goodness, that was anxiety-inducing, but now they're going to get tagged up by NDG's Hunter's Fury here, and Senior Carl has to take the brunt of the damage here and will fall. Mojo sees a shoulder, but cannot find the shot. Everything is collapsing on different fronts as NCG, they're coming alive here. Wits, the man of the hour, gets one. Joswell gets another. Naru in a 1v3, in a gnarly 1v3. And he is going to be eaten by the waves, Aserai. He is not going to stay on top of that board.
Yo, how did Ja hit that second shot? I mean, granted, okay, he just peeked through, got the first kill. Fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's good. But the second one, to take down and remove the control of Nacague on the B site, that was just... cannot be allowed. Need a quick little replay there for sure, if we can get it.
Right here.
Any case, that operator's still alive in the hands of Mojer once again. There's the wall. They know something's up. Mojer's trying to go on through A main here. What's been spotted? Sind is angry. He's like, I did not give myself enough space. I did not give myself enough credit. This is the time for me to create the space. Shut you all down.
The credit.
What? Mojer's still alive. He can still make some damage here. Can line it up, but unfortunately cannot do so. 1 versus 3, and Papichulo is by himself.
By himself, indeed. All on his lonesome. Potentially a Lone Ranger here. Once again, put a lot of weight to that name. We've seen him steal rounds away. But with the ultimates and just the general utility, I don't think this could happen. But then again, we've jinxed many things today, Aserai. We could potentially summon and invoke Curse. But just like a bad Hex, Papichulo is still looming around, giving a lot of things to think about on the side of NCG. He does get dinked there by the Phantom, but he will find Zin still. Once again, it is cooking. You can hear every single heartbeat here, and Patman, he remains composed. He will cut down Papi.
Yeah, that was a given already. Zin was just unleashed right there. I mean, there was a confidence from NAOS to just, again, aggress towards Belt. Here we go. Oh, this is the one for Mojer. I really wanted to see how they got the Zin double kill there. That would have been spectacular, Raph. But regardless.
Spectacular.
What was the word?
Yes. What is the word? Spectacular. But like you mentioned, right? NCG, they're clawing their way back into this Asteroid. It's really just the honest assessment, right? Because some of these rounds have looked so sketchy despite getting an early lead. Now, since they've understood that NAOS are fairly allergic to a lot of mid-aggression, they're leaning towards how Wits is going to maneuver around the Harbor utility. Or no utility, you could just dry peek. If you're Wits, if you're going to be as hot as any of these players are, you have the green light to go ahead. Now, Senior Carl will respond in kind. And a beautiful exchange could potentially happen here, but it seems that they've just relegated everybody to wait. We have a lot of time. There's a lot of clock to burn, so just relax.
You will not kill my allies.
I like how the helping contact for Papichulo is actually a utility of Ja, which is still active because he's only holding on orange here. Because even though you have the Viper's Pit, more experienced teams will be able to deal with you if you don't have any supporting skills or utility to, well, support you. Oh, it's... No way! Gets spotted by the recon, still gets 2, gives Mojer a chance to get a pick, and still comes on top. What an absolutely demonic play there coming in from Wits.
Demonic. You are now throwing out, and maybe potentially putting out horns on Wits, because absolutely, he's been the devil for NCG. Like you mentioned, this Harbor matchup is so problematic. How often do we see this? A lot if you play with Dax. Maybe he's onto something. You know what I mean? But here we have Wits really dissecting this with a lot of pressure. Literally drowning NCG. I feel like there's not a lot of mid-pressure on the side of NCG though, Aserai. I mean, they're kind of playing into the utility here. And when they do try to pose a threat, once again, the High Tide is there. The Cove is available. It just becomes such a hassle. But now, this defensive layout has still not been snuffed out. We've been seeing this time and time again. This triple B long hold.
Yeah.
That NCG have just had so many problems They have a bit of a shaky buy here. Senior Carl doesn't really have too much. He has a sheriff. You know how lethal he can be. But with the interest going towards A, NAOS are going to set up for that signature retake.
How can they deal with that? Anyways, the first one to try to go up against is Patman. It's a 1-1. Right, it's all about the delay tactics for them. You need 3 charges now to get the kill on that lockdown. Here comes in. oh my god. I mean, he lagged there for like, his brain lagged there for like a couple of seconds, but still gets it in the end. It matters. Smart to double up. 3 versus 2. 2 versus 2. Poppy Chulo's hit them some shots here. Nasty shots. Zin unloads his blades. Poppy. Okay, one more. Taps the spike. Tries to force out the shots through the smoke. It matters. Gotta get closer. Doesn't know. And he has time to defuse. What a smart play from Poppy Chulo. Picking up the 4K as well as the round for NAOS.
I mean, there's a lot of positives in what NCG is doing. They're getting early side control. They're even dealing with the flanks properly. It's really just unfamiliarity, right? Like, how do we even dissect this, Aserai? Because I feel like after this, we're going to have a big, long study session again on what is the consensus anti-Harbor or what is Harbor in general. You know what I mean?
He is an initiator controller, at least for me. You know how Omen's a hybrid controller, that he's kind of like a duelist-esque controller? Harbor kind of hovers around the same mentality, but this time
he's a tempo controller.
Yeah, perfect. That's it.
But what I'm saying is, like, what are the little plays that a Harbor player could potentially bring to the table, right? Because obviously, Wits is bringing us a masterclass here on how to basically have a very practical approach to the character. He's still being very aggressive with it, but he's not losing out on any of the utility, which is a difficult balance to achieve, no matter what agent you want to try and get on. But NCG now, they're still adamant on taking B long here, despite NAOS being pretty dominant in that. It is a pretty decent read because they do have 2 players trying to wrestle away Kitchen Controller if they can even move up. As Jod does have a singular Nano Swarm here, but with the rate of fire, he's not going to have a problem cutting down and maybe fragging Patman and Mid Mathers. That is going to be a very important pair on the side of NCG. As long as they get the plant, this is a decent round already, but man, that is disgusting. Poppy nice like that.
NCG, we don't see them too often struggling like this, but now it's just, again, it's clicking, man. This is a team that, as we were already expecting to really just showcase to us that the star power isn't just all about the hype. There's something backing up onto it, right? This is one of the teams alongside Oasis and which other team was I referencing to? Sky Empire, that was given a lot of support, right, from the org as well as the support staff that they have.
And for the fans, man. The fans. Never forget about the fans.
Never forget about the fans.
Oh, but dear me, full contact is the name of the game. Despite Mojer going for a bit of a short dash there, still finds a little bit of safety. Can't really dip into the fight anymore just because of the low HP. And now if NDG landed yet another dart, that could have been the end. Is it? I'm not entirely sure, actually. I don't know how the health buff works. But Sin is gonna just barrel through. Could even get lucky, find Mojer here. But that's not the case. As Sen has planted his feet onto the site here. Once again, controlling a power position. Senior Carl looking to lord over his domain. And Zin very wary of the flanks that NAOS have been employing all throughout the game. Senior Carl still throwing out a slow orb here. Look at NAOS though. They are once again ready to execute that clean take. They have a Viper Spit from Poppy Chulo if they want to do that, but instead they go for this one raw. Mid Mathers fights Mojer. That's a low HP target that they were hunting for. Zin even gets one, but an answer back on the side of NAOS will get stuffed. Down to a 1v1. The ropes! Oh my goodness, he wraps it around his neck and gives him a noose. Jaw on the clutch. Disgusting. Yet again.
What? How?
Last round in the half.
Dude, that round is an enigma to me. That retake is an enigma to me. Because, honestly, there were so much things going in the favor of NCG, to be honest. Look at that. They got the first picks, and then somehow, let's look at this replay real quick if we can even dissect how it works. They were able to even out the odds 1 versus 1 with Mid and Ja just trying to clutch out the round for each of their teams. What?
I know, and it's incredibly surgical the way that they've been approaching all these retakes. Once again, Wits fragging out, and of course, unfamiliar utility has potentially careened the situation for NCG into a very, very dangerous place. Still, NAOS really cannot rest on their laurels. I mean, the game still could potentially be very long, right? We still have a half to play. Hoppy even dodges the recon. That's interesting. They are still very, very careful of what might transpire in this pit. Be carefully back out. And Wits again, look at this. Really fearless. He still has a cove and I believe 2 high tides to his name. Not a problem whatsoever. Waiting for any cues from any of his teammates here. But like a thief in the night, he's looking to steal an opportunity, and that he does. He finds Naru, backs out. Perfect guerrilla tactics there. Hit and run. And NCG, they have to, once again, approach this default with 1 less person. And arguably the most important info gather for them. 30 seconds left on the clock to Asteroid. They have to commit now.
How would they commit when there's 2 walls just stopping them from pushing in onto the site? Or Recon Dart to actually spot them too. And basically, no space to create because they're either swarmed by the toxic wall or smothered by the water wall of the harbor. Okay, there's still somewhat of a fighting chance here. Yeah, I wonder how these walls would be going. Fortunately, no Oasis here. Wiz is just using his ultimate. No. Okay.
Oh dear.
It's a 3 versus 1. I mean, even if he dies, right? So there's still like 2 other players.
And it's the last round, man.
Exactly.
It's the last round, so... Yeah, that's a Champagne Supernova if I've ever seen one.
Switching sides.
You really didn't get it? Come on.
I did.
I'm sure you
Obviously.
did.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. You're caught beneath a landslide of references, I assume. See, this is why I feel like Dax is like, Raph, you're a nerd. I mean, isn't it part of the job description? You know what I mean? It's
Exactly.
like, bro. In any case, guys, we were getting a little sidetracked here, but now with a very commanding lead here. NCG, I will once again say that all hope is not lost. Not at all. It's just this is unfamiliar territory, uncharted territory, very dangerous waters. Literally.
Speaking of Uncharted, there's gonna be no more Uncharted games to come out. Sag.
Can we focus on the game?
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This is that one tidbit. Anyways, this is gonna be the interesting part now. How does the harbor work on offense? Or at least how does NAOS create the offense side of harbor? Attacking side of harbor, to be more specific. How does it work?
How does it work? How does it work, Asarai? A lot
Fake
of
wall and
questions.
B. Or, you know, if A doesn't
It's a
work, you
default
can always
Viper
go to
wall.
B.
Yeah.
True.
It's pretty much a default Viper wall. And for all you fans out there, I'm pretty sure that none of us are surprised that there's a Viper and Icebox. We have seen this many times.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, did I see a jump? No, I probably did. Does that actually have a little bit of pushback? I could, well, again, that's something to review, but we are going to have a bit of a scuffle here. Patman, very, very efficient with a ghost, and everybody from NCG, they come alive. The defender side could potentially be their strong part. What? Okay, well, now they're answering back. Like I said, all hope is not lost at all.
Yeah. That was smart, though, from NCG. Don't give them a chance to play that post plan. They were already setting up utility. There were so many smokes that even if there were smokes set up by NAOS, these are smokes that NCG could use against their opponents. And you saw them use that very beautifully. While Mojer was unable to deal with what was coming out through jail, or not jail, but maze there on the left. The rest of NCG were already just barreling through the mid of A side, trying to go through belt and just, again, denying NAOS any satisfaction of that post plan. Because they had a good post plan. If you saw the utilities that they were throwing out, they were prepared for it. Unfortunately, just not really meant for them because, again, NCG always willing to stop the stem, stop it from bleeding.
Yeah, I agree. And the thing is, I feel like because you have a harbor, right? It's such a great supplementary controller here. And it does look like NCG, they're taking a play from the book of NAOS here, going for that triple stack towards green, just to have aggressive, and a very, very immediate response if ever there's early pressure. But NAOS have snaked their way towards A here, literally. Now Ja, again, the ropes have been so friendly to him, he's not going to have a doubt that they are going to be any less. So they do. Oh well, never mind. I lied, guys. That one's on me. As Naru is going to be the first line of contact here. He does have a recon dart available and does have quite a bit of utility, but the same cannot be said on everybody else on that defending team. So this might just be reduced to gunfights here. Time is winding down. With NCG having the superior firepower, they could potentially steal this away, or rather take this away from NAOS and get that a high prio swing that they need to once again boost their score and their morale. And wow, NDG, the timing of the high tide coming down. Naru, the star of the show, the classics yet again, going crazy. But a feeling of great dissatisfaction on the side of NAOS as they get nothing but one. Still a big buffer, as you would like to call it, Asarai.
Yeah, a bit of a sticky situation there, I guess, for NAOS, because of the fact that, again, NCG were just knowledgeable enough to wait for the harbor wall to drop down before anything else. You know, you don't want to push through that. You have time. You're already there. You're set up. You have the utility. You have the firepower. Just play it safe. But of course, now still have their strong suit. They do have their rifles up and running, while NCG actually have 3 bulldogs. Could be the make or break to get NAOS up to 11. And again, I do like how NAOS always sets up the Viper wall on B long. They're really dedicated to it. I'm not sure if it's the best thing to always try to do, but you know what? It's a threat that they can keep using because, again, the harbor is there.
Like we talked about it, right? The harbor just provides so much similar utility anyway with a high tide, so you can constantly pressure B long with that Viper default. And NCG just does not have a appropriate response, I guess, for map-wide movement and macro in general, because how many times do I have to say this? They're just so unfamiliar with this matchup, especially with Wits on that harbor, who's been popping off. Oh dear, maybe walking into 2 people might not be ideal here, as Mojers is going to get that freebie for himself. Mid Mathers has to backpedal as quickly as he can, and that is, in turn, going to force him to use all those snake bites. So technically he's a little fangless right now, but he still does have a gun, which will work the same way. But Papi Chulo, we talked about it, Asra, and how that wall can be such a threat, but the immediate response on the side of NCG here is stopped dead in its tracks again by Papi. So cold this man is, and perfectly fitting for Icebox. It was 2v5, man. What do you think? Do you think NCG still has something left in the tank, at least for this, or they could go potentially for a save? Probably they could honestly go for a save right now.
Yeah. I mean, technically, isn't this their bonus round technically? So the reason why we're seeing them just... Where did that shot come from? Oh, okay, all the way through downtown, mid. Only down to mid Mathers. Rocking a hard place. Every angle he has to defend. And unfortunately, crumbles under the pressure. Papi Chulo, we'll give him a new nickname. Call him Nasty Chulo. Those shots, those entries were kind of nasty.
At some point, we'll have to get...
I'm gonna let you cook. I'm gonna let you cook.
Papi Chulo got the Riz.
Dude. Hey, let's relax. Let's
all right, I'm
focus on the game. Oh my gosh.
Into the unknown.
I don't know how to respond to that, man. If anything, I'm kind of like shocked that you would actually say that. You know what I mean?
Ooh. Well, I'm shocked that shot dart hit the ceiling.
Bit of a tongue twister too.
Yeah.
But the snake bite was right on point, dead accurate on the side of NCG here. So my question is, how come they weren't this active earlier with their defensive aggression, right? Was it because NAOS was just barreling through all their defenses as quickly as it happened? Because how many times have we seen that Viper, rather that snakebite play, just this map alone? I think that was the first time, maybe the second time at most.
Oh, man. Okay. All right.
Down B.
A bit of tags here and there, but not enough to really threaten anything. Gonna be Naru, Mid, and Zin to remain. Naru... Mojo is so active. He's just getting active map control here. And I guess that this will answer your question here, Raf. The reason why NCG just can't get the map control is because now, seemingly, even though they have like 4 people pushing in through A main, right, from time to time, seems like they have so much map control with the turret and the Viper wall placed on mid and on B long. And NCG, I think even though they don't want to respect it, still have to because they don't know the threat that could be there, right? In any case, good cleanup from Papichulo. And of course, as the announcer mentions it, match point, series point.
Need a drop.
You could be the announcer.
Thanks.
Match point, series point. You could do it. I mean, that being said, like I said, NCG, they've been brawling. They have been on... Oh man, they've been on life support this entire game, Master. How else am I supposed to put it? It's been a long game, honestly. This isn't even now, it's just kind of running through them. It's a very, very methodical approach. And now it looks like they don't even care about the utility that's being thrown in their face. Mojer will have to pay the price, obviously. He is down to just a single bar of HP here. Xin suffers the same fate, however, he just does not have the same weaponry. So he doesn't have the same, I guess, potency that Mojer would have in this very moment. No lurks this time around announced. They're not playing around. They're going to go for a full 5-man swing here. They are just going to go wild. And of course, Wits finds Naru here. Are they going to go for a double back here? Are they going to retake mid is the question. Because there's going to be a little bit of resistance there in the form of Patman. He only has a Guardian, but if those shots ring true, then that's yet another problem to deal with as mid matters. He gets a bonus on NDG here. They even get enough space to res, so they still maintain a bit of an advantage, but Xin has still not been healed up. We have the ult on the side of Harbor being already used up here. It's going to expire anytime soon, and that it does. Blind utility being thrown onto this A side, potentially a sign of desperation. Papichulo wants to go for the neck. He wants to go for the jugular. Here we go with the Viper's Pit, Aserai. NCG, they have to dig deep. They have to go crazy here. Xin still has those blades available if he chooses. But my goodness, yet another whiff. Patman and Senor Carl, they come alive here. Papichulo, though, the beast of the pit. The snake of Icebox. He gets 2. 1 is all they need. One more round to stay alive. NCG, they are not ready to give up just yet.
Wow. Just, I honestly thought that was going to be over already with the utilities being thrown out, but I saw Xin just whip a couple of those blades. I think he saw Mojer, and then Mojer got away. And again, somehow this team just is able to trade so efficiently that even though they get the debuff from the Viper Spit, it seems like it does not phase them whatsoever. In any case, this is, as you mentioned, a still good standing here for NCG. If they can beat down on NAOS here, they should be able to force NAOS into a more awkward buy than before. Still, though, wow, look at how much this real estate they've already pushed up here, but not really the easiest, not really the best, as Zen and Patman just make quick work with these trades. Beacon out, 1 for 1, at the end. We're all down to NDG. One of the other crack shots here from NAOS.
Take flight.
He does have his ultimate. He does have his Sova drone. It's the information that Xin is on 2F on B site. If you can spot where Senor Carl is positioned at least he'll have a clear idea in his mind of how he wants to approach this fight. Plays the safer game of just going in here. And I do like how NAOS wasn't able to plant the spike yet. This does give him more time, 50 seconds, compared to the 40 of the spike being planted down. If he can hit the shot, but he's whiffing. He's trying to get closer, but he's going to get double swung in 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
There it is.
Well, I'm just saying, man. I'm not saying that there could be a potential jinx in the making here, but we know whose eyebrows are to blame. I'm just saying. In any case, SR, Nacague, they are firing up, man. Like, they're coming alive, and once again, it's not desperation. It's them being cornered that's really fueling them to play to perfection. Again, desperation sometimes breeds perfection, Aserai, especially when you're striving for a goal. Now it's here. They have to keep it calm. They know that they have a big buffer. They have a lot of rounds to give. And they just have to take this round by round. If there are any freebies to take, go ahead. But if this is not the round, especially with a severely broken buy, then just go for the eco. Again, it is a step-by-step process for both of these teams, which make it even more nerve-wracking. As Major is going to walk up here, he does have still a few blades to his name. And so far, the more passive hold on the side of NCG. Coming from the shadows here, an ambush on the side of Zin and Mid Mathers. They can't even respond. But Jaw's already opened up the opposite side of the map here. Wits has to make a mad dash because he can get cut off from mid. Jaw does have a bit of a duel to address as Papi Chulo struggles to pick up the Vandal. And it's Naru's shock dart to end him. All alone as he waits for Wits to just catch up to him. He does have quite a bit of time to buy, but the aggression that could pop out from NCG.
What? Did you see
It
that?
is so damning. Absolutely. Oh, Wits is... Oh. Again, there's a lot of time to buy, but HP incredibly finite. The timing too. Oh my goodness, Zind has crawled up. But Papi Chulo is too sharp. Oh no. 2v2, still very doable here. Full HP, a definite advantage on the side of NCG here. They have a Viper Spit on the side of Mid Mathers if they really want to go for it. But time is burning, 18 seconds. They're not anticipating any double back here, but they are going to be incredibly separated here. Leaning towards Snowman. Mid Mathers finds Wits. And Poppy has the clutches, but no, Patman once again puts on the cape and becomes the hero for NCG. One more round.
Dude, Wits bounced off the cove through the wall to give him a... I don't know if that was like a calculated lineup or if it's more efficient than just throwing it on the floor. But that was kind of nice.
30 seconds left.
Kind of like that. Yeah, you're absolutely right. There was some chances there that that Poppy could have created that good space for NAOS here, as he did get that crucial kill onto Zin. Unfortunately, because he positioned himself on danger, the obvious fact that he cannot trade immediately on Wits was going to happen, which is not too good for him. Zin almost gets eviscerated as he pushes through a main. That recon dart really putting him in an awkward position.
Oh, no.
Now NDG comes in for the kill with that Hunter's Fury. The follow-up from Mojer, though, he gets stunned by his own teammate's ultimate. Back into the corner, gets the kill. Good enough. 4 versus 4. Mojer's been knocked down. So has Mid Mathers. There is...
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's a Killjoy on the attacking side with the ultimate. This is going to burn so much more time. What is that, 10, 15 seconds? Plenty of time to just
Quite a while.
ruin the setup here for for Nacague. And look at this, Poppy will have to deal with Patman already looking for the lurk. Oh no, he's actually trying to go for a lineup. This is not too good, but oh, it's the turret. All right, keep pushing in.
Okay.
And your Carl gets a kill, and DG's down. Mojer coming in as well, but Papi Chulo is still alive. He has a setup. They can't really defuse it. 2 versus 2. Boss 1. Zind. Oh, he just can't. Oh, that was so smart. The turret, so Papi Chulo doesn't get punished by the flank coming in from Patman, allowing him to get that lineup on the snake bite.
I mean, I honestly feel like at the start of the round, I feel like that was a confidence play and a half on the side of NCG. And honestly, that's not a bad thing, right? Because they were winning round after round. They needed to heat check. They're like, okay, guys, let's see how far we can push NAOS. But NAOS being so incredibly composed in all the situations that were presented to them, dismantled that. And honestly, Zin got so lucky he didn't get disemboweled on that first contact, right? He was already slowed. He was already tagged. Everything but the kitchen sink was being thrown at him. But of course, that is going to be a big dub for NAOS. My goodness, Asar, what a series, to be honest with you. It was a very interesting case study on how we can, I guess, approach the map with Harbor. Maybe we will see a lot more teams be more creative.
You know, whenever I hear NAOS before, it really wasn't the creativity of how they approach the...
They were your dark horse in Split 1 last year. I remember.
Exactly.
I remember that.
Exactly, right? But they never really gave me the vibe of just being incredibly creative and super... How is it? Efficient with how they use their utility or how they kind of react around their utility. It's more of just how good their timings were. But now, it's kind of mix of that plus great understanding of how to utilize their utility. And with Wits on the Harbor, proving that to us right now, 13-7, such a different face that we are seeing here and now from NAOS.
Well, you did bring up the past iterations of NAOS, right? And I did bring up the previous split, but again, let's put our eyes on this one because I did not know that the flexibility of course, our man Wits was actually that deep, because these are roles that are so completely different from each other, and he's found success in all of them, right?
Yeah.
And congratulations to just NAOS just operating so well. Today we did not find any hitches of their game. They were so incredibly fluid. NCG on the other hand, despite once again falling to NAOS, they still put up a pretty good fight. Aserai, I just really think it was that curveball of an icebox. And I mentioned it at the start. This map veto is only going to go in the way of NAOS.
Wow. They've already taken down SR Nacague. It's going to be, you know, we're on the regular season, so I am just excited, ecstatic, enamored to see how NAOS will be facing up against the other teams. They still, you know, have a shot at, or have a match against Sky Empire. They still have a match against, what are the other teams that I'm backing them? Of course, Oasis. So what's going to happen now when, again, in the regular season, still really good performance altogether. SR Nacague, on the other hand, I gotta say, this was still, I think, as good as what we can get from SR Nacague. Because again, we were still thinking about what were the weaknesses that they did have. I think there were some slowdowns that we weren't really expecting them to face, but they did. How, especially on Ascent, when it matters and Zen couldn't really perform, how the rest of the team definitely struggled. You really do see some of the chinks in the armor here from SR Nacague. So moving forward, how do they kind of remedy that?
I feel like this was one of their first few tests, of course, to actually, you know, be exposed, or rather play a long series against a team of NAOS caliber. And that's not a knock on anyone, because again, NAOS has been on that hype train, you know what I mean? We've been talking about them and their potential and their ceiling that could potentially be endless. In any case, I feel like that that last call in that last round was something that NAOS definitely capitalized on. And of course, who else but Papi Chulo to deliver the win with Grab Unlimited?
I mean, he was just such a pivotal player, always willing to lurk. He was grabbing unlimited space for NAOS here. And you know what? That's why he's Grab Unlimited. Delivers the win with it. Absolutely phenomenal performance for Papi Chulo as well.
That's like exactly what delivering the win means, Asura. You are truly a specimen of a human being. You are only getting finer by the day. And again, that has been such an entertaining series. Not a boring one, honestly. It was a very long and drawn out one, but there are very interesting, I would say, interactions between how the agents and how, I guess, NCG would try to work their way around the harbor. We saw a glimpse of that, but this is definitely going into their R&D section. They're going to go on that drawing board, and they are going to be deep diving into that as well as we are.
Yeah, absolutely. So my only takeaway here, my takeaway here is, again, now that we have a lot more space for other teams to join in, we're seeing what the other side of Philippine esports here in VALORANT really has to offer. Very excited. Super wonderful to see that happen. Anyways, guys, that's it for me and Raph. We'll see you on the next one. We still have the panel to talk about what has happened and, of course, end the broadcast since we have another one tomorrow. Anyways, that's it for us. We'll see you for the next one. Again, wait for the panel. We'll see you in a bit. Ciao and bye.
Time El Diablo finds one over on the B side. Operator doesn't hit this time. Kuya, he's looking for the punish. And there he goes, walk on one, but finally drowning in his own success. SR Dragons now looking to capitalize, putting so much active pressure. Kuya with another one, and there you go, Kuya Yaoi. There's no stopping this man. And Game Labs Alpha, they're stuck on the other side here of B. It's will be orange instead for Atlas Apollo. Fallex though trying to prove his work with the blades, and it's two already going down to the ground. Sheikah so low, it's 2v3, and Atlas Apollo stuck, smack dab in the middle. Sheikah and Nash still fight on back. All left now, the Drake on the high high ground. Can he do it for the squad? A possibility with the lineup. There you go with a shot instead. And Game Labs Alpha, the formula of success to win out the round.
You want to do a bit more to get another round in this half? It's going to be great! Look at this from Flexerino! A triple in his name, and this is his game! Is ever more so possible to be won by the Puggers.
The Puggers, they find a hero out of nowhere in Blixerino. He found ambition, rewarded for it. Tongi now with a death and destruction. Netflix stuck between a rock, hard place, and flashes his way, but second love, his heart breaks against the Omen. Another one bites the dust towards Netflix. It's all left now to the Killjoy on the other side. Tongi though, looking for the defuse. Able to make it halfway. He's taking it. He's just gonna go for it. And Netflix crawls his way to the clutch.
As Eugene S gets another kill. Toss is watching his teammates die left and right, but he is the bastion of hope. It's down to a 2v2 still. They have quite a bit of utility. They can honestly go for this cosmic divide. Find the angles as quickly and as carefully as he can. He finds the raid boss, but where's the breach? He's gonna be stunned. He's gonna be flashed. Disrupt not having a good time here. Still trying to find the damage. But all it's done is give Toss that big 4K.
Them against each other. The flash out. Oh, Vanta Black tries to pop shots through the smoke. Unfortunately, not gonna work. Guiyawi, go! Exotic! He gets the stab! Welcome to the Philippines once again! And there it is, another shot onto Netflix.
One enemy.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Time El Diablo finds one over on the B side. Operator doesn't hit this time. Guiyawi looking for the punish. There he goes, walk on water, finally drowning in his own success. SR Dragons now looking to capitalize, putting so much active pressure. Guiyawi with another one, and there you go, Guiyawi. There's no stopping this man. And Game Labs Alpha, they're stuck on the other side here of B. It will be orange instead for Atlas Apollo. Fallex though trying to prove his worth with the blades, and it's two already going down to the ground. Shika so low, it's 2v3, and Atlas Apollo stuck, smacked out in the middle. Shika and Nash still fight on back. All left now to Drick on the high ground. Can he do it for the squad? A possibility with the lineup. There you go with a shot instead. And Game Labs Alpha, the formula of success to win out the round.
You want to do a bit more to get another round in this half? It's going to be great! Look at this from Flexerino! A triple in his name, and this is his game! Is ever more so possible to be won by the Puggers.
The Puggers, they find a hero out of nowhere in Blixerino. He found ambition, rewarded for it. Tongi now with a death and destruction. Netflix stuck between a rock, hard place, and flashes his way, but second love, his heart breaks against the Omen. Another one bites the dust towards Netflix. It's all left now to the Killjoy on the other side. Tongi though, looking for the defuse. Able to make it halfway. He's taking it. He's just gonna go for it. And Netflix crawls his way to the clutch.
As Eugene S gets another kill. Toss is watching his teammates die left and right, but he is the bastion of hope. It's down to a 2v2 still. They have quite a bit of utility. They can honestly go for this cosmic divide. Find the angles as quickly and as carefully as he can. He finds the raid boss, but where's the breach? He's gonna be stunned. He's gonna be flashed. Disrupt not having a good time here. Still trying to find the damage. But all it's done is give Toss that big 4K.
Them against each other. The flash out. Oh, Vanta Black tries to pop shots through the smoke. Unfortunately, not gonna work. Guiyawi, go! Exotic! He gets the stab! Welcome to the Philippines once again! And there it is, another shot onto Netflix.
One enemy.
Hindi ba ikaw ang tatay ni Mark?
Kaya ka iniwan ng boyfriend mo eh.
Not gonna lie, medyo kinakabahan din talaga ako dun sa laban kanina. Hindi ko alam kung dahil sa kape ko or ang ganda lang talaga kasi nung laban. By the way, this is the final panel of the day. Kasama niyo ako si Likeable and of course, Dad Femina and Wolf here on the analyst desk. Guys, ang ganda nung laban pero una sa lahat, kailangan ko nang i-address yung elephant in the room. Dad Femina, tingin mo ba Harbor is gonna be a meta agent over at Icebox?
Sorry na excited ako. Akala ko hindi unmuted ako. But anyway, going back to the point, I feel like Harbor does suit well sa mga naging flaws sana na dun sa team comp at saka sa playstyle ng ating NAOS Esports squad where yun yung nagiging bandage way para hindi sila tuloy mapipick off mas lalo na sa mga times na kailangan nilang mag-plant sa default, kailangan nilang mag-peek sa kabilang side nang hindi sila na-pick off ng long angle sa orange. At it's all suited because of how Wits has been using it in every single situation. Yung bawat utility ni Harbor, sinusulit niya sa kahit anong sitwasyon na kinailangan ng team niya, and it's how they have been trying to communicate with each other, how they utilize Wits dun sa tatlong mapa wherein he has used all three different agents, all three different roles. Pag flasher, sige, magsasky si Wits. Kung kailangan ng info, kailangan maging clutcherist, okay, maglalabas ng Sova ang ating kaibigang si Wits. Kung kailangan na protektahan ang bawat sektor, bawat tao para sa NAOS, sige, protektahan kita, ikakompita ka tulad ng ginamit niya kay Harbor.
Grabe talaga yung performance ni Winston. Pero overall, dito sa side ng NAOS, nakita talaga natin, Wolf, yung flexibility ng team na to all around, well-rounded and well-balanced yung performance nila sa series na to.
Yeah, you can see, di ba? Parang ang pinaka siguro na ulit lang dito is si Papi Chulo with 2 Viper usages, di ba? But overall, yeah, I do agree with you. Hindi lang dun sa paglalaro nila mismo eh. The way that they are utilizing yung kanilang mga agents. Like for example, ito yung best example ng pahihira adjustable sa NAOS. You see him, Sova, then eventually in the Harbor. He played it so well. He plays it for his team na talagang nag-a-adapt on specific situations. There were times na kahit Sova siya yung parang literal na initiator for the team, right? Like he actually start the fights for the team. But I guess it depende talaga sa plano ng NAOS, and that's what really made them successful in the series.
I think it just also goes to show kung gaano nagiging developed as a leader over the years tong si Wits, di ba? Parang yung adaptable sa kahit anong sitwasyon. Pwede mo i-play sa kahit anong posisyon na pwede niyang gawin at nagkakaroon siya ng impact even though you expect him to frag out on maybe somebody like a Duelist before when he was on team when he's playing something aggressive nung time na nandun siya sa last squad nila. Now he's expected to be yung kuya ng ating mga young guns per Mojer, per NDG. Kailangan nila ng guidance, kailangan nila ng suporta, and whenever they need somebody like him, somebody like Wits, God, he has pulled through and he has delivered sa series pa lang na to.
Di ka nagkakamali dyan. Yun nga, nag-set siya ng magandang example dito kay NDG sa kay Mojer. Pero hindi lang siya yung nag-iisang kuya sa team. Kasi kitang-kita natin dito kanina, Dad Femina, na si Papi Chulo, pati na din si Ja, ang ganda nung pag-switch nila ng roles from time to time. Minsan isa yung lurker, minsan yung isa naman. And ang balance lang talaga ng duo netong dalawang to.
I mean, it speaks to how much they trusted each other. Kasi ang tagal na nilang nagkalaro before ba, di ba? Kahit hindi dito yung pinakaunang bangbang na magkasama sila. Kahit hindi dito yung pinakaunang team na magkasama sila. This just goes to show how much experience and time has mended yung kanilang experience together. And they're just gonna get better from here talaga.
I agree with you. Pero kanina pa natin siya hina-hype up. Here he is, the series MVP, none other than NAOS Esports' Wits. Ngayon, actually, off-camera, dinidiscuss namin yung performance ni Wits. And tuwang-tuwa ako dun sa Harbor pick niya sa Icebox. Sinasabi ko nga kina Wolf at kay Dad Femina na pakiramdam ko well-rounded yung pagka-Harbor niya kanina. May times na yung duelist tendencies niya, kung saan ang aga pa lang, first encounter ka agad siya, tapos aatras siya, di ba nakakakuha siya ng pick, na-a-apply niya dito. But most of all, nagagamit niya rin na parang sentinel, di ba Wolf, itong Harbor niya?
Yeah! Naging no? Pinag-usapan natin kanina tatlo na depende sa sitwasyon, nag-iiba yung role niya. Pag mag-initiate sila, of course, he's the initiator, right? Pag medyo papasok na sila mag-commit, bigla siya na yung controller. Post-plant scenarios or sa mga retake, biglang sentinel na yung galawan niya. It really is wonderful to watch. But I guess ito talaga yung pinapakita sa atin ni Wits. Yung knowledge niya all throughout the years sa paglalaro niya ng maraming FPS titles, particularly dito sa Valorant for 3 years, having played different roles already and having played with different teammates already, ang dami niyang knowledge na na-apply at bigla siyang naging inspector gadget dito sa moment na to na talaga kung ano yung kailangan ng team, siya yung gagamit.
Ang ganda na sinabi mo, Inspector Gadget. Kasi kung ano yung mga tools na nasa katawan ni Inspector Gadget sa loob ng coat niya, siguro masyado na tayong matanda. Hindi na makaka-relate yung mga Gen Z sa cartoon na alam natin. Pero heto, tingnan natin kung ano nga ba yung naging resulta netong araw na to. Ito na yung ating end of day results. Nako, 2 serye lang ang nakita natin. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na mahaba pa yung regular season natin. Ibig sabihin dapat magpa-petix-petix tong mga teams natin to, di ba? Dapat ngayon pa lang, siniset na nila yung pace na ngayon pa lang kukuha na kami ng points, hanggang sa dulo kukuha kami ng points. Ganun kasimple lang. And that, Femina, here it is, Oasis Gaming and NAOS Esports, the fan favorites talaga rin dito, at the top of the scoreboard right now.
Ang malaking discussion din na ang laki na expectation with SR Nacague nung nag-start pa lang tayo dito kasi ang daming nagsabi sa mga talents, and we were talking about this as a whole, that SR Nacague are expected to be like top 1, top 2 dito sa Pilipinas natin because of their international experience, pero because they were up against a very top opponent in NAOS Esports, hindi nila na-expect yung firepower nung nilabas ng kaibigan nating si Jack, kaibigan nating si Wits, and it's just gonna get even longer sa competition natin kasi parang sinabi lang ni Ray kanina, talking stage pa lang to ng lahat ng teams dito. At kung ito yung pinakaunang date, magkakaroon pa naman tayo ng second and third date at dun malalaman kung magtatagal talaga sila.
Talaga naman nung sinabi mong mahaba, si Ray yung tinawag mo, no? Kasi pag si Ray nandito, mahaba yung araw natin, di ba? Sulit na sulit.
Proven and tested.
Day 1 pa lang, 6 games agad. Saan ka pa? Galing panel, galing cast, Ray curse. Pero sana naman sa upcoming matches natin tomorrow, wala nang Ray curse. Please. Please. Yun namang swabe lang. Wolf, meron ka bang inaabangan na match up tomorrow?
Okay. Yeah, Game Lab, of course. Nakita natin sila nung Game Lab Alpha and Abanabis. Napanood namin to. At nakas namin to ni Dad Femina. Both of them are exciting to watch. And even yung Puggers, diba? The other teams that we saw all throughout the day, mga invited teams sila. Ngayon, eto na, magbabakbakan ulit. Kumbaga, kakahinga pa lang nila last week against each other. Magkikita-kita na naman sila. For sure, gusto magbawian itong mga to. For now, I'm very excited to see itong mga qualified teams natin. So many standout performances and I'm just really excited to see them para this time, iba na dapat yung growth nila. Even if it just has been a week, dapat meron na silang nagdagdag sa arsenal nila.
I completely agree with you there. And before we actually close the show, syempre kailangan nating pasalamatan yung mga sponsors natin. Unang-una sa lahat, this event has been made possible by Riot Games together with Bineski Philippines.
At salamat din sa ating official sponsor, ang Grab Unlimited. Celebrate great wins with great food and enjoy free delivery every single day. Subscribe na kayo to Grab Unlimited ngayon for only 9 pesos on your first month.
And please remember that this tournament is sanctioned by the Games and Amusements Board of the Philippines.
Yes, ayan, maraming salamat sa inyo. And before we close the show, gusto ko lang sabihin na throughout this entire day, our storylines have been filled with what? Yung parang synergy ng mga rosters kasi ang daming reshuffles na nangyari. Pero I think the true meaning of relentlessness, especially in day number 1, is yung ability ng mga tao na mag-show ng something new, show something a little bit more flexible and outside of their comfort zone. At higit sa lahat, hindi sila sumuko despite the adjustment. And that is what being relentless is all about. This has been Likeable, Dad Femina, and Wolf on the Analyst Desk. And this has been VALORANT Challengers Philippines.
We're soaring up high, got no clue. How do I
to you. Yeah. Say it out loud, spill the truth. Tell me how I'm gonna get close to you. Yeah.
You wanna do